Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to suspect the host? So funny, Chad.
But you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said. And Dirt, you're live.
Okay, so why are we late, Chad?
Because sometimes you mess up, but I don't blame you, Gene.
Oh, it's me. So weren't you having issues with Discord and the OBS?
Gene,
aren't you? Somebody in the chat said, "Aren't you supposed to be a professional streamer?"
I did see that.
Wait, who said that? Dude, ban them immediately.
It's that Pinky's brain dude.
Oh, never mind. They give me money. No, I keep them around.
Okay.
Never mind. I take it back.
Well, Shep's Hitler. But anyway, let's get into the first story. No delay.
Wow. Yeah, I hope
that
you
was
had a
the
good
first
week too,
story.
John.
Is that not the first story?
No.
Yeah, exactly. That was the
Some
first.
stuff,
Yeah, you fucking
stuff lined
retard.
up.
Now to a brawl in youth sports
Pay
that's landed
attention.
adults in trouble. This morning, 3 adults are charged with assault and disorderly conduct after throwing
How's this
punches in the
news?
middle of this youth hockey game. It started when a brawl erupted
Some
between several
adults
players in
were
Egg Harbor Township, New
douchebags.
Jersey.
Well, there's some social commentary here. I think this is pretty pervasive throughout the United States. This stupid, toxic soccer mom, dude bro, athlete dad sort of culture.
Is this gonna be like the basketball scene from American History X?
No. I don't think that
Is
involves.
it gonna be like the
parents
shower
on a Little
scene
League
from
game.
American
No.
History X?
About a minute into the fight, several adults enter the melee. One falling to the ground, a woman swiftly jumping on top of him, throwing punches.
I mean, there's only 2 refs out there. They can only do so much when total 2 teams are out there. And then you start to see the parents.
So, did you guys deal with this at all when you played sports when you were younger? Like parents that they're definitely much more into it than their kids, and they try to live through their children because they peaked in high school, playing sports.
We definitely saw it, but when me and my brother played sports, it was always a choice.
Which the video doesn't show, but
I had an uncle who was a piece of shit, and he had my cousins. He had them playing on the travel team, their school team, and then the rec team and stuff. And he would always get mad and yell at the coaches and was always fighting. And he would be the only parent doing that. And he's really short, and yet he still goes out of his way to obsess over his kids playing sports and stuff. And now they're all adults, and it's just you can tell that now he doesn't want anything to do with his kids because he can't use them for that sort of nostalgia high. And the thing is, he didn't even play sports when he was younger. He didn't make any of the teams because he was really short and shit like that. So he's kind of
He didn't have the makings of a varsity athlete, you say?
Yeah, so it's he's so pathetic. He's using them as just a way to live this fantasy. And he's also he's Colombian, but he's kind of racist towards Hispanics.
He's Colombian. I already knew he was racist.
Well, he has a lot of internalized sort of racism.
But the parents were yelling some vulgar things, and then they started to come into the court. It seemed they went right and engaged with other parents, and that's when they began fighting. And then it was just basically complete chaos.
What?
Parents behaving badly at youth sporting events is on the rise.
See, why is this news? See, it's a very serious problem. It's an epidemic.
What?
See, intelligence
Okay,
is just
it being
on
an
the decline
epidemic is
in
definitely
America.
news.
Yeah.
One survey found parents now being blamed for nearly 40% of cases involving bad sportsmanship, followed by coaches, then fans, with players causing less than 10%.
I know this is a small percentage of people that are doing this, but there are too many of them, and it's happening too often. So I'm just out here to tell you that I'm saying
Oh my
the parents are
God.
no longer invited. If you can't handle your emotions, if you can't be responsible, if you can't act like an adult at your child's sporting event, you don't belong.
The rise in bad behavior is blamed.
And I think you shouldn't ban the kids. Like maybe their grandparents or a sitter can take them. But I do think if a parent acts like this, even if they're just being rowdy and screaming at the refs, they should be like banned from actually showing up.
For the shortage of referees.
How are you not embarrassed to be acting like that at like a kid's sporting
Well,
event?
it's because the other parent or the other person started it. It's their fault. Like,
Yeah.
I'm right because I think I'm right, and I'm not biased in my own favor because I don't think I'm biased in my own favor.
It reminds me of the South Park episode. You know, Randy's like.
I didn't hear no bell.
Man, I thought this was America. I thought this was America.
After a large crowd of teens took off running and screaming, setting off panic.
And Shab's already left.
Yeah, I was gonna say Shab's been gone for a minute already.
This incident
He had to go. He had to use the
on the
restroom.
changes that could come because of it.
The sounds of screaming echoes through the mall at Bay Plaza Rotunda Saturday. Hundreds of shoppers running, many in a panic, unsure of what or where they're running from.
It was kind of shocking to see that there could be so many people in one place doing the exact same thing. I guess that's kind of like group mentality.
Videos like these plastering social media showing several groups of teens Saturday around 5 o'clock breaking out into sprints, circling the mall.
It was kind of like crazy to see that happen.
Do you think those are the kind of teens that have a lot of productive hobbies and stuff?
Yeah, that's probably you when you were a kid. You're probably doing this kind of stuff,
shut the
Gene.
fuck up. They think that they got quite the
What a
future ahead of
douche. They.
What I think is that a good guy with a gun would have solved all these.
Yes. See, I'm glad we got you here, the
Shabisky,
voice of
notice
reason.
how You're the only one that's gotten up and walked away so far. And
I had a pizza in the oven. I was making sure it didn't get burnt. I was gone for 2 seconds.
Oh, okay. So you know you're gonna do a stream, and that's when you decide to prepare all your food. That makes sense.
I've been like in a place that's like really
Notice
gonna
no one else
prepare-
does this, where they prepare all their meals while they're doing a stream.
Gene, you're very much inconveniencing Dirt right now. He's trying to watch this video, sir. Okay, right, Dirt?
So, Shab,
Can you
know
see
you're
the
like
look
the
of
outlier
disappointment
when
in
it
this
comes
woman's
to
I'm the alpha? Is that what you said, Gene? I'm the alpha?
You're the outlier when it comes
Yeah,
to getting up
the
constantly
alpha.
on stream.
Wait, the outlier when it comes to that?
What's that?
Never mind.
Are you
wanna wrestle?
Are you seeing what's happening here, Shab? What this
I'm
is?
trying to, but Gene keeps interrupting me.
Dude. So
Okay,
sure,
yeah, I think I've
imagine you're
seen
at
the
mall.
video of all these kids running through the mall, like stealing shit. That's what it is, right?
No, it's just them stirring up like some kind of rampage. So they're just running around to create fear. So then they create a bunch of they rile other people into engaging some kind of stampede. It's just, creating problems for the sake of creating problems.
And witnesses say it all came to a head right here in the food court, where one of the students threw a chair on camera. They then described what happened next as a stampede.
Suddenly we saw a group of children running through the mall.
Marcia Liberato had a front row seat as well and said while incidents like this one are bad for business, she's happy nothing worse came out of it.
Nothing bad happened. None of them were fighting. They were just basically being children.
This kind of scares tenants. This kind of scares people and consumers.
The mall sits in
Well, kids need to learn to stop acting like kids.
Councilmember Kevin Riley's district, and he said...
Now, I know I was being a bit critical. I know kids have always done shit like this, but I am gonna be a bit pompous here. I think it's kind of the dumb kids that do shit like this, but you've always had lots of dumb kids doing shit like this. I know, I'm an asshole.
Recently, as
When you're a kid, you're dumb.
About better securing the plaza, including potential curfew for younger shoppers and additional law enforcement.
We all grew up, that the mall is usually a centralized location where young people like to fellowship and network and have a great time together. But you still have to have a tremendous amount of respect when you're coming into the mall.
Eventually.
And yeah, kids have always done stupid shit like this at malls.
The quote stampede was brought to a close. NYPD scene here.
I agree with Teddy. I blame the Minecraft movie.
I blame all the TikTok brain rot.
Stood for disorderly conduct in Co-op City. Alan Devlin, CBS News, New York.
The mall at Bay Plaza released.
I blame Bush.
COVID vaccines. Clearly, this is what's causing the kids to act out.
Thanking its security team and the
real quick,
Giving
my
them all the
cat's
autism.
my cat's knocked something over, so I'm gonna have to do a Shabisky real quick and investigate.
Wow.
These people behave badly in restaurants. In 2022, 3 women were caught on camera trashing a fast food restaurant in Manhattan.
I've seen this.
They held glass bottles and other items at the servers. They even leaped over the counter to continue their attack.
So when people do shit like this, they know that they're going to get caught and arrested. I hope they're not that dumb, where they honestly think they're going to do something like this.
Yeah, they're just going to get away with it.
I think they do.
So why? It makes no fucking sense. It's just they have no forward thinking whatsoever.
All this was over getting charged $1.75 for extra sauce.
Oh,
In 2018,
what a god.
What an injustice.
Having to pay $1.75 for
yeah,
sauce. And it's just I love when people get mad at those that work at the establishments or at like these particular retail chains, and it's just they're not the CEOs, they're not the ones who are the executives creating these kind of policies or like enforcing these kind of like prices. So
they don't care about the logistics. It's just, hey, aggression shows how cool I don't know. I think it's kind of a mentality where people act aggressive like that and stuff, and it's just part of what they're normal
show
to.
How much of an alpha you are.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's also
even as a girl.
Act like corporations are a hive mind, so they do like personify the like company. So if they have issues, they get mad at customer service and yell at them, and it's just the customer service rep. They have nothing to fucking do with the faulty product. They're just doing their job. So as long as they're being polite and stuff, why are you being an asshole and bitching at them as if it's their fault?
See, that's something that a lot of people like who are old don't get. You'd be surprised how many old people have like a child's understanding of how things work at like behind the scenes at like a grocery store or fast food place or like any restaurant. There are a lot of stupid people out there.
I'm thinking that might be due to the fact that in like the past, in previous decades, when it came to, there were more family businesses, and if there was a business, all the people working there kind of had much more of like a direct sort of contribution to how it was run overall. Where now it's like most places you go to are these like major retailer franchises, and all the people working there, a lot of them are just underlings that have no say whatsoever.
He did it 4 times before returning the ladle to the pot.
That's just disgusting. It can make people sick. Anything that was going on in this guy's mouth is now going on in that soup.
Also in 2018, a furious father threw a smoothie at Connecticut store employees. He claimed there was peanut butter in a drink after he advised that his son was allergic.
I want to speak to the person who made the drink.
He threw the drink, hitting a young worker behind the counter.
I'm calling the police.
He also made racially charged comments.
Immigrant loser. What?
Immigrant loser.
He voted for Trump.
Yeah, of course. He's an alpha.
Probably.
Control. He's been yelling racist things at us.
He was later charged with intimidation based on bigotry or bias, breach of peace, and criminal trespass. He received accelerated rehabilitation with the.
I'm thinking maybe they required him to wear the mask in court. He isn't wearing a mask there, so do you think if it wasn't a requirement, he wouldn't be wearing the mask?
Probation period of 1 year and was required to make a $500 charitable contribution. In 2021, a Texas woman was mad about her suit being too hot and threw it in the manager's face. The manager said the woman first called to complain.
And I, of course, offered her like refunds and was trying.
And again, you know that pretty much every like store, unless you're like in some small rural town, has security cameras. So why would you do that? You know you're going to get arrested.
Trying to get her either a replacement meal or just something completely different if she wasn't in the mood for soup anymore.
And they made the purchase there, so they have their name, their information, and everything. So how are people that fucking dumb? Do you think it's just they're rageaholics and they don't think in the moment when anger gets the better of that?
And she just...
that's what happened here, it seems.
Yeah, a lot of the customers that do this shit are old people that think that they're just not going to get in trouble for it. Like,
but
it
a lot
doesn't
of them
matter.
aren't old. That one woman there, she looked like she was in her late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah. He said a lot, Gene. Pay attention to his words.
He showed up to confront her in person.
Right, Elvis? Or whatever your name is?
What's that?
What? I'm talking to Zeo De Dong.
Still cursing with, you know, families and other children in the restaurant. And that's when I said, you know, ma'am, you either need to calm down
Zeo
or
De
leave,
Dong?
or I'm going to be calling the police. And I said, ma'am, I can still help you, get you something. I just ask that you don't yell and cuss at me. And that's the moment she threw it at me.
Hot soup can reach temps up to 200 degrees. Fortunately, the soup had cooled down when it was thrown into her face.
The warmth of the soup was not enough to really burn me. I mean, as you can see, I have no injuries from that itself, but the spices from the soup are what my eyes were...
Oh, she's such a beta because people who are alphas, if they get the shit beaten out of them, they don't press charges. Because violence, that's...
Yeah, it's funny. It's
so
funny
bad.
because the context of this news story is like, her soup was too hot, so she splashed it in her face. But there's multiple ways we use the word hot. And I think obviously in this context, she's talking about spiciness. They probably like they probably can't serve them.
I've seen this story before. She was talking about how it was so hot that plastic like melted into the soup.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Well, then how the fuck is her face okay? God, I would have thought if that was the
She brought
case.
it back to the store, so it already cooled down by
Oh,
then.
never mind. Okay, all right.
And
You
the
know
spices were all,
the
like, inside of the top
intel.
part of my
Gene.
nose, and it caused me to have a nosebleed.
The customer walked out, but was later identified and arrested. She was charged with a Class A misdemeanor assault causing bodily injury according to Bell County Sheriff's Department. She pleaded no contest to the assault charge and was sentenced to 50 months deferred adjudication
Damn.
and 6 days of jail work release. That same year, a waitress was praised after kicking a rude customer out of her diner.
I'm telling you right now. It looks like you're trying to reason with him. What are you saying here?
I'm trying to reason with him, but there's no reason with somebody like that.
Sandra says the guy was a regular who had been rude before, but she told Allison Hall that on this night he crossed.
Have you ever seen the movie As Good as It Gets?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite films. Believe it or not,
Jack
Gene.
Nicholson.
Yeah?
When he's at the diner, he's like an old OCD
He's a prick.
asshole. And
Yeah, he's a
constantly
total fucking prick.
pissing everyone off, but he's there every day.
When I was a little kid, I used to do what he did in that movie where I wouldn't step on cracks and I would like pay attention to the number of things I did. You remember like he would turn a light switch off
Yeah. Do you know who directed
like
that?
you tell me.
God, I forget his name, but he also directed Terms of Endearment. Remember that movie? Jack Nicholson was also in that.
Sounds familiar.
It's the one where the woman dies of cancer, spends her entire life in like this
Her.
sort of dysfunctional marriage.
He's her husband?
What's that?
He's her husband.
No, he dates her mother.
Crossed the line.
Oh, that.
You were pretty
wait,
gutsy,
okay.
getting your finger up in his face and just really telling him off.
It came from my anger for 5 weeks of seeing his face. I just couldn't stand it.
Is it James L. Brooks? Is that
He
the
dates her-
director?
yeah.
Fucking smack him, you know.
Dirt,
Yeah,
look up the director of...
Yeah, no, you're
Yes.
saying the wrong name. You're saying the wrong name.
Wrong name.
Because the story you're saying the daughter was
James
Jack
L. Brooks.
Nicholson's girlfriend,
Yeah.
and then he ended up. Yeah, I think that there's a different name for that movie. I've watched that, but I might
It's
be
not.
wrong.
There's As Good
Is
as It
it?
Gets, and then there's Terms of Endearment. In Terms of
Am I wrong?
Endearment, the woman who gets cancer, her mother, like, dates Jack Nicholson.
He had to go one way or another.
Let's go.
I had never seen her yell like that before. It was also very inspiring.
She is a hero. She won't admit to it, but she is.
She's
Oh,
a
there's
hero.
an-
She was yelling at some entitled old white dude.
Everyone's saying she's sticking up for every wait staff in America.
Such a hero doing what
See-
pretty much everybody should do in that scenario.
This is so backwards. It's supposed to be the entitled old white folk yelling at the customer service people. See, we're regressing. Now it's the customer service people yelling at the entitled pieces of shit that ruin everyone's days in these like establishments.
I'm a mother.
Okay, so I got what you were when you
Also in
were
2021, a customer
explaining the
punched
movie. I
Vicky,
got it
manager of a
mixed
restaurant
up.
in Columbus,
Now, was that a punch? That was more like a sucker slap.
Ohio. It happened after she asked the customer to reinsert her credit card.
I'm pretty sure I was looking down at the time when she did it because I just didn't even see it coming at all. I caught myself and tried to assess the situation as quickly as I possibly could. The potential of getting hit or worse is always a possibility, and I'm just glad it wasn't worse.
In 2022, a suspect was arrested for setting fire to a New York
What
City
the
restaurant.
fuck? Looks like he lit himself on fire.
The
Yeah, he did.
FBI
What an idiot.
He's just standing right in it.
Yeah, he.
It's like, hey, they got my order wrong, so I'm gonna conduct some arson on their business.
Not even he's self-immolated.
Suspect looked around and waited for a person to pass before dousing the front of the restaurant and sidewalk in a liquid. The fire
He
reportedly
lit
caused over
himself on fire.
$1,500
He's never lit gasoline before in his life. He has no fucking clue.
You know, you're very like well-adjusted mentally when somebody gets your food wrong and you decide to light their like establishment on fire.
damage. The suspect was later arrested and charged with 1 count of arson, 1 count of criminal mischief, and 1 count of reckless endangerment. In March of 2025, this customer alerted his waitress about hair on his food.
It's not your typical hair in the food because it was, you could see it was just all over the top of it, and he had ate most of the food out from under this wad of hair.
Because she was suspicious, management checked surveillance video. He could see the reflection in the window of the other guest reaching for the back of her head.
She must have pulled out a very sizable wad of hair. He reaches across the table to get it, and when he does, he sees it's a big wad of hair, so he's under the table trying to filter some of it out. I was like caught off guard that somebody would stoop this low to get a free meal from us. What is really comical, after he plants the hair, he continues to eat out of the plate. It was that good. He needed another bite.
Stephen Fabian has more.
What a loser.
You know, like people that have a habit of like, it's like a form of pica where they'll eat their hair. There are people that will actually die because your body can't digest hair.
Yeah.
So the hair will like clog up their intestines.
Is it just chewing on their hair or eating it?
I guess some people eat it, some people just chew it.
Outside to confront the couple.
But yeah,
Well, the guy
if you can't afford to go down to a sit-down restaurant and pay for it, like just go to fucking Taco Bell or something instead of doing this.
Well,
this
hey,
is so
Chad,
lame.
We're in a day and age where fast food is just as expensive as like eating at any other.
Classist, Chad.
Yeah.
I bet they could have found a cheaper way to eat than this place sit-down restaurant.
Supermarket and make your own meals and then eat at home.
Something.
Go to the park.
It just
eat at one of the tables.
Yeah.
Girlfriend's hair and his food was down on one knee, proposing.
He's getting down on one knee. I was just like, hey, I got you on video, pal. What you did is despicable.
In 2018, a Georgia man got a hard lesson in keeping his hands to himself after groping a waitress at a pizzeria and getting taken down to the ground.
Now, hey, she didn't want to be groped. What was she dressing? No, I don't support that. It's just a joke.
Glad somebody done said it.
Don't clip it. Don't make me look bad.
I did it. I didn't even know I could do that.
Yeah. Good for her, dude.
Wait, what did she just say?
She said, I just did it. I didn't know I could do that.
Realized that I took him down the way I did until
He was probably really drunk, so he wasn't a hard takedown. Let's be honest.
She scolded him in front of the entire establishment.
But it is a neat video. But he was probably I'm saying he was wasted, so it was probably an easy takedown, but good for her still, I guess.
Yeah,
you know.
Good for her.
Well, it could also be that.
Yeah,
I probably could have pushed him over with my finger, like with him.
But it could also be that he just doesn't want to deal with the, I guess, consequences of attacking a woman, because a lot of times if you do that, he'll have some vigilante mob justice.
He just went down like nothing, like a sack of potatoes. Yeah. That's my point. If he was sober, that wouldn't have happened. I think he was a big dude. He's a big
vigilante mob justice doesn't come into play when he just groped that woman from behind. Yeah,
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if like a woman's attacking him and he's in a physical confrontation, if he actually fights back at all, then people might be like, "Hey, this dude's attacking a woman."
Plead guilty to sexual battery.
To see them put him in handcuffs, it was nice.
And get this, the suspect was believed to be having dinner with his wife and friends.
I don't care who you are. You have no right to disrespect me.
Think he was engaged in some adultery there?
For Inside Edition Digital, I'm Andrea Swindle.
Okay, now into the dark stuff.
A 17-year-old was reportedly fighting for his life after being shot on Wednesday night. Video of the altercation was captured by a witness. Reports say the teen, Victor Perez, has autism, cerebral palsy, and intellectual disabilities. Witnesses say
he's very dangerous. I'd be fucking terrified if I was a police officer.
Oh no, he's coming after me with the Tonka truck! No! Better shoot him!
Does he look like he's armed?
God damn it, Shabs.
Yeah, Shab's an ableist piece of shit.
Who shot him 9
Look
times.
at my Tonka truck, police car!
It claims the teen had a leg and is in critical condition.
Damn.
People gathered in the community.
Good thing cops are always on the right side.
That's a nice sign.
Nice sign. Maybe the one on the left, but the one on the right looks like it's made by a fucking retard that It's never made a sign in their life.
Really?
I'm sorry.
We're covering a story.
Okay, I'm sorry. I mean a dumbass. Sorry.
Yeah, we're covering
Wrong
a
word.
story about somebody with intellectual disabilities. And
Okay,
then
I'm sorry.
you wanna
They're a
drop the fucking
dumbass
R-word.
who makes
that?
made the sign. Whoever made the sign is a dumbass.
For justice
Okay,
for the team.
sorry, wrong word.
Other methods to de-escalate situations like this.
Bloody hands.
That's a good sign.
Yeah, that was well made. The bloody, drippy.
Do you think that why did they have an entire SWAT team? They had an entire squad of cops with rifles. So why?
I bet somebody called in something like I think they have a gun or something. I'm gonna assume that. Go on, Dirt. What did you say, Dirt? Dirt was gonna say something. No?
They need to not just be a cop, they need to be servants of the public.
The Pocatello police chief.
Well, that was great audio.
What's that?
The audio on that was just so fucking horrible. Whatever.
Escalate a situation.
For a news
Situations like
team
this,
or
officers
whatever.
must make decisions in seconds. They assess threats not just to themselves, but to those nearby. In this case, 2 individuals were within a few feet of an armed, non-compliant individual. The risk was immediate, and the situation.
So they're non-compliant. So similar to that old lady
Yeah.
with dementia, who was something like 70 pounds, and the officer decided to snap her arm in two, or like.
Yeah, can you
dislocate
believe
her
that
arm from the-
severely mentally handicapped person was non-compliant? Can you believe that? I can't believe that.
Well,
How
hey,
could they?
Hey, having a disability is no excuse at all.
Yeah.
Rapidly evolving.
It's not
He
the
says
cops'
investigations
fault.
into the incident are being conducted by a task force made up of independent agencies as well as
They just fucking
For inside
launched like a motherfucker at him.
they
Everybody
mentioned-
shot.
Cerebral palsy. It also reminds me of that other story where the cops arrested a 12-year-old kid with cerebral palsy, and he was handcuffed, and the
Sounds
cop
familiar.
got mad and started punching the kid's face in. And then people keep making excuses. Oh, it's a hard job.
Yeah.
What if anybody else got frustrated and started, like, socking a fucking kid's face in with disabilities?
Digital. I'm Mara Montalbano.
To tell you about a tragic end for an Idaho teenager with autism shot by police about a week ago. Victor Perez died after being removed from life support. The 17-year-old was wielding a knife when he was shot.
So now he's dead. So the previous story, he was in
Yeah.
critical condition.
Have these dumb cops never heard of a goddamn taser?
Did they not even mention the knife in that last?
Yeah, I didn't hear nothing about a knife in the last one. So it does go to show how they try to narrate the story, but it's still, of course, he's the innocent party, even because it's like, why did they not tase him? Why was that not?
Hey,
or
tasing
mace
them,
him?
There's
And he
a
was on the
slightly
other side of a
higher-
fence.
Chef, shut up. There's
Sorry.
a slightly higher risk of one of the cops getting seriously
Yeah,
hurt. or
but he
injured.
was.
So therefore, that justifies using, like, gunning him down
Yeah.
and firing squad.
But he was also on the other side of a fence too. Am I wrong in that video? There was
Yeah.
a fence between the cops and the person with the knife, and the person with the knife got close to the fence, and they're like, "Okay, let's all unload every round we fucking got on him real quick." It's just like, or maybe not every round, but whatever, everything we got loaded.
What you don't realize is that at any moment he could have pounced on them like a
Yes, he could
over that
have
fence.
jumped over the fence like a goddamn like Wolverine or something. Like,
It's also
oh god.
People that like to defend the use of firearms as opposed to tasers in a scenario like this. In countries like Britain, France, other European countries, they're trained to deal with certain suspects with guns or with knives and stuff, and they're trained to like apprehend them using things like mace and tasers, non-lethal force.
Yeah.
And you don't really
shields.
see. Yeah, you don't see a lot of stories where they end up dead afterwards. So there's just no excuse here. This is mental gymnastics.
Like, literally, if they hit that kid with fucking mace in his face right there and told him to drop the knife, what do you think the chances are he just dropped the knife and go, ah! That's what I would do. Like, I'm not down to fucking fight. Zidane loves my interpretation of stuff. He loves it. It's great,
might
right?
Have the combat skills of a highly trained
Of a ninja.
And yeah, he just does a forward flip over the fence and
Hi-ya!
like stabs them in the throat.
You're all dead now. Yeah. Look at him with his fucking juice box. Obviously, he's a danger to society. Better shoot him instead of tase him when he's showing any sort of danger. Jeez.
Joining me now with more on this is ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett. Brad, good to see you. Thanks for coming in on Sunday to talk about this.
Okay. Next vid.
She headed to Puerto Rico with her pet.
Just goes to show how fucking retarded
yeah, he
cops
didn't
are.
make it. They amputated his fucking leg. Did I hear that correctly? They amputated his fucking leg.
Yeah.
This is
the image of him in the hospital.
This has to be AI right here. So the news team here is like using AI to make their graphics for their stuff. That's what this looks like AI to me, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe there's a filter.
Her airlines let her fly to her destination with her bird, but would not let them board.
Or maybe not. Maybe that's her. Okay. Plucky.
This grandma finds herself stranded in the Caribbean because the airline won't let her fly home with her pet parrot. 76-year-old Maria Fratterigo flew from New York to San Juan with her parrot, Plucky, to spend the winter in Puerto Rico. No problem getting there, but when she tried to fly...
Yeah.
Plucky.
Well,
Plucky.
I mean, I don't know if there was any sort of pure, poor bureaucracy, but it's just different countries are going to have different policies when it comes to traveling with animals, wildlife, and so forth. So it could be her fault for not doing her homework on the policies there and the policies back.
Home, Maria was told at the airport in San Juan, Plucky wasn't allowed on the plane back home. Plucky is an emotional support bird and weighs only 10 ounces. The African gray parrot is considered too large to fly on Frontier Airlines. So, how did Plucky fly all the way to Puerto Rico in the first place? Apparently, she just flew through the cracks. Maria won't leave her feathered friend behind.
What do you think of that play on words there?
So
they always do that in these fucking news things. They think they're funny by making their little white jokes. Oh!
White jokes.
Yeah, they're white jokes.
Old white people jokes.
There you go. That's, I guess, old white people. You know, that's a good way to put it.
White mom jokes.
It says, you're not making this flight. You have to give the bird and get rid of the bird to somebody if you want to fly.
In a statement, Frontier Airlines declares...
She doesn't have long to live anyways. Who cares? She could just spend the next couple of years where she's at, and that's the end. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, who the fuck goes home?
Yeah, I don't know. She looks like retirement age, so she can settle down there.
Assist her in returning home.
Listen, lady. You are almost dead anyway. Just stay here.
Just stay here. You are fine.
Policy, as noted on our website, we do not normally transport parrots on our aircraft. They say Polly wants a cracker, but Plucky wants a...
Oh my god.
Ticket.
Yeah, another one of those.
Whoever wrote these jokes, they need to be fired.
We just got word.
They need to be barred from working in any sort of journalistic media whatsoever.
Here, Airlines has worked things out with Maria, allowing her and Plucky, of course, to board her plane home.
And Plucky, of course.
Yay!
And then
Plucky found his way home.
Why did you air this then?
Okay.
No, it was all a lie. It was all a lie.
There was an arson attack on the governor of Pennsylvania's home. His name's Governor Shapiro.
Children, 2 dogs, a family that was staying with us, and the troop.
And I believe that's him.
Safely evacuated us from the governor's residence. Last night, we experienced an attack not just on our family, but on the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania here at the governor's residence. I want to thank the Pennsylvania State Police for safely evacuating our family.
So what do you think the motive was of trying to, I guess, arson the governor of Pennsylvania's home?
I think they wanted to help him.
I think it was just a prank, bro.
It was a prank, bro.
They got the wrong Shapiro that intended to go after Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
But then it turned out they got the wrong address. They looked up the wrong Shapiro.
What if they got their Molotovs?
The
what if they got their Molotovs and their toilet paper mixed up and they were just going to toilet paper his house?
Good one.
It
was just a big,
you light it and it's just
whoopsie.
like, wait a minute. You're not supposed to light toilet paper. This isn't toilet paper.
We're in too deep now.
That's one of the adverse effects of a poor educational system.
And for their careful leadership of this investigation. I want to thank Harrisburg Fire, and their chief, who was personally on the scene and spent time with me and my family last night. He and the other firefighters from Harrisburg
Do you think Chevy 34 is a bot? Because we haven't even got.
They've been around for a long time.
Been here for.
Oh yeah.
They've been around my community for years.
Well, they're talking about the far left media's line and shit like that, and we haven't really discussed any news stories that are like left leaning or have some bias in one way or the other yet. So I like how they're going off on that.
And toward danger.
Josh Shapiro's house wouldn't attack the liberal.
And quickly putting out the fire. I want to thank the Capitol Police for assisting the Pennsylvania State Police last night.
Okay, next vid. It's just him in front of a lectern.
Cody Bomber now in custody and expected to be charged with attempted murder, terrorism, aggravated arson, and more.
Terrorism?
After officials say he forcibly entered and set a fire at Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's residence in Harrisburg.
He was able to use that fucking word for anything nowadays, am I right?
Well, in order for it to be terrorism, there has to be some kind of political agenda where, or some kind, they're trying to incite fear on the public in order to push some kind of policy or agenda. So if it's just, hey, I want this governor dead because fuck them, then I wouldn't consider that to be terrorism.
And then he forcibly entered, and then he set the fire.
Authorities calling the blaze an act of arson, saying local fire officials
Yeah,
responded to the incident
but if they
around 2 a.m.
dislike the
successfully.
governor, they probably dislike him because of his politics and want political change, and so it does come down. It's most likely to come
But
down
what
to
if
that motivation, which would be terrorism. Most likely,
A lot of
I would
times,
say.
when there's assassination attempts on politicians, you'd be surprised how large of a percentage of them are just people who are crazy that want to just shoot the president to impress Jodie Foster or something like that. It's just, after the previous Donald Trump assassination attempt, I looked into the history of assassination attempts on presidents, and most of them, it's just people who are fucking crazy who think the president's a reptilian or something.
Evacuating Governor Josh Shapiro and his family while extinguishing the flames. The governor and his family were in a different part of the home, officials say, away from the fire. But a portion of the house had a significant amount of damage from the blaze.
This type of violence is not okay.
It's not okay.
This kind of violence is becoming far too common in our society.
Officials haven't said if they believe the incident was politically motivated or a hate crime. Police say Bomber had a homemade device.
He had some homemade incendiary devices.
Just hours before the incident, Shapiro,
No shit.
who was Jewish, sent out this message for Passover with a picture of his family's Seder table.
If he was trying to terrorize our family, our friends, the Jewish community who joined us for a Passover Seder.
Do you think there was some kind of incentive or motivation associated with anti-Semitism?
Last night?
I would say politics and anti-Semitism are probably the main reasons.
Well,
one of those.
Hey, I have some kind of bigotry, racism, or something towards this politician, so I just want to assassinate them due to that. Would that be terrorism?
No.
I could see how it's a hate crime and it's attempted murder.
Well, only if you'd be like, oh, they're Jewish, so their policies are horrible because they're Jewish,
Well, I
and
can see
therefore,
how-
because of that, I want to do that. Like,
if somebody says that people of this demographic, they shouldn't be allowed to run as politicians or act as politicians, I see how that's terrorism.
Yeah, because they think that race or that different category of person or whatever is not good for us politically. So if it has any reason to control the political,
You're slow, Chad.
We celebrated our
well, you're supposed to fill the holes, Gene. I can't find the right word. You're supposed to be smart. See what I have to deal with? See what I have to do with Zidane?
My Eaglin joins us now from Harrisburg.
He's retarded. He never does
We'll
it.
begin tonight with an arrest.
We're using the R word again, Chad.
I mean, he's an idiot. An idiot.
What if there's any like retards in our live chat that are watching? Don't you think?
I'm
about that?
sorry, guys.
I get it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
Did you know the word idiot? That's some kind of classification for mental retardation. Did you know that?
I didn't mean to use that word too. Fuck! I'm messing up.
Home of Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. That individual
what
now
happens
facing
when we
attempted
don't
murder and
fill
arson
Chad's
charges.
holes.
ABC News learning that authorities are trying to determine if the governor's Jewish faith was a possible motivation for the attack, coming on the first night of Passover. The governor and his family were inside the home at the time of the fire, but were able to escape the flames. Shapiro, a rising star in the Democratic Party under consideration for vice president in 2024, now viewed as a possible contender for the White House in 2028. Just moments ago.
Okay, he's a Democrat, so therefore I now care about the fact that his life was in danger.
He must be smart.
I'm just joking. Don't try to kill people. Killing people's bad.
Targeted attack. New details are coming in tonight. ABC's chief investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky leads us off from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Tonight, an arrest after what police called an act of arson at Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's residence. Where
police called it an act of arson, but I refuse to.
Whoa.
I'm different.
The first night.
Dang.
Now, I don't know, like arson, if you're doing it as I guess it's still arson. I'm like, if you're trying to do it as a method of trying to kill somebody, but I guess in arson in general.
Yeah, still arson.
Like, yeah.
Night of Passover.
The governor's residence, 28 large.
Semantics.
Bar in the dining room on the first floor. They can see fire out the windows.
The governor says he woke up to police banging on the door around 2 a.m. He and his family quickly evacuating as firefighters raced to get the fire under control.
They're currently working on getting everybody evacuated. There's about 25 people inside.
We do know that this attack was targeted. This type of violence is not okay.
Just
not okay, guys.
Tell them, Josh.
It's not okay.
Hero sharing this photo of his family.
Dude, the people that want to murder you are definitely going to listen if you wag your finger at it. Like, no, it's not okay, guys?
Dude, he's going to invest, like, the National Guard in Station, Pennsylvania. It's going to be the #1 priority.
I don't like it.
To find out who was, well, I guess they already captured the person. I was going to say. It's like,
it was me.
My family, prepare to fucking die.
It was me.
Family situation.
One will deter me or my family or any Pennsylvanian from celebrating their faith openly.
Did Josh Shapiro
find
an ornate dagger on his door?
You can see the broken out glass in these windows.
Do they know that it's
significant damage?
Like,
the governor and his
has
family
to do
were in a
with
different part of
his Judaism?
Pennsylvania is pretty cheap, whatever. Pennsylvania's, they're all poor compared to Marylanders. That's why the cost of living's so low there.
Official residence and escape without injuries. Mary, the suspect was able to breach the fence here at the governor's mansion and make it inside the residence where he started the fire. Tonight he's facing...
You know, in Pennsylvania, it's illegal for liquor stores to sell wine and beer. They can only sell one or the other.
Weird.
Yeah, it's such a stupid policy.
That's stupid. Yeah, there's lots of stupid laws. There really are.
The FBI is investigating...
Like when Shab came to visit Maryland, Baltimore, he was shocked that not every gas station had alcohol.
It's weird.
Well,
I've never.
Really rare for gas stations in Maryland to have alcohol, so there's.
Yeah, it's the opposite where I've come from. Like, it's rare to see the opposite. It's like, what? There's no beer here and stuff. Like, every single gas station here in Nevada has fucking beer. Like, it would be hard as
state basis.
Yeah.
One of the awesome things about America is that, like, each state will have its own laws, so if you hate fucking abortion, you can move to a state where women can't get those damn abortions.
I hate fucking abortion.
What's that?
Nothing. Go on, Gene. Play the video.
These are the unusual reasons people went to the ER.
My eyeball doesn't
Danielle
work.
Shapiro's all-you-can-eat sushi meal led to an emergency room visit. Anne Mercagliano has more.
This is what Danielle ate.
Yeah,
That's
dude.
all you can eat
Hell yeah, I'd eat all that.
sushi marathon. She started with miso soup, gyoza, jalapeno poppers, then moved on to a snow crab roll, a green dragon roll, a wakame roll, a California roll, and ended with edamame. That sure is a lot of food.
He didn't really know.
What a fat bitch.
Dude, I think I would be throwing up if I ate all that.
Which definitely was a lot of pain.
I mean, like, over the course of how long, you know, like, if she was chilling there for a couple hours with her friends, like, that's, I don't know. I didn't pay attention to all that was there, but that didn't seem like that much. I don't know.
With extreme pain. I couldn't take deep breaths in and out.
After her ordeal, you'd think that Danielle would be turned off by all-you-can-eat sushi. But, nope.
I'll probably go back at some point in my life.
It's impressive, isn't it? In
They
February...
don't even explain what happened medically.
Yeah, I was just wondering
Madison
that
Market.
exactly, like,
Those
what?
restaurants.
Because it's like, I eat sushi, all that stuff there, like, for the most part, I'll eat that shit, too. So what do I have to worry about? Tell me, news team. Like, fuck.
Dirt's laughing. What's that, Dirt?
Suck Under Cheese in the chat asked, Are all white people allergic to the sun?
Yeah, basically.
Don't think they're allergic. I think they have less melanin in their skin,
Gene,
so
play
they're more
along.
at risk of adverse effects of spending too much time in the sun.
No,
Well,
we
here's
hate
the thing,
this.
People, shut up! I'm talking. People who have darker skin, if they're in areas where there's a lot less sunlight, then there's a disadvantage because they have a more difficult time absorbing vitamin D.
Dude, stop being racist, Jane.
It's not racist.
What the
There's
fuck?
an advantage to having lighter skin if you live
Racist
in
bigot.
colder climates, and there's an advantage to having darker skin if you live in.
So white people are better than black people. Is that what you're trying to say, Gene? That's what I'm hearing.
So
you said that, or wait, maybe you're saying the opposite. Were you saying black people are better than whites? Okay, that I could get with. Never mind.
There's
I'm
an
fine with
advantage for both sides. So
that. I'm kidding, Gene. Okay, on with the story.
To be fair, Shabisky, our hair does grow away from the sun.
That's true. I am a lower person. I am a lower individual. I matter less.
It happened when she left her jeans on her bedroom floor.
I just wake up one day, get out of bed, and I stepped onto the jeans. There was a key literally in my pocket. I stepped on it. All of a sudden, I hear a crunch.
Madison accidentally stabbed herself with her key, with her jeans still attached.
I'm sweating. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. So
How much do you weigh?
I
I don't know.
Yeah, how does that happen?
Yeah,
It was
like.
in a hurry.
Yeah, what are you jumping like a bunny across the room and stuff? Like, I step on my cat's tail and don't hurt him. He goes meow and like moves away. Like, oh, sorry, Jack. And I don't even hurt him. How does she stab her fucking foot with a key when I don't even like? I've stepped on my cat's feet and tail a million times and never broke anything on him.
It's density, so it's why Lego bricks hurt so much because of,
yeah, but I'm saying I'm light on my feet enough around my cat to do that. I don't know how somebody that's not the size of Shani is stepping on a key and getting it lodged into their foot. I don't know.
Well, it's you probably don't have to be that big because
For those who know who Shani is.
Yeah. It has to do with
Anybody
like,
who's
pounds
light
per
enough
square-
should be able
Jeff, can you
to.
stop interrupting me?
I'm sorry.
You're doing it quite a bit this stream.
It's just because I'm right,
You can
Gene.
still see the pocket lining. A friend.
My daughter did her jeans, she threw them on the floor, and she goes and walks, and it's got her just her foot out. And
oh my god! I'm like,
It doesn't even look like it's that much
and,
in.
They it right out, and I scream.
What's that?
Doesn't even look like it's that much in either. It just looks like it's like a tiny bit in. I would have pulled that bitch out and be like, "What the fuck?"
Hey, if you
Yeah, I
don't know
wouldn't
what
be-
you're doing, you shouldn't pull it out. So that's the thing.
If it's only in this much, I'm gonna rip that bitch out and then go, "Huh, okay."
I'm with Shab.
And go on with
I'm
my
I'm
day.
Team Shab with this.
Do you never get injuries,
Here's the
Gene?
thing. If you're not a medical expert and you don't know 100% what to do in a scenario like this, it's probably smart to probably, I guess...
Well, not every man plays the smart way, okay? Sometimes you just get an injury and you go on with your day. You just go on to the next fucking
see,
task.
You gotta consider
that's
this,
how a lot of
Gene.
people die when they don't consider that,
I
hey,
will
maybe
die.
there's something I don't understand.
Let
Fair
dirt
enough,
speak.
but what about this? What about this, John? Have you considered that not everyone has that fancy schmancy health insurance?
Yeah,
you got?
bitch.
Dude, I look at something like this and I go, hell no, hell no, I ain't.
Yeah,
going-
Dirt, what have you have done?
to the hospital.
I need to go to the emergency
Shut
room.
up. I'm
Sorry.
talking. There's hotlines you can call that, like, if there's some medical, like, issue, not 911, where they will tell you what you need to do, and they don't charge anything. So, like, you could at least call, like, some, like, hotline to be like, hey, there's a key lodged in my fucking foot, and they might
Yeah,
be like,
then
oh,
they'll
how
be
do I
like,
visit?
okay, pull it out and then clean it and then
They might
bandage
tell
it.
you that you need to go to the emergency room. You don't know.
The whole time. Yes, don't leave your jeans on the floor. Don't leave anything on the floor.
Don't leave anything.
Just locked you off.
Not even the
2024,
carpet.
After yawning, Jenna Sinatra couldn't close her mouth.
I don't know who hit it.
I think I saw this.
Dude, that blows.
That blows.
We all
Get it?
know what joke
Get
we
it?
want to make.
I've had issues where, like, I've had, like, seizures and stuff, and I've hurt my jaw where, like, I get some, like, lockjaw. And I had to go and, see, like, a physical therapist. and they like not for multiple sessions, but they do these like weird massages in order to get.
I've never experienced that.
Yeah.
Literally found herself with her jaw locked in place.
Do you have your
So
mouth
literally it felt
open
like
for
you
long
could-
periods of time, Gene? Like, what leads to
Taylor
that?
says Gene's ignoring me.
Yeah, why are you ignoring your girlfriend in the chat, Gene? What's up with that?
Taylor's got a boyfriend. I'm not her boyfriend. Don't spread false information, Shad.
You're her. Oh yeah, you're her side bitch. Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, Taylor, doesn't Shad make things awkward?
Yeah, it just would not shut. Like I tried going this way, tried going that way, tried massaging it, nothing worked.
She was driven to a local emergency room in New Jersey.
So they gave me muscle relaxers, and it helped, I guess, like relax my jaw. And then 4 of them shoved my jaw back together.
It took 4 medical personnel to put her jaw back in place.
And then they wrapped your head up so that it stayed shut.
Yes.
Dr. Nancy Rosen, a New York City dentist, has seen cases like lockjaw happen before.
What happens is your muscles can go into spasm and your lower jaw can slide out of place, and that can cause lockjaw.
She says if your jaw locks up, there are things you can do.
We're going to massage the muscles here, all through the jaw. The massaging will relax the muscles. One of the important things is if this happens to you, do not get scared, because the fear and anxiety.
Shad's just like, you know what? Why don't you just force it closed?
just pound your fucking chin against the desk. What the fuck?
Recognize your own ignorance that you don't know 100% what the potential consequences are.
I won't
and
recognize
actually
that,
solve some
okay? Because I know
medical-
everything.
Have somebody like step on your head so that it just goes back into place.
Just have somebody do like close your eyes and have somebody do like an undercut.
Yeah.
Just punch your jaw
The
upwards and
Edward
then you go,
Norton
that will fix
method.
it.
I was gonna say, just have your buddy use a baseball bat.
make it worse.
What's that?
Just have your buddy use a baseball bat.
Blunt trauma therapy.
Says going forward, she'll be very cautious.
Are you scared to yawn now?
I'm scared to yawn, yes.
She's lockjaw.
In 2024, Brianna Shipley went to the emergency room with her right eye glued shut.
Instead of grabbing the eye drops, I grabbed the Kiss Nail Glue. Time to take my antibiotic eye drops. I reached over to my nightstand to grab them where I thought they were, and I ended up grabbing nail glue instead. It was just burning on fire. I screamed bloody murder.
Oh my fucking
The bottle of nail glue is really small, almost the same size as a bottle of eye drops. So you can see how easy it is to mix them up.
She was taking eye drops for an infection.
Yeah, just, lazily throw it on my nightstand.
Doctors used Vaseline to open her eye. Then they put a tube in her eye to flush the glue out with saline.
Keep your medicine organized, and always check, maybe triple check your medicine before you take it.
Don't put glue in your eye.
In 2023,
Yeah, don't like put glue in your eye. Don't snort super glue. Like keep it out of your body.
Don't put Gorilla Glue in your
a
hair.
similar sticky situation.
I have won the most idiot person award.
Jennifer Eversole couldn't open one eye because she accidentally glued it shut.
My eye drops sit directly next to super glue, and they're the same size bottle.
I like how I made that joke, and now, yeah, here we go.
And I wasn't paying attention. And now my eyes glued shut. What an idiot. What an idiot.
She posted this.
So you got what's an example of, I guess, negligence where you weren't paying attention and you made some kind of mistake like this where it caused some kind of harm or injury or
We
something?
all put it in the wrong hole once or twice.
I can't think of something I've done like this, dude. Okay, there was one time in the shower, but I was also on LSD, so that might count. But I took a shower on LSD, and I was like fucking blasted, and I put face wash on my scalp. Yeah, that was.
What does that do?
It dried out my scalp.
Ouch.
Okay.
What about
Huh.
you, Shab?
I'm sure there's something, but I don't know
There's
that I can
definitely something.
think of. Oh yeah. I'm retarded. I mean, I'm an idiot. I mean, no. Oh wait, no, that's bigoted too. Shit.
Oh, I have one.
Oh.
So, when I got into like brewing tea, I got black tea, which is like the strongest, I guess, variation of tea. And I didn't know that you're only supposed to keep the pouch in the tea for a brief amount of time. So unlike other like teas or whatever, where you can pretty much keep it in there indefinitely. And when I was drinking it, it's like I could literally, you know how you might have heart palpitation? It's like I was having like kidney palpitations. I could feel my kidneys pumping. And it was like a diuretic, like on steroids. It was just like a fucking hose, like blowing out. I mean, but hey,
Kissed his pants right there.
in the directions, it didn't say anything about that. I had to go online and look it up.
You know what? I got one. Oh, sorry. Yeah, finish yours.
Yeah, I had to go online and look it up. So it's just, could you? sue the company for that, considering that they did not specify that there are risks of keeping the pouch in there for too long?
Well, I don't know, John. Did you piss yourself to death?
Nah.
Nah, you don't got no.
You missed
don't
out.
got a case. Yeah, you missed out. If only.
But here,
All
I got
right,
a pee. Tell your story, Zidane.
When I was in high school, I used to chew tobacco, right? And one night after a night of heavy drinking, me and my buddy are sitting on a couch, and I got a chaw in, and I'm spitting into this Gatorade bottle, right? And we'd both been drinking Gatorade for our hangover, and my buddy reached for my spit bottle thinking that it was his Gatorade, and I can tell from Shab's face he already knows where this is going.
Yeah.
Took a little
He
swig,
splashed it right in your face, right? No? Oh, he took a
little
swig?
swig of chaw.
That sounds delicious.
Bro, I've never done that. Ugh.
Yeah.
But I've seen it happen one time. It was at a party, and it was not like one of those gimmick hot sauces where it's like 80 million Scoville or whatever the fuck. And we were all passing it around, and it was like, yeah, if you fall asleep, you're gonna get hit with the sauce. And we did that to a dude, and he woke up, and the first cup he grabbed was somebody's spit cup, just a red Solo cup. He was like, oh, hot and spicy, and then chugged the fucking... Terrible.
This TikTok video from the ER.
It was actually nail glue, Kiss nail glue, and I'd done my daughter's nails the night previously and forgot to put them away. They put an ointment on it, and they just kind of like slathered it on enough to get the
Dude, women and their nail glue, am I right?
corners to kind of disintegrate a little bit, and then they put numbing eye drops in and cut my eyelashes and cut...
So, Danny, does she leave any nail glue laying around near the eye drops?
For all the makeup Danny likes to do, she's never really been about her nails, so no.
The eyelid open. I threw away all the nail glue bottles.
In 2018, Dr. Kenny Bond shared a story about a patient who pulled a 5-foot-long tapeworm out of his gut.
But then when he pulls it out, it starts breathing.
That's definitely pretty unique, especially compared to all the other stories.
It starts moving. It's like, oh my god, then he knew it was a worm and just sort of dropped it on the bathroom floor, but still coming.
Yeah, Shab, have you ever heard of that genius dieting technique or weight loss technique where you have people that will eat cotton balls to make themselves feel full and stuff? I mean, that's really smart. But there's people that will actually eat tapeworms.
Yeah.
As an approach to losing
How do you think
weight.
I stay so thin and sexy, Gene?
Well, it extends all throughout your intestines. So it will just keep growing and growing until it's like dozens of feet in length. And again, why are people that fucking stupid? It's just, if I'm gonna do something like that at all, like I said, even if I'm taking some herbal supplement, I go online and just do a little bit of homework. I go to WebMD and look at their drug interaction checker to make sure it doesn't interact negatively with any of the medications I'm taking. And with them, it's just, yeah, I'm gonna swallow some tapeworms. Even though if you do any basic level of research, every fucking source out there is gonna tell you that it has potential lethal side effects. And the best case scenario is that you're gonna need surgery to get the fucking tapeworm removed.
Coming out of him. He doesn't know what to do with it. He takes a toilet paper roll and he takes the end of the worm and rolls it around and pulls it out. So I said, is that the worm you have with you? And he's like, yeah. So you want to see it? I was like, well, of course. So I open it up and it's very obvious a tapeworm.
It's impossible to say where the tapeworm came from, though. Dr. Bond said the patient told him he ate a lot of sushi, and that lines up with CDC warnings about intestinal parasites in fish. Bond treated the patient with a simple...
AP says, guy with beanie works at a grocery store.
It's true.
Yeah, what? Do you hate customer service workers? So what if I did work at a grocery store? Do you like devaluing people that work retail?
What the fuck?
What a bigot.
You can tell them what you actually do, but yeah, I would rather just ask, so
even
what
though everyone
if I
knows
did?
what my actual job is, knows that I make a lot of money.
Yeah, you're a prostitute. And a good one, too.
In 2016, with every breath this kid took, there was a whistle.
Where are you, Anthony? Emergency room?
How we ended up there is quite a story. The kid was apparently playing with one of those doggy toys and swallowed the whistle part. For Inside Edition Digital, I'm
Yeah, see, don't leave your kid unattended when they're playing with the squeaky toys. Don't want them to get inside of it and swallow the squeaker.
The squishy toy that kids love to put in the microwave to make them even more squishy, but...
Oh, yes.
So we covered this a few weeks ago, but apparently the same thing happened to another kid.
Injured when the toy got too hot, the company issued a safety warning. Nonetheless, a 7-year-old girl just ended up in the hospital.
This little girl suffered horrifying burns after her toy suddenly burst open, scalding her face and chest. It happened while 7-year-old Scarlett was playing with one of the most popular squishy toys around, Neato fidget toys. Kids love to squeeze and stretch them. Social media shows people putting them in microwaves to make them more squishy.
Okay, the people doing this on social media are fucking retarded. And especially now that we know that there's serious consequences to doing something like this, I don't know. Again, I don't get it. I can understand why a kid would be stupid and do something like this, but adults, the parents that allow them to do this, why wouldn't, I would look up what's actually inside these fucking toys, what the actual chemicals are, and what the potential, negative effects might be. How are people this lacking when it comes to just foresight?
Squishy. Scarlett's mom says after her daughter heated up the Neato in the microwave, she landed in the burn ward and a medically induced coma. I spoke to the child and mom, Amanda Blankenship. What happened with the Neato toy?
She hopped up on the counter, grabbed the Neato toy out of the microwave. It was just one little tiny pinhole. Everything came out of that one little pinhole and landed on her neck and chest and her chin and around her mouth.
Scarlett isn't the only one. The same thing happened to this 8-year-old girl in January. The home ring cam shows little Gia tossing the Neato in the microwave. Too small to reach the buttons, she stood on her big sister's back to pull out the toy.
I know this is terrible, but I just like how the two girls left unattended. The older sister acts as...
You could actually see an adult in the background, too, if you look there. Do you see them? To the left.
Suddenly, the toy...
Yeah, fuck.
Aww.
Burst open, burning the 8-year-old in the face. Her mom rushes her to the sink.
It was sticky and it was hot. So I was just ripping it off of her face.
Oh, God. Terrible.
Oh, we got, I think, a Japanese viewer in the chat, and they said... The lower left never gets out of breath. Yeah.
That's so poetic. I love it. The lower left
People love me.
barely gets
Put
out
toys in
of
a microwave.
breath.
I think that should be the number one thing is let's not microwave any toys.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
let's not microwave any toy.
I like
that's a good idea.
Well,
Fuck,
Let's
man.
replay
there's
that over
probably
and over again so we can listen
toys
to
that are
Scott's
meant
screech,
for
too.
that.
I love that.
Company that makes Neato says the injuries come from misusing the toy. They say microwaving, heating, or freezing Neato is dangerous and may cause injury.
In America, kids are more likely to get seriously injured from microwaving squishy toys. In Palestine, kids are more likely to get injured from having bombs dropped on their heads.
Basically the
Puts
same
things
thing.
in perspective.
I think it's a Chinese psyop that they're telling kids to microwave their toys.
Teddy says do
Oh,
a dab, and I don't know if he's talking to me or Shabisky, so I'm going to do a dab.
Wait, you said it
Yeah.
Chinese psyop? It is TikTok. So
Yeah.
you see, social media, they're encouraging kids to microwave their squishy toys.
Hello, stupid American kids. Microwave this toy.
So apparently this is a kid who slipped through the fence in the White House.
What if
So
I
he's
slipped
fucking-
through the fence at the White House? Would he carry me out? Carry me out like this?
That
Huh?
kid might
I
have
don't
a
think so.
lightsaber, damn it.
I don't
the
think
Secret
so.
Service is considered to be the most sophisticated security force on the planet, but yet when I do my homework on different incidents in the past where people will fire shots at the White House and then they just chalk it up to, oh, it was probably just construction work, and then later they find bullet entries or bullets stuck in the glass, and it's just I don't know. I don't know what the credibility is of that claim.
You see that? He was going for his gun. What would happen if Shabisky did that? You know, he
Yeah,
slipped through the
they wouldn't
bars of the
even-
White House.
It's true, fucked up Jesus. Bottom right and top left will do drugs if you tip.
So, you know how in those old cartoons, you'll have like a little person, a midget, dress up as like a baby? Maybe if a little person did that, they dressed up as like a toddler, they could try to infiltrate the perimeters of the White House. And maybe that way they might be able to get to the president.
Just dress up like Chucky.
They gotta send Odd Job in there, dude.
It's a plain old kid with a special talent. Here's Steve Hartman.
That is not a blue jay you're hearing. Not a robin, nor a tufted titmouse. Those sounds are all coming from
He
Samuel,
said
an 11-year-old Samuel Henderson.
I actually quite enjoy this.
Samuel, who is autistic and has Tourette syndrome,
He's autistic.
Can perfectly imitate 50 birds.
What's the hardest?
Dude, just imagine you're just chilling around this guy and he lets out the kookaburra, dude.
He just calls birds over to you.
Yeah. Some people say that I swallowed birds.
But you haven't swallowed any birds.
No, well, chickens.
Okay.
As a born entertainer.
Yeah, I got it.
But since he mostly practiced his calls on the playground, alone along the back fence.
Yeah, I get it, you stupid little fuck.
No. Do you think he's bullying?
Probably, poor kid. But yeah, it's a cool. I agree, Everest. This is a cool talent. I'll be disappointed if I don't hear him do a kookaburra.
Yeah, I know it sucks. Kids are mean, but you know, if he's at the fence, like making these bird calls, other kids are probably look at him, not saying the nicest things.
A lot of kids at his Choctaw, Oklahoma school hadn't ever heard.
Until the annual Nakoma Park Intermediate School Talent Show. Samuel really wanted to compete, but no kid from special ed had ever participated. And this would be mostly singing and dancing and band.
Told him to fuck off.
So bird sounds? His mother was nervous.
Some kids can be mean. And
the thought of that happening to him on stage in front of the whole school.
It would just break my heart if that were to have happened.
But Lori says his teacher convinced her that Samuel needed to spread his wings, so to speak. So he took to the stage. At first, the other kids didn't know what to think.
It really sounded like there was a bird in the building.
Exactly like.
I was like, what is this?
This is a bald eagle.
But as he continued and laid his passion bare,
Another forward viewer in the chat, they asked me, do you like green eggs and ham?
Yeah, I've been trying to keep up on translating Japanese viewers.
I don't know. It seems like there might be some bacteria or whatever associated with eggs and ham being green. So I don't know. Maybe I'll pass on that. If you find some green eggs and ham lying around festering the corner of your place, it's like probably best to throw it away and then spray the area with some disinfectant. Don't eat green eggs and ham.
But would you try them from a box?
I came alive and said
that.
But would you try them from a box if it was padded up with locks, or maybe even in with a fox?
The green eggs and ham challenge.
Samuel was not only accepted, he was admired.
He's really brave. It takes a lot of courage to get yourself up there. He aced it. I don't think I saw one single kid not clapping their hands.
I like this story, dude. This is this is the most wholesome thing I may have ever seen on this podcast.
And I like how the kids aren't assholes.
That's
they come from an area where they're taught to
Well, even if they thought he was weird and talk shit about him before, once they see holy shit, the news, CBS is getting they want to interview us about it. Holy shit! Then they're gonna have some respect for him if they didn't before.
Boring. I was so happy to see him living his dreams. My heart just exploded.
It's been almost a year since that talent show. And guess who now rocks the playground? Samuel. That's who.
Everyone here can do a peacock. It goes like this.
Dude, I'll be honest. Yeah, that's probably the most heartwarming shit I've ever seen on this fucking podcast. I don't care if it's just because fucking ABC News or whoever the fuck came to do this shit. Good for this kid. Whatever, dude.
So one of our Japanese chatters said, "Pretending the man in the hat isn't gay." I don't know. Wait. Are
they talking about? Are they talking? Oh, I thought they were talking about dirt.
Gay, so you don't have to I don't know. Just embrace the fact that I'm gay.
Yeah. What if I am gay?
I did.
What if dirt is gay?
Are you being homophobic?
The one man with the hat.
Trubisky and I are pretty gay with each other.
Yeah.
So really, you're not wrong going for either of us.
There's good news tonight about a new generation discovering an old-fashioned hobby.
Lots
with
of
a high-tech
birds.
twist. It's a caught-on-camera reality show thrilling a new generation of bird watchers, so-called smart feeders.
Do you think I should get one and start streaming all the doves
No.
towards my neighborhood, all the squirrels and rats?
Got to get a parrot and teach it slurs and then stream with it.
All the Baltimore City wildlife.
With cameras connected to your phone,
It's going to learn a
offering
lot of
front row
slurs.
seat. An up-close and personal window into a world we don't always see. Florida mom Melissa Kirkland got hers this past Christmas.
This is not something you've been obsessed with your whole life. It's nothing I'd ever been interested in before. As soon as
Now, I got a bird feeder in my backyard, and I got these 2 doves that I get a bunch of photos of them. They come and pretty much hang out at my place every spring and summer. Every morning I go downstairs, they're out there near the bird bath.
Smart feeder connected to
And
my
they've gotten to the point where if I walk outside and stuff, they're just all chill. I haven't attempted to pet them yet, but they still, like, I can pretty much stand right next to them, and they are completely unbothered.
phone, and I was getting those notifications that a painted bunting or an eastern bluebird would land on my feeder. It just was such joy.
Melissa started sharing her videos online, and soon her friend
Do you think it would be okay if I try to invite the doves into my house?
I don't know.
Purchase
Let
a
'em in.
bird cage for them and started
Catch 'em with a net and force them
Our
in.
Japanese friend has spoken once again and says, a man in a hat can dry a porn star's vagina.
Now, somebody was here last week or the week before from Japan, and they asked, why do Americans wear hats all the time?
Yeah, I
think
remember
that's
that.
a part of American culture that they're
The
probably
man with the
interested
green
in.
background needs to say more, says Napa.
Which
I
one?
try.
2 of them have green backgrounds.
Jennifer Malzacher
Good
wanted
point.
one too.
We try.
Now they're
Both the green guys are trying, dude.
Yeah, it showed, like, in the analytics that the city where we get the most watch time is Osaka, Japan. For a while, it's like, is this actually the case? Because I don't really get any, like, Japanese viewers to talk in the chat. So I guess I started pointing that out. Now we got some Japanese viewers talking about us being gay with hats.
We like it.
Konnichiwa, gay with hat.
Reaction when you first started
No, don't do a racism.
seeing these pop up.
Yeah, you
Actually made me feel really
racist,
happy that I was
bigoted
providing
piece
them
of
food and
shit.
like a safe place to come. My kids got a really huge kick out of that too.
The app's even giving stats on the types of birds and recognizing repeat visitors, like Melissa's favorite, the painted bunting. Jennifer honoring her loved ones with names like Dennis for this cardinal, and that eastern bluebird, that's Penny.
Do you feel like it's part of sort of this environmental push for both of you, or making you more interested than you used to be in the environment?
I mean, absolutely. It just makes me more aware of nature overall.
When I see these birds, I think to myself, as long as the birds are coming to my feeder, something good is happening in the environment around me, and I want to contribute to that.
Golden crown kinglet right here.
It's an awareness giving new hope
A northern mockingbird.
to old school bird watchers like
Thing is, like, I wonder, like, cats cause a lot of problems with, like, bird sort of populations, wild bird, so forth. And do you think if you have some of these bird watchers and stuff, these cameras, they might capture cats?
Yeah, dude,
assassinating the birds?
that'd be terrible. You're watching one of these YouTube streams of the bird feeder, and the cat just comes up and cleans house. That's fucking terrifying.
Todd
Terrible.
Winston. He's New York City's Bird Alliance urban biodiversity specialist.
In this moment, the natural world is under attack all over the world, from climate change, from loss of habitat, pollution. It's so important that people...
From people's outdoor cats! Keep your cats indoors, people.
We got another Japanese message that says, I'm talking about someone who never stops talking.
Well, it is a podcast, so you do know you're
Talking
supposed
is
to be
the
talking
thing
on a
that you do.
podcast. This person on a radio show, they never stop talking. Howard Stern, every time I listen to him, why does he never stop talking?
Love it and to want to protect it.
And now,
You know, I guess...
Another totally Japanese viewer says, you are all gay. That was just Pinky. You definitely went to Google Translate for that one.
some high-tech help for folks flocking to make new connections.
It has become a big source of comfort for me.
I feel like, especially within my little orbit, people are wanting to get back to the basics.
Dude, we should do a podcast where we just stare at the camera and barely talk at all.
Yes, that would be literally. Man, we
get
should have
big
did
on
that
Twitch
for
real quick.
We should have did that on April Fool's Day. We
Oh,
should have
yeah.
just sat here for 5 hours and just stared at the camera. fuck. Well, the cat's out of the bag. We can't do it anymore, but that would have been...
I guess they just want us to watch people's videos, but the thing is that's not transformative. That will get the videos flagged and removed, or the streams flagged and removed.
It's really special.
You don't know that.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
Did you guys know
It's the overbite that's
those are
launching.
actually dinosaurs? Oh, man.
1,000 smiles.
Let's have fun.
Actress Amy Lou Wood shows off her overbite and gap-toothed grin in the new season of White Lotus.
Look at your teeth.
Thank you.
I mean, I can't believe the impact my teeth are having.
It's a growing trend. Thanks to Amy, more and more.
Do you think that's her natural sort of overbite? If she's just,
No, she had her teeth altered to be all messed up. What do you
not
mean?
altered. I'm saying, do you think maybe she's, I don't know, like, maybe posturing, like, maybe trying to, like, protrude her teeth out or whatever to make it look like it's more pronounced than it actually is?
More Americans are embracing their natural smiles, celebrating their crooked teeth with the hashtag #GapGirl.
It's kind of shocking to see somebody that's just not absolutely picture perfect with their smile.
30-year-old Emma Dixon spoke with our Megan Alexander.
What do you think this show has done for women, having a prominent character with imperfect teeth?
I feel like, especially in the U.S., we have such an emphasis on just like perfect teeth, perfect dental work.
Why are they doing hashtag Gap Girl? She doesn't really have a gap. Her teeth are just sticking out like this. Like they're
gap.
There's not much of a no. There's a gap. I'm saying on the actress, there's not really much of a gap going on.
A little bit of a gap.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can barely cover it with the pointy end of your mouse.
I like how they mention
you make a good point.
America, how we're all obsessed with perfect teeth, but yet America has an obesity epidemic. You don't really care about people being picture perfect when it comes to obesity.
And it's nice to see somebody who just has a little quirk to them.
Years ago, patients would come and say, I want these Hollywood white teeth. And that's not the case anymore. They want to just look like very natural.
19-year-old Ruth Adams wishes she saw the trend coming. She was bullied for her toothy smile and got braces, a decision she now regrets after watching White Lotus.
I love that people are loving
She regrets
I
it.
wish it could have been the same for me.
Who knew a TV show could make a
Yeah, I don't think you should be regretting that. I'm sorry. Like, her teeth were not the same, and they were a lot worse.
And the thing is, there are negative effects to having, like, crooked teeth. They can interfere with your speech.
Yeah.
So it can lead to, like, speech impediments. It can cause issues, put you at greater risk of certain, like, sort of oral diseases, because it might expose your gums, expose the, like, gaps in your teeth to more bacteria and so forth. So there's definitely health benefits to getting braces and having teeth that are more properly aligned.
I feel so seen. I love it.
3 Wallingford teens are now facing charges for spray painting racial slurs and derogatory terms inside an abandoned building. The teens are charged with burglary, criminal mischief, and criminal trespass. Pictures of the
Jamal is a wow. I wonder what that other word is.
Well, how come they didn't blur cracker?
was targeted. Police tell
Racism against white people, actually.
as they told the property owner what happened, and they'll be working on securing the building. This is still an active investigation, and we'll keep following.
Well, here's the thing, Dirt. Do you know what the term cracker, where it derives from? History of that word? Cracking the whip.
Yeah.
We should go ask Trumpster Bob. He'll give us a good rundown on this.
But the thing is, Dirt, it's the fault of your ancestors for owning slaves. Yeah.
This is
my
just
ancestors couldn't afford slaves.
This is just a story of people going into an abandoned building and graffitiing.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking stupid. That's pretty fucking stupid. This must have been a real bad slow news day. Like, yeah,
It's like
there
it's
was
a graffiti rampage.
they had to add that on to make it seem like it's interesting and all. Wow,
Yeah,
some
I
kids
think that
went
when
into
I
it.
added it, the end was cut off, so I was thinking maybe they were graffitiing an entire town, not just one building.
Yeah, Rampage makes it sound like... Yeah, Rampage makes it sound like it's just fucking to some crazy extent. This is like, yeah, a group of teenagers came in and did 10 fucking graffitis in an abandoned building. Who cares? Who gives
they
a
wrote
fuck?
the N-word. They drew penises.
What? They wrote the N-word? No, we gotta talk to Fox News about this and CNN.
All right,
no.
well, then let's take it up a notch. Let's cover Russia.
Ooh.
Yeah, now we got all that. Out of
See,
the way.
now this
Taking
is
it up
worth
a notch.
talking
Bam.
about. Yeah.
Chad, where's Belarus?
In Russia.
No.
Oh, in Ukraine.
No.
In between Russia and Ukraine somewhere. I don't know. Where?
Kinda.
Oh, I was right.
North of Ukraine and Moldova. It's
Yeah.
known as Europe's last dictatorship. And Alexander Lukashenko, their head of state, he's known as Europe's last dictator. And they still have a government agency by the title of the KGB, when Russia doesn't even have the KGB anymore.
It's a lot of barbed wire.
And Alexander Lukashenko, he's big butt buddies with Putin. And before they invaded Ukraine, he allowed all the Russian military to deploy their troops across the Belarus-Ukrainian border.
Barbed wire and metal bars line the Polish-Belarusian border. This is Europe's new Iron Curtain. Don't let the lack of combat fool you here. A hybrid war is being waged where instead of missiles, migrants are being sent across the border.
Oh, and this is shit he's done before. So he likes fucking with the rest of Europe by just letting waves of immigrants coming through. And I don't know, why doesn't he allow them to stay in his country and so forth? I mean, I don't have any issues with immigration, but it seems like if he's so altruistic and so forth, why doesn't he give them residence?
It's more than 1,000 kilometers from Vladimir Putin's invading army, far from the reach of conventional Russian artillery, so another tactic has been deployed. Tens of thousands of migrants. They are mostly men, not armed with weapons, but whatever's at arm's reach. On a migration pathway...
Is it turned up all the way on your end?
What's that?
Just making sure it's turned up all the way on your end.
Yep.
Alright.
Traveling from countries like Syria, Ethiopia, Sudan, Yemen, and more. Part of an effort to destabilize Europe.
Okay, so Yemen, Ethiopia, and Syria. Why may there be, why do you think there's a shit ton of refugees from those specific countries? Want to guess?
War.
Yeah?
War.
So,
I don't know what it might be.
Well, Syria, it's okay, there's Syrian refugee crisis. They've been completely destabilized for a while. So you got Syrian civil war. Pretty serious conflict. Then there's the Tigrayan war in Ethiopia. But with Yemen, it's a bit more unique set of circumstances. So it's not necessarily war. But do you know what Saudi Arabia's been doing in Yemen?
It certainly don't got nothing to do with that genocide we've been funding.
Well, yeah, so Saudi Arabia's been doing pretty much the same thing that Israel's been doing with Gaza.
For longer.
The United States gives Saudi Arabia all this funding, and they pretty much hauled Yemen, which is an enclave, under some medieval-style siege. They cut them off from trade, and they've created all this instability in the region. And there's been countless mass famines in Yemen, so I don't know. It seems like the United States they have a lot of they contribute a decent amount to this sort of genocide. And then similar to Gaza, where hey, we're doing a lot of fucked up stuff, or Israel, who we're supporting, is really destabilizing that area, and then Hamas takes over. Yemen, there's the Houthis. And do you think maybe the rise of the Houthis could be blamed on instability that's caused by Saudi Arabia and the United States backing Saudi Arabia? Makes you think.
All of them are met with this.
Say them refugees is libtards.
Built after the Polish border guard quickly.
Sam Shaw's put in the laughing emojis, so
Well, no.
Shaw asked, what would you do if you woke up and Jesus was in your bath? I would drop a toaster into it.
Well, no, in Minecraft, but...
I never said it was plugged in.
Jesus.
Overwhelmed at the start of the Ukraine war. And how many people are trying to attempt to cross the border? How frequently do they come?
So imagine in 2019 there was 13 people who illegally crossed the border.
John, I just want to say this. Jesus is a fictional character. Would you have reacted the same if someone said the same thing about dropping a toaster in the bath with SpongeBob?
Well, was Jesus fictional? I think biblical Jesus is
his
fictional.
mystical powers were.
Yeah.
His mythical. He's mythical.
I never said anything about plugging the toaster in. I'm just playing for spooky points.
I don't really give a fuck.
I think SpongeBob could take a
I
toaster.
think it shouldn't make any difference as opposed to saying something like that about somebody like Socrates or Confucius.
But in 2021, that was about
Fair enough.
20,000. So you see the number of those people who tried it because the borders was really huge.
Polish authorities say they arrive in Belarus on tourist or student visas.
Jesus died for your sins, Gene. Fucking asshole.
So I'm not anti-immigration, but there's a right way to go. There's a right way to go about immigration, and it's clear that Belarus, just while they're fighting a war, it makes sense that when a notable ground war is going on, it's not really the best time to be dealing with like a mass influx of like immigrants, and it probably would be better if they tried traveling to other countries like Germany or Finland or whatever. So it's very clear that Alexander Lukashenko's doing this just as a way to like fuck with Ukraine, to cause complications while they're dealing with this war with Russia.
$10,000 and $20,000. Europe's new Iron Curtain is 5.5 meters high, 400 kilometers wide, lined with razor wire, covered with cameras, and patrolled by 13,000 guards, dogs, and aerial drones. Those are just the defences you can see.
So when they tried to do it, we get information in the special center where people are sitting and watching, observing the border all the time, 24 hours per day. And if they got an alarm, they informed the patrol on the border that could react very quickly to stop those people.
Stopping people.
Now, is Ukraine, are they in the EU? I know they're not part of NATO. If they're part of EU, I think that one thing that they probably should do is maybe try to cooperate with other like EU countries and stuff, or at least the like legislative body of like EU. So if they are dealing with immigrants that are in the country illegally, try to find a way to get them asylum in other European countries.
They applied for membership back in 2022.
So they're still not part of the EU?
I think the better answer would be like not yet, because it says that they were granted candidate status, but that's all so far.
Then they should work on some kind of treaty or agreement with their neighboring countries, and I think that probably would, if other NATO states or Western countries want to give some kind of assistance here and help them as much as they can, probably would make sense if they helped give asylum to the people pouring into Ukraine.
Often involves violence.
And it probably, would require a lot less resources than spraying them with water cannons and building a bunch of barbed wire fences.
Nearly 9,000 pushbacks during the 4-year migration crisis. Repelling potential refugees without giving them the right to apply for asylum is illegal under international law. So is the act of crossing without an application. And despite the state-of-the-art defences, there are those who make it.
They're exposed to all different kinds of suffering. So first, alcohol population suffer from physical trauma.
I mean, I could have no fucking clue what I'm talking about, but if they worked if they worked with EU and they established a bunch of like, I don't know, asylum sort of offices or asylum like assemblies or something, so they know that, hey, once they actually get to the Ukraine, there are all these like notable locations they can go to where they can work with all the logistics of trying to get them relocated to another part of Europe, because currently Ukraine, there's war going on. It seems like that would be far less resource intensive than having a bunch of guards stationed at the border, creating a bunch of barriers, barbed wire fences, showing up with giant trucks with water cannons. Seems like it would cost a lot less and, I don't know, be a much more efficient way at dealing with the problem.
and physical
Yeah,
trauma.
Zelensky says that he still wants to be America's main ally in that part of Europe. I feel like that would be one of the things that entails.
To cross the border itself, so we have like factual.
Oh, Doctors Without Borders. So, I mean, we can't trust them because they keep spreading lies about war crimes in Israel, or in Gaza. So clearly, Doctors Without Borders, like all those other international aid organizations, they're not credible at all.
Very deep cut.
They're a bunch of goddamn libtards spreading propaganda.
Exactly.
Weapon, this area has earned a reputation as Europe's death zone. A border Doctors Without Borders can't go beyond. To date, the organisation has treated 450 people who crossed into the Polish countryside. But they don't just suffer injuries from security measures, they also experience the effects of spending weeks unsheltered in the Eastern European wilderness.
So for several months we have people suffering from hypothermia, which is a very dangerous condition. We have people suffering from gastrointestinal infections, and this is linked to the fact that they don't have really access to water and food, so they're drinking the water from the slums. We have people that suffer from the trench foot.
There have been 89 recorded deaths since the migration crisis exploded. 40 on the Polish side of the border, 49 in Belarus.
We had officer border guard officers.
Now, I do believe so. The border on Belarus, the border of Belarus and Ukraine, that's where the Chernobyl disaster happened. So there's this large radius where half of it's like in North Ukraine and half of it's in South Belarus, where the soil is completely contaminated with radiation. And probably the same thing with dealing with water supply and so forth. So it's definitely a very hazardous zone. So if there's a bunch of refugees that are stuck there, they're stuck probably with some of the only sustenance they can consume is doused with radiation. So Alexander Lushenko's kind of fucked up in that regard. And one of the things Alexander Lushenko has done is he insists that, oh no, that area that is within that radius of the Chernobyl blast zone, no, it's completely fine to live there. So he actually forces citizens to live in settlements there because he wants to insist that that land can be used and irrigated and stuff, when all the experts say nope, it's very toxic and hazardous. So it kind of shows how much of a fucked up piece of shit Lushenko is.
Who were injured in May 2024. Also, one of the soldiers support border guard was killed by the person from the Russian side.
And they have an incredible story of violence, of being trapped in the cycles, when they are in between the two borders.
Despite being one of the most heavily fortified regions on the continent, this remains a weak point when it comes to peace negotiations. If Moscow and Minsk want to torpedo talks to further destabilize Europe, they'll send more migrants here. This is a symptom of that destabilization, a shooting range inside a secondary school. In Poland, children's firearms training is now mandatory, with an initiative that was put in place after the collapse of the Soviet Union and is now...
Oh, Bill Andy says trillions have been wasted on these third world countries, and that money has been pissed away by their political overlords, and now they're migrating out to your U.S. also. Yeah, and one of the fucked up things is a lot of them will travel to Brazil, because Brazil has some of the most lenient sort of policies that are easy to exploit when it comes to traveling abroad without a visa or the appropriate paperwork. And then they risk their lives traveling through a lot of crime-heavy areas, traveling through the Darien Gap, which is one of the most deadly pieces of terrain out there. And then they travel through Honduras, where there's a lot of a great risk of being subjected to human trafficking. Then they have to travel through the Mojave Desert, which a lot of them die doing that, just to get to the United States in hopes that they'll be provided with asylum and won't be deported. And it's just Argentina and Chile and Uruguay. There's those countries, their human development, on the Human Development Index, they're not that far behind the United States and Canada. So I always think, why don't they try to seek asylum in, I don't know, Buenos Aires or, Argentina? And it's because of the, sort of propagated American exceptionalism. And, I wouldn't mind giving asylum to these people. I don't mind having more people from across the globe contributing to our country. But it also kind of sucks that a lot of them are dying because we like sort of try to present that sort of American exceptionalism to the entire world, which is what ends up that misinformation pretty much encourages them to go out of their way to get to the United States. And it's mostly the right that likes to support that sort of propaganda, even though they don't want to deal with the immigration. America.
After the war broke, the increase of the people who started interested to shoot.
What do you think about this, John? Then
was dramatically.
mandatorily teaching children how to use guns.
No, I don't think it should be mandatory at all. I can see sort of gun safety being taught in schools when it comes to teaching kids to, you know, if you come across a gun, stay away, get an adult, things like that. But I think kids that are elementary school age don't need to be messing around with firearms.
You threw Bill Andy off because you agreed with a bunch of what they said, and then you said the right. Then you said it's the right that usually spreads that propaganda or likes to spread that propaganda. It's because you were saying a bunch of stuff that they consider. I don't know.
Like
it's
the American exceptionalism. That is usually something that people on the right, that sort of overly patriotic sort of view of the United States.
They loved everything you had to say when you were agreeing with them up until you said something bad about the right. And now Bill Andy can't listen no more. Oh, did that hurt? Is that too much for you, Bill Andy? Does every word that comes out of anybody's mouth that you hear, does it have to be what you believe?
So there are scenarios where there is hypocrisy with both parties, and this is an example where there is a layer of hypocrisy.
Yeah.
With
honestly, you just want an echo chamber from your last comment. You're telling us all you want is an echo chamber, Bill, and that goes to show why you maybe are a little, like you need a little bit of work with your political beliefs and your values here. If you just stick to the same thing and never question it and never want to hear any sort of different beliefs, then how are you going to come to the right conclusion?
And if you agree with 90-something% of what we say, but there's this small percentage you don't agree with, I'd say that the fact that you expect people to agree with you to that extreme where it has to be 100%, I think you're going to be disappointed because you're never going to meet a single person who agrees with you on 100% of issues or topics out there.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has confirmed that Ukrainian troops are fighting in Russia's Belgorod region. Now, a reminder that Belgorod is close to Russia's Kursk region, where Ukrainian troops have been trying to hold on to territory since a surprise incursion last year. Zelensky has said that the move into Kursk and other Russian territory aims to divert Russia.
Oh, and this is Belarus here, and then Moldova's here.
Forces from Ukraine. Ukraine's military has released drone footage of what it says are attacks on Russian troops in Belgorod. And Zelensky's announcement comes after Russian reports of Ukrainian attacks in Belgorod last month.
Chief of Defense Alexander Syrsky has reported on the front line our presence in the Kursk region and our presence in the Belgorod region. We are continuing our active operations in the enemy's border areas, and this is absolutely justified. The war must return to where it came from.
Meanwhile, Russia is on.
So, when this war sees some kind of conclusion, do you think Ukraine will get any land back?
No.
Probably not with the way things are going right now.
And the big issue is they're having a troop shortage. And Russia's also dealing with those sort of issues with logistics, having a lack of supplies and so forth. But they don't really care about their citizens, so they have a much larger quantity of soldiers that they can just throw at the front lines.
Recruitment drive, the largest draft since its war against Georgia. Rights groups fear that the government might force many of these conscripts to sign military contracts, which would mean that they could be sent to fight. All of this comes just ahead of an expected new offensive in Ukraine. DW's Sergei Satanovsky reports.
An unexpected early end to a workout session in a Moscow gym.
The police are here. They just forced us to the ground. We're lying face down right now. Non-Russians over there, Russians over here. The order is some go one way, the rest go the other.
Eyewitnesses told local media the officers were looking for men of conscription age. This decree from President Vladimir Putin has launched the biggest military draft for the last 14 years. The state is now calling up 160,000 men.
Wait, so are they? So they're separating them. Is it because they're not going to conscript the Ukrainian citizens? Because that would be pretty fucked up if they start conscripting those who are living in annexed territories.
Last year, the number was 150,000. The Russian military draft always happens.
And is that a war crime? Like drafting civilians and like capture territory?
Twice a year, but this spring it's different. Not only the government calling up more men, it may punish those who ignore their.
That also wouldn't stop Putin.
Shabisky, when Canada and Mexico ally together and take over America, if they force you to fight in their military against the United States, would you do it?
I will just, when they get here, I will throw my birth certificate away. I'll burn it, and then I'll be like, "Hello, I am Shabisco," and they'll.
That is such a horrible fucking thing.
and no, it'll totally work. It'll totally work. I'd be like, "I've been here waiting."
So how many jokes?
Where have you been?
You guys made so far that's just making some stupid accent when we're talking about people from other countries.
Wait, are you saying that accents?
Only two.
People in other countries with accents it's stupid? You said that they have stupid accents, Jane.
Well, I think I'm not saying their accents are stupid.
What the
I'm saying
fuck,
that you
dude?
making
What a
some
bigot.
Satirical, trying to.
Whatever. On with the video, you bigot. God.
It's lowbrow. It's without taste, Shab.
They'll be monitoring to see
Without
what happens.
taste.
We're known for our taste around here.
Yeah. Tasting your mom's pussy.
A wave of people being denied loans, barred
See
from
what I
registering,
mean?
or closing small businesses, or
Cancel John. I'm the one calling them out for being fucking
able to
stupid.
buy
No,
and
he
sell
agrees
property
with
and
me.
vehicles as a result.
So this one person says, so Ukraine is recruiting college students, drafting civilians, training kids to shoot. There's a curfew. They cut out the power every night and haven't had elections since 2023. I think all of that's problematic, but again, two wrongs don't make a right. That doesn't mean that Russia's innocent. Just because there's some things you can criticize Ukraine for.
Of the draft. If people are stopped at passport control or banned from leaving the country, that will also be a clear sign.
The Russian parliament, the Duma, tightened conscription laws when the full-scale invasion of Ukraine began 3 years ago. Back then, lawmakers said it was for self-defense.
Within a year, we must provide military training.
So, when you look at the science, and I know I go over this again and again and again, but when the psychology shows that human beings have this tendency to not think critically and to always analyze things in a very black and white manner, the fact that we get so many people that we're discussing disputes between different countries and they'll always hyper-focus on one state, one country, and be like, hey, look at all the bad stuff they're doing. So when you're bringing up all this bad stuff that the other side's doing, I guess that doesn't count because the other side isn't perfect. Do you think that's kind of a sign that, you know, when the research shows that 4 in 5 people fail at tests that measure critical thinking, that they're more likely to fall within the 80% as opposed to the 20%? Yeah.
I agree with you, Gene.
What's that?
I said I agree with you, Gene.
Yeah.
If there's a major war against Russia, it's fully justified.
Today's drafted men won't automatically be sent to the front, but rights groups say they...
Oh, Remy is like, go play Schedule 1, Gene. What, Remy, you don't like this sort of content?
He wants you to play Schedule 1 with me, Gene.
Sign a
You
military
could be
service
part
contract,
of the group.
and that would mean they could be sent to fight.
Previously, a 3-month training period was required before signing a military service contract. Now, however, a contract can be presented right at the enlistment office. As a
Gene,
result,
you
a
never
huge number
had
of people
any
have signed
piercings or
contracts
tattoos before, right?
What's that?
Have you ever had any piercings or tattoos?
Nope.
Yeah, me and you are both clean and stuff like that. We're not dirty, disgusting human beings like those other people with piercings
Did
and
someone mention
tattoos.
that?
No, I was just thinking about how pure we are. Going with the video.
Why'd you bring this up? Why'd you interrupt the video?
Because I saw his piercing, and I thought about, like, does Gene have any piercings?
Okay. Let's continue.
You wanted to know if something else was pierced.
Wait, Gene, do you have
Prince Albert?
In
a can?
All of this is happening as Ukraine government.
Well, you better let him out, John.
1,000 men of conscription age have been killed in
What
Ukraine.
was that lag?
At least 500,000 have been maimed.
Yeah, I thought that the screen share was broken for a second.
I thought Gene was pausing it like in retard mode or something.
Yeah, sorry if I spoke over that. No, I think it's fixed now, but the stream lagged for a minute on your end.
Yeah.
It lagged for me too.
Yeah.
Go on. Taking that into account, apparently Russia is preparing for a major offensive close to May, when the ground will have dried up, so it needs manpower.
Oh, this is a serious issue. I did look it up. What's the correct term for, I guess, soil that's more moist and so forth? And it's waterlogged. So that's one major issue when the soil's wet and you're engaged in this war of attrition where, you know, people are bunkering down in trenches, is trench foot. It's all waterlogged and stuff. Creates a lot of problems.
Surveys of Russian voters show about 80% support their army sections. Although it should be noted that speaking against the army is a crime in Russia, people have been jailed for more than 7 years for doing so. Even though most people wouldn't want their loved ones to fight, most observers see the continuing war working in Putin's favor domestically.
The war acts like a drug, and this is how it works. War is sacred, it must not be lost. We have to tighten our belts, grit our teeth, and fight back against the entire West that has attacked us.
Amid this
the West who has attacked them. I don't think that the European states have really... wasn't the last time outside of Ukraine engaging in some offensive on Russia years into this war? The last time Russia was ever invaded by a foreign power, at least a Western power, was World War II by Nazi Germany and Italy. So, yeah.
Quite a while ago, at least.
I don't think they've been dealing with a lot of encroachment from the West. So, but yeah, like all these treaties, like the EU, NATO, it's expanding on their borders, and I mean that equals invasion.
Oh, yeah, that was why I felt the need to look it up earlier when we brought up whether or not Ukraine was part of the EU, because there was talk of them joining the EU a few years back, and Putin threw a fit like that was some kind of encroachment on Russia.
And, I mean, it's one thing to argue that NATO is, which is still stupid, because at least NATO's a defense treaty. EU, that's just some kind of...
what the fuck does that even have with war most of the time?
Well, I guess they have been trying to... They have been trying to establish an EU military, so maybe that has something to do with it, where I think there are certain policies when it comes to how, like, your military spending and stuff like that, if you want to integrate into the EU. So maybe that's the case. But still, it's just they haven't been attacking Russia, and these are defense treaties where if one of their allies are attacked. So if they attack Russia, then it's not a requirement that all these other NATO states need to come to their aid. It's a requirement or an obligation if they are attacked by a foreign power. So... I mean, I don't know. When Russia annexed the Crimean Peninsula, and they've annexed, like, the 4 eastern provinces of Ukraine, it seems like it makes sense why they'd want to have some defense treaty.
Ceasefire in Ukraine, the Kremlin's counterparts might want to keep an eye on Putin's draft and what's unfolding in Moscow gyms.
And for more on Russia's recruitment drive, we can turn now.
Next vid.
Oh, man, I know we don't like to comment on people's appearances, but that guy looked like he looked like a clone of Elon Musk, but like not quite, like a half brother. He just had a similar square facial structure.
So they've captured some soldiers that are from China. Now, most likely, these are volunteers, because there's been plenty of people around the world that have traveled to Ukraine to volunteer for Ukraine's military, and unlike North Korea, where it's obvious that a very large amount of soldiers were transported to Russia prior to actually fighting on the front lines, here they happen to capture a couple Chinese soldiers.
中方正在向乌方核实有关的情况。需要强调的是，中国政府始终要求本国公民远离武装冲突区域，避免以任何形式。
Do you think China's telling the truth, or do you think they sent 2 foot soldiers there in a way to really shift the tides in Russia's favor?
参加任何一方的军事行动。
Groundless.
乌方应正确看待
It glitched again.
危机问题。
That was weird.
No.
Was that a glitch?
Yeah,
What's
it
that?
just it
Gene's
pauses.
a glitch.
It pauses and then like we think you pause it, but I know it was a glitch because the play button didn't change. So
There's been a couple of times, Gene, where I felt like there was a delay, and maybe that's just a glitch that's the glitch that Dirt's referring
You're so
to.
unpragmatic, Gene. What the fuck?
Maybe we should start using Skype or some other service, because Discord seems to really suck and there are a lot of problems.
They have a
caused by
new
Discord.
Skype just came out with a new thing we can maybe use.
After the show, I'll look into what the pros are using nowadays. Because last time I ran a podcast, it was with Skype NDI, which is being retired. So I would have to look into that.
And somebody said Russia forced Ukraine into making them attack Ukraine. You mean Russia forced Ukraine into making them attack Russia? Yeah, I mean, I don't really have any issues with the counteroffensive. Makes sense that they did it. But the point is, the reason it happened to begin with is because of Russia. So they're talking about, encroachment on Russia, when it most likely wouldn't have happened if Russia didn't encroach on Ukraine. Okay, we already saw this. Next vid.
Commander.
Oh, so 6 Chinese nationals.
Commander.
So do you think he's a volunteer, or do you think, I don't know, he's some kind of PSYOP agent that's there to help on the front lines and stuff?
He's lying.
Відповідно, є документи, є їх паспорти, є навіть кредитні картки. Це громадяни Китаю. Я думаю, що це важливий дуже елемент. Я думаю, Сполученим Штатам Америки треба більше приділити увагу тому, що відбувається сьогодні. І ми очікуємо після того, що це ще одна країна, яка військово підтримує вторгнення Росії в Україну. На боці Росії це ще одна після Ірану і військових Північної Кореї.
Now, do you think China's telling the truth when they say that they're not directly involved when it comes to their military?
Well, they investigated themselves, John. They conducted an investigation.
They've learned that they have done nothing wrong.
Well, in this scenario, I do think that they really don't want to get involved, because in other scenarios where, I don't know, there's foreign issues, they got really mad at North Korea and Russia for like collaborating with each other and having North Korean troops support the Russians on the battlefield. So I think to give China credit where credit's due, I mean, they will do shit where they've been building islands on the South Chinese Sea and they keep threatening to invade Taiwan, but it seems like for the most part they just want to stay out of things.
They don't want to stay out of Tibet, though.
Yeah, well, they've already annexed Tibet.
it's a whole other story.
Yeah.
Skep does make a good point, wondering why this person would have their passport on them for a clandestine military operation. It does seem. It seems.
Well,
a little...
I'm joking about the clandestine thing. They look
But
young, and they're most likely just volunteers and mercenaries. But do you know? So, in the Chinese Civil War, when Mao took over, there were 3 major territories that pretty much throughout their entire history they were never part of China, and they make up probably a third of China's overall surface area. Do you know what those 3 territories are? Tibet's one of them. Do you know what the other 2 are? It's East Turkestan and Tibet, or not Tibet, Inner Mongolia. And there's more.
I was gonna say part of Mongolia. I just wasn't sure what it was called.
There's more ethnic Mongolians living in Inner Mongolia than there are living in Mongolia. And then East Turkestan, there's this huge region in the Central East that's just referred to as Turkestan. So it's a pretty large chunk of China's surface area. So they have an aging population. And India is really starting, and Indonesia are really starting to eat into their like sort of market of outsourcing work to across the globe. So that's how China supports a lot of their economy, is outsourced cheap labor. And China's not able to generate its own economy. So with its aging population, more and more younger citizens are going to have to take time away from work to care for their seniors. And they're going to deal with that problem of having a larger senior population than any working class generation. So once that happens, it's just what happens if their economy completely collapses. One thing that might happen is all 3 of those regions might decide to just secede. And there might be some kind of like Soviet-style collapse.
Having been captured, we're aware of those reports that Ukraine captured 2 Chinese citizens fighting on behalf of Russia in Ukraine. China is a major enabler of Russia in the war in Ukraine. China provides nearly 80% of the dual-use items Russia needs to sustain the war. 80% comes from China. As President Trump has said, continued cooperation between these 2 nuclear powers.
Yeah, and they haven't been abiding by the sanctions, but still, it's just, what are those 4 soldiers even going to do or contribute? I mean,
will only further contribute to global instability and make the United States and other countries less safe, less secure, and less prosperous. I think that's an understatement.
Because the United States, we really care. Our government cares about adding stability abroad. I mean, yeah, by supporting Israel and Saudi Arabia. Because hasn't America done a good job of stabilizing the Middle East?
I mean, it's never been more stable.
Like, most of our foreign presence when it comes to our military has been in the Middle East. And I don't think we've done a good job adding any basic level of stability there. Dude, what a bunch of monsters. What do you think it says? Do you think it's like, what if it says Kilroy was here?
It says your mom's dumb.
Oh, it's so funny, Chad.
I'm sorry, Jim. I'm sorry. Beep 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 boop beep.
You know that Ukraine has a shortage of air defense systems. You know that Patriot systems can effectively protect against
Gene, I don't like this guy because he disrespected my King Trump.
Yeah, I mean,
Trump doesn't like him, so I don't like him now. I didn't even know who the fuck he was like a month ago, but then Trump didn't like him, so I don't like him at all. I hate him.
Well, here's the thing. Trump just wants to end this war. He wants to get a treaty out there because Trump is very anti-war. So that's why with other warmongers like Netanyahu, you know, Trump goes out of his way to, like, try to, as the world's, like, major military power, to try to encourage him to end the war. Because, yeah, it's not like there's any inconsistency here.
No, that we are forced to move the systems we have around the country to give at least temporary protection to different...
Now, I do think with Zelensky...
Jesus, we saw both of your chat messages. It didn't get censored. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. I do think that with Zelensky, he probably should just bite the bullet here. The war's been going on long enough. I don't think they're going to get their eastern territories back. I think that Russia has really harmed itself significantly. Like, it definitely has costed them tremendously when it comes to their, like, military and their overall, like, military strength. They've lost so many vehicles and, like, notable, like, equipment and so forth. And it has kind of shown that they're really not that much of a threat. So it's drastically damaged their reputation abroad. And I think Ukraine's gained a lot of respect globally due to, like, the fact that they've held out this long and they've been able to, like, perform tremendously well fighting, like, a country that far exceeds them in terms of military strength. So I think they should just accept some kind of treaty, bite the bullet, and then try to join the EU and NATO.
Cities. And you know what happens when even one system goes out of service. It means lost lives. In Russia, they see this as their advantage, their ability to be a terrorist state. And we must take away that ability, their belief that killing can be treated lightly. I ask you to focus first of all on air defense for Ukraine. Last week, our soldiers captured the first Chinese citizens fighting on the front, fighting for Russia. As of now, we have information that at least several hundred Chinese nationals are fighting as part of Russia's occupation.
What if that intelligence turns out to be true?
This means Russia is clearly trying to prolong the war, even by using Chinese lives. Putin was not satisfied with...
Okay, so I think they've exhausted pretty much all of their North Korean troops. They threw them into the meat grinder. So it's something like they've been losing an average of 1,000 troops a day. Russia. So Ukraine's having issues with the troop shortage, but they definitely are able to, I don't know, get much more out of their troops strategically. Their troops clearly are much more well trained, and when it comes to defense tactics, they're able to really hold their ground for a decent amount of time. And there's a far greater number of Russian combatants dying compared to Ukrainian combatants. So, do you think maybe if they hold off the Chinese, offensive sort of attack currently, do you think maybe Russia might throw in the towel? How many troops do you think Russia has left? I mean, Wagner, they pissed Wagner off. I know they're still around to some extent, but they've really been bleeding into their prison population. So
they're running out of prisoners to throw into the meat grinder.
Which side do you think will run out of troops first?
The soldiers from North Korea. Now, he's trying to cover his shortages by pulling in yet another nation, the Chinese. How long can he keep doing this? We must work together to make such questions, not about Moscow choices, but about our joint pressure on Moscow, because that's the only way it will work.
Oh, fuck.
After a Russian ballistic missile strike in the Ukrainian city of Sumy today. This is one of the deadliest single attacks on the country this year. According to the Ukrainian government, 2 ballistic missiles struck the city center. Among the dead are at least 2 children, and over 80 people are injured, including 10 children. The strike comes amid rising tensions between Moscow and Kyiv. Both sides have accused each other of violating a 10 U.S.-brokered moratorium on it.
Don't you think Russia, they're monsters, attacking civilian infrastructure? And, I mean, look, 2 kids died. They had nothing to do with this war. See, Russia,
they had everything to do with it.
They
had everything. They had everything to do with it.
Well, you know, they probably voted Zelensky into power.
Energy infrastructure. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky condemned today's attack, noting that it took place on Palm Sunday as people attended church services. Now to a Russian missile strike.
Oh, that's what really makes it bad. The fact that it happened on Palm Sunday.
It's the second massive attack to claim civilian lives in over a week. More than 100 people were injured. It came as many families were heading to
No,
church
not
to
on Taco Tuesday. No.
Several world leaders are condemning the attack, and we want to warn you, the images are disturbing. Here's ABC's Marcus Moore.
This is the moment Ukraine says 2 ballistic missiles from Russia struck the bustling city of Sumy, as many people were out marking Palm Sunday. In video shared on social media, a car dash cam captured the devastating strike in northeastern Ukraine. Emergency services says more than 30 people, including 2 children, were killed, and another 117 people were injured. Death and destruction in the streets of what is typically a celebration. Amidst the chaos and carnage, this woman is seeing consolation.
Gene.
What do you think? What's
You
that,
don't.
Jab?
You don't think Zelensky is winning, do you?
I mean, they definitely are causing more damage to Russia than, or at least when it comes to the amount of Russian troops that are dying off compared to Ukrainian troops. So,
But doesn't Russia have like way higher of a way more dramatic of an army, like way bigger?
Their troops are much more poorly trained. There's a lot more corruption when it comes to Russia's military. So there's more of like things like cronyism and so forth. Because of that, a lot of like tanks, a lot of their military vehicles are inoperable because they're selling the parts on the black market. And with Ukraine, the troops are definitely much more well trained. And as you can see, like there's lots of scenarios where they're holding down using drone technology to really hit like the Russian troops hard. And you'll see that it's really hard for like the Russian troops, even though they have a lot of numbers, to get their soldiers into like the areas where the Ukrainian soldiers are defending. And a lot of times it's like they do a good job. But like there are scenarios where they'll be in a particular abandoned like town or city center, and they know that, okay, the drones are being controlled in this particular region. And when the Russians try to actually send troops there, they have a difficult time actually getting the troops in that area because Ukraine's doing a much better level with intelligence, actually performing the like appropriate sort of artillery strikes at the right time. And then once they actually get the troops to the region where they know the Ukrainian troops are holding out, then what you typically see is that the Ukrainian snipers do a really good job at really picking off like the Russian troops that are trying to maneuver their way through the buildings and so forth. So like in the end, a much smaller unit or a much smaller quantity of Ukrainian troops are able to do much more damage and hold off much longer than the Russian soldiers. So it's kind of a quantity versus quality scenario.
Holding a young child.
Російська балістика.
Ukraine's President Zelensky calling for international pressure on Russia to end.
What's that?
The war.
What? Oh, so this one person's like brainwashed Democrats believing Zelensky is winning. Well, we've kind of demonstrated that it's a close call, and they're stuck in this war of attrition where victory is being measured in inches. And
it's not what he heard on Fox News, so
yeah, I'm sure like he's very well read on this issue.
In weeks has seen an increase in civilian deaths. The latest salvo comes days after U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Russia. It's part of an attempt to secure a ceasefire in Ukraine. While the talks were said to have been productive, a deal to pause the fighting and end this horror for civilians clearly remains distant.
Mary, President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin have expressed an openness to meeting, but no date has been set on when they might meet in person. President Trump is calling for a swift end to the war. Mary.
Okay, Mark.
This just has no audio.
Yep.
Just make noises to go along with it.
What do you think? What do you think is this red stuff on the side of the building?
Smoothie.
Tomato juice.
Yeah, tomato smoothie
their
juice.
Tomato soup.
I mean, look at all this collateral and stuff. You have kids that are like notably wounded, like their face covered in blood and stuff. I mean, 2 dead children and 1 building that is completely destroyed and everything that now needs to be condemned. I mean, Russia, they're a bunch of monsters. Isn't Trump a monster supporting Russia? Yeah, it makes sense why people seem to universally think that Russia is in the wrong. I mean, but isn't there this other sort of conflict going on where you look at them doing the similar, they're engaging in similar war crimes, but it's to a much greater extent?
Is that what's next?
Maybe.
Overseas, at least 34 people have been killed, dozens wounded after 2 ballistic missiles struck the city of Sumy, Ukraine. This is the moment one of the missiles hit. It was the deadliest Russian attack so far this year and comes after President Trump's envoy met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow in an effort to negotiate a ceasefire. CBS's Lee Kennery at our London bureau is tracking the developments.
Good evening, Dorica. The eastern city of Sumy is
celebrating Palm Sunday.
A ballistic missile landed on what was an ordinary street. But nothing is ordinary about the lives of people living under Russia's bombs. Valeria Maskimova was getting ready for church. I was thrown by an explosive wave, she said. There was no celebrating. For some, it turned into a desperate search for loved ones. For others, a time for mourning. It was the deadliest attack this year. The city of Sumy has been a focal point of Russia's military offensive. While villages nearby were captured, Ukrainian...
Okay. Dude, it is just splattered with, like, painted with fucking blood droplets.
...held the city. A 30-day ceasefire proposed by the U.S. last month is nowhere to be seen. Both sides accuse each other of breaking agreements.
Ukraine and Russia might be going okay?
President Trump remains optimistic.
You're right now not in a very good
position. Despite his February press conference with Ukraine's Vladimir Zelensky. On Friday...
It might be okay.
You know, Biden...
might be okay.
We called him out because he was supporting Netanyahu and being a shill for Israel. Now you got Trump, where not only is he being a shill for Israel, but he's also being a shill for Putin. So I thought Trump was supposed to be the more anti-war candidate.
He likes winners. He likes people who win wars.
There will be no war if you just let us bomb you.
Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff traveled to St. Petersburg, greeting Russia's President Putin with a smile.
Ukraine has been bracing itself for Russia's spring offensive, increased attacks that could strengthen its position at the negotiating table. And
it's not war when you bomb non-combatant infrastructure.
Let's see.
The day after the airstrike in Ukraine,
could you pause it,
some
Gene?
parents have left.
Gene?
Somebody in the chat is saying that you're having a green screen.
No, it was looking weird for a second. It's fine.
Okay, I just wanted to point that out.
Babe.
UN Palestinian refugees.
Babe.
At least 100 children have been killed or injured every day in Gaza.
That's a lot more children than what we saw in the last story. So, I don't know. Do you think people are a bit inconsistent with condemning Russia?
That sure is a lot of dead children.
Yeah.
If we don't say that enough around here.
Renewed its attacks on March 18th. That's according to the United Nations. The head of the UN Palestinian Refugee Agency, UNRWA, described the situation as harrowing, calling it a stain on humanity. Philippe Lazzarini has stressed his call for the immediate resumption of the ceasefire. More than 15,000 Palestinian children have now been killed since Israel's war on Gaza began back in 2023.
But it said every day.
They didn't condemn Hamas enough.
What's that?
Said at least 100.
Condemn Hamas enough.
Yeah,
what's that, Shab?
They said at least 100 children killed or injured every day.
Yeah, and around 15,000 kids have been killed so far in the war.
Damn.
Well, let's speak to our correspondent on the ground, Tarek Abouazoum. He's in Deir al-Balah. Tarek, we know the strikes are ongoing. Talk us through the situation there this morning.
Yeah, the situation has been a very fast-moving situation since dawn today, where Israel has launched...
Oh, these buildings look like they're not destroyed, so still got some buildings left.
Across the entire Gaza Strip, there has been a clear concentration around the city of Khan Yunis and Gaza City, which has been the main central areas that civilians recently started to flee to following the forced displacement orders issued by the Israeli military. We have got confirmation from medical sources that since dawn today, 10 civilians have been confirmed killed in Israeli devastating airstrikes as these deadly attacks continue to be overheard every now and then. We have heard during the past hour massive explosions just ringing out in the...
So why are they in some kind of like makeshift tent instead of a hospital building? Why do you think that is? You have any ideas?
The hospital done been bombed already.
Do you think that's a conspiracy? It's propaganda that all their hospitals have been destroyed?
I think the real conspiracy is the fact that they're calling it a genocide in Gaza. That sounds like fake news to me.
Ringing Authority is still operating effectively and carrying out major ground operations in the city of Rafah, where they are trying right now to set up a new access road that will split and divide Rafah from the city of Khan Yunis and from other parts of the Gaza Strip. What was very somber to see is the scene of the children being killed and the wide-scale devastation that had inflicted on residential homes and buildings that had been left during the Israeli previous military operations, and right now have been left in ruins.
Tariff, you mentioned.
So, what do you think of the sort of legality where people try to claim that it's technically not a war crime if there are a couple Hamas militants in an area, in a building, but there's hundreds of civilians if they blow up that entire building? Do you think that that's something that should be a war crime?
I'm pretty sure it is a war crime by like all definitions, but
well, technically, that alone doesn't make it a war crime. Now, what does make it a war crime, and this is like debatable, is that if they aren't putting, or if they are purposely putting effort to, I guess, kill civilians. So if they're using cluster munitions, or if they are indeed not engaging in, appropriate sort of protocols as a way to mitigate the civilian casualties. So the issue there is, this is where you get in the realm of like legal speak. How do you determine whether that's the case or not? So this is where people can appeal to that gray area, the argument by ambiguity, where they can play the semantics and be like, well, you can't prove that they're purposely trying to increase the collateral or make it more deadly than it needs to be. But do you think people are probably engaging in some mental gymnastics there?
Well, yeah, I mean, if the gray area is that big that you can even jump to that conclusion, like as a media source, then that's definitely an issue of how we define it. But also, I mean, if that's how you view it, you're definitely doing mental gymnastics.
Now, talk to the chat. There's this one quote I want to find that highlighted somewhere.
Hey, chat.
Jesus requested the trumpet or something. I don't know what was said.
How do we play the trumpet? Oh.
Only Gene can do it.
So other people don't spam it.
Well, I want to spam it. Give it to me.
That's why nobody else is allowed to do it.
No, I want to do it. I deserve the power, Gene. I'm the all-powerful Bisky. Do you have any beer tonight, Zidane?
No, the last time I drank was when we did the election episode. I don't really drink that much anymore.
Wow, what a dork. Knew you were a dork, Zidane.
I mean,
always finds the most productive commentary.
Dirt, did you drink it all tonight?
Nah, I got shittered last night, dude.
Shittered?
Absolutely shittered, dude.
What'd you drink when you got shittered?
I drank a lot of beer and some whiskey.
Wow. What do you think?
Shittered.
What do you and the guys in the chat think of this? Of him getting shittered? Here, I'm gonna smoke for him getting shittered. Cheers.
Absolutely shittered, dude.
Yeah, fuck it, why not?
All right, yeah. Well, you're gonna hit yours too, John. You're gonna.
So here. So this is coming from General David Geopolitical. So they are like alumni from the Virginia university or like military academy, and they also have fought, or they've organized certain operations in Desert Storm, Operation War on Iraq, 20-something years of experience. So they say precision-guided munitions, you're looking at about a 3-meter error in an unguided bomb, you could have upwards of missing your target by 100 feet. That's highly problematic, and let's just look at U.S. practice. In 91, 8% of all bombs dropped on Iraq were precision. In 99, there were 33% of the bombs dropped on Serbia were precision. Then, in 02 and 03, we had 65% of all bombs were precision guided for Afghanistan and Iraq, and by Libya in 2011, it was 100%. But really, it's not just the use of unguarded munitions that's leading to so many civilian deaths in Gaza. It's the choice that Israel's making of not applying civilian harm mitigation, of not using smaller weapons with less blast and fragmentation, like the GBU-39 that they could be using. And this is why we're seeing upwards of 20,000 dead Palestinians right now.
This expert sounds like a libtard to me.
Yeah. Do you think this guy, you look at his resume and stuff, do you think he knows what he's talking about? Yeah. I mean, hey, experts could be wrong, therefore they are wrong. Even when intelligence from like the United States and NATO and stuff shows that these numbers are accurate, even though all these international aid organizations keep showing that there is notable, like, unnecessary sort of harm that we see with the civilians in Gaza. I mean, every source out there. They're all wrong except for Israeli Times and Fox News. And it's kind of funny how the only journalistic source out there is outside of Israeli Times is Fox News, that tries to make excuses for Israel, and they try to downplay these claims that they're engaging in notable war crimes. But heck,
where I get all my news from real men like Jesse Waters.
Yeah, but in the end, it's not about plausibility versus possibility. It's not like any source out there could potentially be wrong. It's about what's the likelihood of these sources being incorrect or inaccurate compared to these other sources. And it's almost like when the overwhelming majority of academic sources, professional sources, government sources, journalistic sources, sources from humanitarian aid organizations, when they're all providing consistent data, and it's exclusively Israel and Fox News that are providing data on the contrary, I don't know. Do you think maybe people are engaging this thing known as confirmation bias when they want to insist that all the other sources are just bullshit and they don't know what they're talking about? Do you think people are just believing what they want to believe?
More civilian child casualties there, as we've been
It's America. You can believe what you want.
Children have really borne the brunt of this conflict.
Yeah, that's right. Children have been among the most severely affected by the ongoing Israeli war in Gaza. Many of them have been killed, injured, orphaned, and we can see thousands of children have lost their limbs, and they are suffering from severe trauma. As the as UNRWA spokesperson stated that 51% of Gaza's population are children, and they make up the largest proportion of those who were killed since the war began back in October the 7th, 2023. For many children here in Gaza, displacement has taken a very heavy and huge toll on them. They have been repeatedly displaced.
Oh, so Fucked Up Jesus says, Shab leads the show, Gene. It would be a silent stream without him. Yeah, that's definitely the case.
They were forced to flee their homes.
True.
And right now, they are forced
Gene,
to
you just don't understand. I'm the great.
They destroy homes and residential buildings, and
You're
we can see that Gaza's healthcare system is struggling to continue providing essential medical care for thousands of wounded children who are not able to receive enough medical treatment.
This hospital was once silent, its hallways empty, its beds unused, forced to close as Israel's airstrikes and supply shortages caused by its blockade made operations impossible. But today, its doors are open again.
Okay, Al Jazeera. I mean, this is just a bunch of libtard media when they say that, there's a blockade and they're preventing supplies from getting through. So when the Red Cross, Doctors Without Borders, Amnesty International, all these organizations are also accusing them, and they're supporting what Al Jazeera and these journalistic sources are saying. Do you think just all of them are lying?
Every single one of them.
Yeah, because when you cross-reference information and it's just again and again and again, it's pretty much universal that they all seem to coincide with one another, well, if you don't like it, just jump to the conclusion that everyone's wrong, except for the one source that you pander to.
Families with nowhere else to turn. Doctors here say they feel very relieved the hospital has reopened, but the conditions are still dire. Many of these children are suffering from severe malnutrition, injuries from bombings, and illness.
Everyone's wrong except for my obscure YouTube news source.
I don't get my information from the mainstream media.
I get it from
my
the
information
PPP.
from, Ben Shapiro and so forth. I mean, that's not mainstream at all. These conservative political commentators that have millions of subscribers. I mean, totally not mainstream when there's millions of people watching them.
And a lack of medical care.
The hospital has been reconstructed with funding by some donors and local benefactors after the damages caused by the war. But we have lots of shortages like oxygen canisters. Our oxygen unit was destroyed. We depend on a solar panel for our ICU. We have shortages of medication and supplies.
For parents, this hospital is a lifeline.
Spreading liberal propaganda.
Do you think this doctor is lying? Do you think they're a Hamas agent just spreading false information?
One they feared might never
trying to trick us.
The boy has diarrhea, vomiting.
Do you think these are all crisis actors? All 20,000 kids that have died, they're all just victims of Hamas?
All on George Soros' payroll.
Yeah.
Gene's the new Alex Jones. They're crisis actors.
To reopen.
But reopening is just the first step.
They're turning the frogs gay.
What's that?
I said you're the new Alex Jones. You're calling them crisis actors. Oh, and I said they're turning the frogs gay. I didn't know what you heard. You said, what's that? Shut up.
For medical aid and resources, doctors warn they may not be able to keep up with the growing needs.
My son has been sick for a long time. We suffer because we have no hospitals. I was moving between medical centers. Thank God I found this hospital open. We've been searching for a facility like this for a long time.
This hospital, one of the few dedicated to pediatric care in Gaza, was forced to shut down as airstrikes and supply shortages made it impossible to operate. But with urgent repairs and international efforts, it's once again providing critical care to Gaza's youngest and most vulnerable.
For many children,
See, they have hospitals. They're just being dramatic. They're just claiming that they aren't able to keep it up and running because of poor.
Yeah, they're showing these empty shelves, but I bet there's a bunch of other shelves full of stuff. They just don't want to show that.
They're just shutting it down as a means to make Israel look bad. They don't need to shut it down, and this is just fake news.
Hospital is their only hope. The doctors are pleading for more supplies, more support, and above all, an end to a war that is putting the children in hospitals' bed in the first place. Hani Mahmoud, Al Jazeera, from Gaza City, Palestine.
Make sure to subscribe our channel to get the...
Make sure to subscribe our channel.
Most bakeries across the Gaza Strip have
shut
down as there is no flour and fuel following Israel's blockade on their entry for over a month. According to the Gaza Bakeries Association, the region consumes 450 tons of flour daily, with bakeries covering about 50% of the Gazans' needs.
I've been standing in a long line since this morning just to get a bundle of bread for my kids. We have no food at home. The situation has become incredibly difficult, and the suffering that people are going through in this city is unbearable.
Subsidized bread from the WFP-supported bakeries has been a lifeline for many families, alleviating some economic strain caused by the blockade and loss of income.
This has created a major crisis for residents who depend on bakeries for their daily bread. A bundle of bread fully subsidized by the World Food Program used to cost about $50. During the war, people have had to rely...
Now, the problem is bread has a decent amount of calories, but lacking in a lot of vital, essential sort of nutrients. So, one issue is even if they're able to sustain themselves through like the calories, it only takes a few weeks of not getting the appropriate amount of vitamin C and other nutrients that you need before your body starts to shut down, especially
they might be haven't taken some sort of other supplements or something else that they put on the bread.
We have the supplements, and if the supplements aren't getting through...
We got a chat message in Hebrew that says, "This is truly unfortunate for all parties."
Yep.
Forced to go back to them again, making their hardship even worse.
The World Food Program recently warned that hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza are once again at risk of severe hunger and malnutrition, as the humanitarian food supply in the region declines.
Are they from India?
I'm not sure.
We said Hebrew, so...
and the crossings remain closed.
When the crossing first closed, there was a strategic stockpile of supplies, but it started running out after just a month. Now, with the crisis escalating,
I'm thinking of
flour and fuel.
Yeah.
Well, that was a brain fart moment.
God, I can't believe you, Gene.
Ignorant Gene.
I didn't want to call you out on some bullshit. I was literally Googling. I was like, do they speak Hebrew?
Idiot.
I corrected myself.
Gene is an idiot.
Dude, doesn't Shab always provide best commentary? Yeah.
You're welcome.
He really helps with like new viewers making. No, shut up. He does a really good job at when new viewers come around, making them take us and the stream seriously.
Hunger crisis, which is expected to
Hey,
worsen as Israel continues.
we say a lot of intellectual stuff. I've said a lot of intellectual stuff this stream. And you agreed with my intellectual stuff I said. So if it isn't intellectual, then why are you agreeing?
In a shallow grave in Rafah, southern Gaza. He's one of 15 bodies found.
Whoa.
It's March the 23rd, and a convoy of paramedics from the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, civil defense teams, and a UN employee are responding to a plea for help. Their vehicles are marked. Their emergency lights are clearly visible. When the convoy stops,
what is going on?
Now, we don't see 100% what happens, so we can't know if these particular medical workers for the Red Crescent or whatever, if they're not firing at them. Maybe the gunfire we hear. Do you think maybe they're Hamas agents?
You never know, huh? Can you trust anything? You never know.
in the paramedic's last moments, he's praying.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله الله أكبر.
Eventually, his voice begins to fade. For a week, no one knew what had happened to these medical workers.
Oh, so the UN is investigating it, so... Are you going to trust what the UN
are
says?
libtards.
Yeah, the UN, every single source out there, they're all lying. 100% of them.
After eventually getting Israeli approval, the UN moved into the area and made...
They're saying gene glitching. Are they talking about the...
The whole thing was messing up. You didn't realize that it messed up, and I fixed it.
Well, is it just the green screen, or is it the audio?
No. It's all good now, baby boo.
Okay, well, let me know. Is it the audio or the green screen?
The green screen is a minor glitch. It comes and goes. It's
the whole thing was loud.
So it's not audio. Mine does too. But sometimes the video will pause, but it pauses, and then, like, without you pausing, it'll just pick back up. Like,
can you answer the question? Is my mic audio fucking up at all?
Your mic audio is
You're fine.
The video audio is what was...
You're fine.
You hear you loud and clear, Gene.
One of the victims' bodies received more than 20 bullets. Others were handcuffed and buried. Others were killed inside their ambulance but later found in a mass grave. This proves that the Israeli soldiers deliberately assassinated the relief and medical staff, then intentionally pulled their bodies from inside the... buried them all in a mass grave.
I think they were trying to conceal some evidence there.
Threw in a mass grave?
Being a
Maybe they were just trying to save any sort of officials from Gaza the work of creating the grave and stuff. So they were trying to accommodate for, the fact that they're trying to clean up their entire cities that have been turned into rubble and everything. So I don't know. Do you think that's it? They're being charitable, or do you think it's because they did something that was really fucked up that they don't want the world to know about? So they're trying to bury the evidence of their sort of crimes. Which one do you think it is?
The light. Israel didn't deny the shooting, but said the vehicles were moving suspiciously towards their soldiers, with their lights off, which the video now clearly contradicts. The UN is demanding an independent investigation.
I'm appalled by the recent killings of 15 medical personnel and humanitarian aid workers, which raise further concerns over the commission of war crimes by the Israeli military.
In a statement, Hamas says the footage captures the deliberate, cold-blooded slaughter of clearly marked ambulances and civil defense teams with flashing emergency lights as they performed life-saving duties. Despite the grave risks, these paramedics answered a call to save lives, only to be murdered in the process. Mike Lappel, Al Jazeera.
terrible.
نحن قاعدين بنموت لا اكل ولا شرب ولا كهرباء ولا علاج، الناس قاعده بتتشرد. وين نروح يا جماعه الخير؟ بدكم حماس تطلع يا جماعه الخير، اطلعوا من شان الله.
Now, Israel's been cutting off electricity to Gaza. Do you think, it's not their responsibility to provide electricity? Do you agree with that? Why should they have to provide electricity? Yeah.
Oh my God.
نحن بدنا نعيش، نحن ما بدنا لغير نعيش. نحن تعبنا، طوابير على الخبز، طوابير على التكية.
There, and not allowed them to come or go or anything like that. Yeah, maybe that's why.
Do you think that's fake news?
I'm sure a lot of people do.
George Soros.
عيد الله ولا رمضان ولا هنونا ولا حاجه. طب لمتى وين نروح؟
Travelling south on the road to Rafah. The unmistakable red and blue flashes of emergency vehicles driving in convoy towards Gazans in need. En route, they see another ambulance that appears to have veered off the road. Their vehicles and high vis uniform clearly marked with the emblem of the Red Crescent. Little did they know that they themselves are about to become the victims. The video of apparent relentless Israeli fire continues for 5 minutes as the paramedic filming prays for mercy.
So what, did the soldiers think that when they came out of the vehicles that they were going to be attacked?
Coming straight for us.
For nearly 2 weeks, Israel has denied the apparent reality, claiming they opened fire on suspicious vehicles advancing towards them without...
Suspicious vehicles. So did they not see the flashing lights and the fact that it had the logo of the Red Crescent? So, what do you think? You think they're full of shit? It's one thing if they're like unmarked vehicles. If a couple trucks just pulled up and some dudes ran out, maybe I can understand.
What they're not telling you, John, is that actually these were stolen ambulances, John, and they put on the paramedic suits. Yeah,
my working theory is that an acorn landed on the ambulance.
Yeah.
Yes.
No trees around.
Headlights or emergency signals. The footage appears to directly contradict their version of events. It was discovered on a phone buried with the paramedic in a shallow mass grave, along with 14 of his colleagues and their vehicles. The Palestine Red Crescent Society said he'd been shot in the head.
This devastating incident represents the single most deadly attack on Red Cross Red Crescent workers anywhere in the world since 2017. These dedicated ambulance workers were responding to wounded people. They were humanitarians. They wore emblems that should have been protected.
Well, here, I mean, civilian casualties are just a part of war. And Gaza is a very densely populated area. And as you can see, that this was a scenario where they were found, where they were located, this is clearly a very densely populated region. And yeah, so unfortunately when they get into a firefight with Hamas, I mean, there's just going to be civilians that die at the crossfire. It's an accident.
Ambulances were clearly marked and they should have returned to the families. They did not. Even in the most complex conflict zones, there are rules.
Israel say they are thoroughly investigating the incident, but that was little solace to those who buried their family members this week. History offers little reassurance.
Well, Fox News, just like the IDF, claim that they are following all the rules and all of the claims of them engaging in war crimes. It's just anti-Semitic, it's just hate and fake news. So, yeah, clearly those are the two sources you want to trust.
Anti-Semitic podcast I've ever been on.
Exactly.
To them that anyone will be held accountable. Instead, Prime Minister Netanyahu will continue his tour away from problems back home, leaving Hungary for the US, where he'll become the first foreign leader welcomed to the White House since President Trump's so-called Liberation Day.
An attack 2 weeks ago on 15 rescue workers in Gaza by Israeli soldiers provoked international outrage. Now mobile phone footage has emerged that has forced Israel to change its account of the circumstances under which its soldiers opened fire. The rescue workers were travelling in a convoy.
Gene.
Okay, so do you think the fact that what?
Your thing keeps lagging a lot.
My camera?
No, your video stream, dude. For like 10 seconds at a time, it'll just cut and then pick up
like
wherever
5 to 10 seconds kind of thing, and it'll do it every like minute or so.
See, we should probably start using Skype or an alternative to Discord.
Skype just moved over to a thing called Teams, I think.
So, let's see if it works now.
Tonight, Israel has admitted the soldiers were mistaken about the lights and the threat they were under. You may find footage of the video in Dan Johnson's report, Distressing.
This video challenges...
Still doing it?
We'll only be able to
I
tell
will have
by
to
you.
see. It happens randomly.
Deadly force. It's just before dawn, and the Red Crescent paramedics and civil defense workers are answering a call to help the wounded near Rafah. Israel's military first said this convoy advanced suspiciously towards troops with the lights switched off. But you can see, these are marked vehicles, and they're wearing reflective uniforms. Then, without warning, this. The shooting continues for more than 5 minutes.
So, the IDF claimed that they did not see lights on the vehicles. And they were unmarked. Now we're seeing that they're full of shit. So, do you think it's fake news that they're lying?
This is all Democrat bullshit propaganda.
The paramedic who's filming says his last prayers. Refat Redwan was one of 15 killed.
His phone was found with his body, and he...
Wait. So, the one dude in the chat, their name is I am number 4. Isn't that a really bad movie from like the from the 2000s?
I've never heard of
He
it.
recorded the whole event. His last words?
I am number 4.
Before being shot. Forgive me, Mom. I just wanted to...
I'm wondering, are they a fan of that movie?
Good people.
It's from 2011.
What's its score on like Rotten Tomatoes?
Only emerged when teams could safely reach the site 7 days later.
6.1 out of 10 on IMDb. Produced by Michael Bay. You know those are great.
Ooh, yeah. Do you think they're a fan of that movie?
Ifles. Regular.
It's a squad reference. Okay. So I guess it's not a reference to that movie.
The army says to protect them from animals. The UN called this a mass grave. Israel's account was already...
Squad, like the video game?
What's that?
I think he's talking about a video game.
Through the shooting, told us earlier this week they had their lights on and it was clear they were medics.
I'm the only survivor who saw what happened to my colleagues, and I will expose the crimes committed by the occupation against them.
On Tuesday, Israel's response was in defense of its forces.
The IDF did not randomly attack an ambulance.
They're saying the movie was badass, though. Well, you're probably the kind of person that thinks the Transformers films are badass.
Well, last Sunday, several...
You're so rude, Jane.
Advancing suspiciously.
I am number 4 is our new fan, and you gotta treat him that way. He loves us.
Now, that narrative's been upended.
Tonight, a military official admitted the soldiers were mistaken about the lights and the threat they were under. The army insists 6 of the dead belonged to Hamas.
Oh, yeah, now you mention it, shit, we did see some lights. We were mistaken.
Oh, yeah! They're like looking at each other.
They were part of Hamas. Do you think they're telling the truth?
I say that anything short of accepting it as pure truth. Oh god, I don't want to watch this again.
Yeah, your next.
I want to watch it over and over and over.
After Israeli forces pledged to remove any threat to Israeli civilians, on Sunday night, multiple Palestinian children were maimed or killed in Israeli airstrikes. The UN estimates that since Israel resumed its war on Gaza, an average of 100 children have been killed each day.
We tried to help as best we can, the injured, to see who was still alive, and were shocked to see that all of those martyred were children. Very few.
Now, how do they know that 100 people are dying dead? I mean, again, it's not like there's UN workers there, that there's all these international aid organizations there that are third parties that are treating all of these kids where they are most likely documenting things, and based on their documentation of how many casualties there are, that probably is the metric they're using to determine how many dead kids there are. But now, clearly, it's just Gaza, it's just Hamas that are providing these figures, so we can just discount it. It's fake news.
who survived with injuries. All of those targeted were children. Here is my cousin. May God bless her soul. She is a child. All the ones they're targeting are children.
Israel bombed several homes in the southern area of Khan Yunis, killing families as they slept. The attack came hours after Al-Qassam Brigade fired rockets from Gaza into southern Israel, causing minor injuries to one person. But those rockets were fired from Deir Bala, elsewhere in the Strip. The military stepped up its ground incursion of Gaza last week, ordering displaced Palestinians out of Rafah, but not out of Khan Yunis, which has been repeatedly hit in recent days.
It's just people claiming that it's one thing to argue that some percentage of these cases where there's an explosion, a bunch of civilians are killed or seriously injured. It's I want to argue that maybe like 10% of those cases, 5% are Hamas. What do you think of people that are trying to claim that it's pretty much all fucking Hamas? Do you think they're in denial?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Just a little.
عرب الناس ناشد عرب يا كفار احنا بالناس الكفار شوفوا لنا حل جوع وعطش وموت ودمع ليش احنا
Oh, Adolf says free Israel. Do you think they're a troll?
Journalists, as well as children, are in the line of fire. A journalist died.
I'm starting to think that they might just be a troll.
After Israeli forces attacked a press tent near Nasser Hospital, several others were injured. The video here shows a journalist burning as witnesses scramble to help. He is sitting in a chair, still moving, but either too dazed or too injured to try to escape the burning fabric around him. Israel's war on Gaza has killed hundreds of journalists, making it the deadliest ever conflict for media workers. They say Israel is targeting them in retaliation for reporting on the army's ongoing attacks on Palestinian civilians.
Do you think the reporters are lying? Just like every other source out there? They're lying like the UN and Red Cross and, you know.
Telling you, you gotta start getting your news from real men like Jesse Waters.
Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
But the thing is, you don't need to get your news from these news outlets, from these journalistic sources. I do believe a lot of these humanitarian aid organizations have their own websites where they put the claims that they're making. They'll show these estimates on their own sites. I'm fairly certain the UN has its own website and so forth, and they're able to show what they believe through their investigations based on the information they have, what they believe the different casualties are, and what the expected cause of those casualties are. But no, they're all lying as well.
When it comes to war statistics and almost any sort of conflict between organized groups, you're going to be basically just seeing regurgitated information that source got from people who are reporting very publicly what their findings are. So it's almost like, regardless of who it is, they're just acting as a middleman with those kinds of statistics.
So you're saying you don't think the UN and these humanitarian aid organizations have a bias in the favor of Hamas?
They're biased toward Hamas.
I'm fairly certain Palestine isn't a member of the United Nations, the UN. So they're actually one of the only sovereign states on the planet that, along with Taiwan, that aren't UN members. So I don't know. Do you think that makes sense that they're not even allowed in the UN, and yet the UN is claiming that there's some war crimes taking place on the part of Israel, which is a UN member?
It's crazy to see. I'll be honest.
Don't cloud the issues with the facts.
This story does leave me kind of stunned. So we're back on the mass grave thing here. not to say that it surprises me, but it's just like, okay, it's right there, blatant in front of everybody's fucking face, and still people are gonna bend over fucking backwards to make excuses for Israel.
Well, Netanyahu's White House visit comes as 8 people, including a journalist, were killed in 2 Israeli airstrikes in the Gaza Strip overnight.
6 journalists were wounded in the strike on the camp inside the Nasser Hospital complex. Our producer, Dia, says was actually there during the attack and has a first-hand look at the destruction for us. Dia.
Hi, Kira. Yes, I'm here in the middle of Khan Yunis, city southern of the Gaza Strip. To more specific, in the journalist camp, here as appears behind me, the tents of the journalists, where dozens of the journalists are working for international media, and which is adjacent to one of the biggest hospitals in the Gaza Strip, which is Nasser Hospital. Yesterday, after the middle of the night, we were sleeping, and suddenly a massive strike targeted this tent, which affiliated to one of the journalists. And here inside the tent, the destruction is everywhere, as appear is literally massive, and the remains of the rocket is appear behind me. Most of the people, most of the journalists got worried because their safety after this place being the most safe place for people, because it's a very, very well-known place for people, and the journalists are working from this place. So tens of the displaced come to live and to be in this place, surrounding journalists to feel good. But right now, all of them did this.
Now, the claims that the Palestinians are just they can leave, they can relocate, they're refusing to relocate, and when they claim that they keep relocating, and regardless of how many times they relocate, they still find that they're like these shelters, these tent cities continue to be bombed and targeted. Do you think all these civilians are just lying on the behalf of Hamas?
Absolutely.
And journalists are worried for their safety after the bombing of this tent.
Bryant asks, why does Israel hate journalists so much? For the same reason why police officers do. Well,
no, it's Hamas is really killing all the journalists. It's fake news that Israel is yeah, so when other press and journalists witness their coworkers, their colleagues, their contemporaries being murdered, they're all lying, because 100% of the press, it's all 100% lies. That's just when all of these sources from all over the planet, regardless of what particular cultural background they come from, what kind of the country they come from, what the government and the government's affiliation, whether they're neutral, they tend to be allies with Israel. All of these media outlets, they're all lying. It's not like, hey, if you get your information from a wide array of sources and it starts to show a notable level of consistency, maybe this attitude that, all journalistic media is just bunk, maybe that's just people being obnoxious and thinking in a black and white all or nothing manner. I know that out of all the different types of sources out there, journalistic media is the one that I'd have the most skepticism towards. There's definitely far more bias when it comes to journalistic media, but I don't think that it's reasonable to just claim that every single piece of information that's presented through the media is just automatically wrong because, AP News, the World International News Network, oh God, the BBC, they're all just horseshit, and it's just, I think at that point, you're just showing no fucking critical thinking, and there's this thing known as cross-referencing information, where maybe after you get your feet wet on the topic, and just kind of, you're presented with a basic synopsis of what's going on from the media, maybe you can start looking into more professional sources. You can start looking into the research from the academics and the pundits regarding what's going on. But no, everything, it's all lies. The stream's not doing well tonight. Haven't even reached 2,000 views yet.
لا اعتقد انه احنا بعد هيك ممكن نرجع رفح. انا قاعد بقول لهم وطنوا انفسكم على انكم ممكن ترجعوا ترفح من هنا لشهور او لسنين كمان، وحتى لو رجعتوا حترجعوا تلاقوها والله اعلم خراب وركام ورماد، لانه مش حيخلوا فيها شيء.
Okay, next video.
At least 29 Palestinians have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on residential blocks in the Shujaiya neighborhood in Gaza City. The Civil Defense Agency says hospitals are struggling to cope with it.
So this is 4 days ago. So the last few videos were like 6 days ago.
Another 80 are missing and believed to be trapped under the rubble. Well, let's speak to Marwan Bashara, Al Jazeera's senior political analyst. He's joining us via Skype from Doha. Marwan,
at their homes.
Are
They
you
have
there,
nothing to do with
guys?
Fighting. Why would they hit them?
What's that?
Yeah, are you there?
Oh, my OBS messed up for a second, but it looks like we're fine now.
Bad Shab.
I can't
The strike
control
destroyed
that.
an
It's
entire
probably just
residential
my
neighborhood.
internet messing
The
up for a second. I blame dirt.
People are using donkey carts to transport the dead and the injured. Emergency workers are overwhelmed.
الطواقم تقوم بعمليات الانتشال هنا.
Wait, fucked up Jesus says, Adolf, they are not in close proximity to you. Laughing my ass off. But what did they say?
Our teams are doing their best to recover more bodies.
Poo on my butt.
Is just spamming poo on my butt, poo this, poo that.
They just want some fine-looking inbred white folk to poop on them.
Yeah.
We can't reach them because we lack the necessary tools. They were destroyed by the Israeli forces. Israel doesn't want to allow equipment to arrive into Gaza. Our suffering will continue as long as this equipment is not allowed to come in. Israel's bombardment of Gaza is sparing no one and nowhere. Several Palestinians were killed after Israeli strikes hit a camp for displaced people west of Khan Yunis in what's meant to be a so-called safe zone.
My husband was targeted while he was inside a tent in Al Mawazi area. The occupation claims it was a safe zone, but in fact it is not safe at all.
Clearly they're lying.
We are innocent people, children who did nothing wrong, and old people who live in tents.
Since breaking the...
Well, hey, don't you think Hamas, they're using these civilians as human shields in these declared safe zones and these refugee centers? Every single time one of these refugee centers and stuff are destroyed, do you think 100% of the time it's because there's Hamas militants there?
100%.
Yeah.
The ceasefire with Hamas on March the 18th. Israel has killed more than 1,400 Palestinians, most of them women and children. Under Israeli blockade and relentless bombardment, the UN says Gaza's civilians are caught in an endless loop of death. Hamza Mohammed, Al Jazeera.
Well, hey, all those children, it's their fault for voting for Hamas.
Voting for Hamas, dude. The imagery of that in my mind is just ridiculous. Like children walking into a booth and writing Hamas on the ballot and everything.
The pain stretches beyond the reach of any medicine. Thousands of patients are trapped between life and death. They are not just casualties of war, but victims of closed borders. More than 11,000 critically wounded and severely ill Palestinians, including more than 4,500 children, are in urgent need of medical evacuation. But since Israel closed all crossings, they are left to suffer or die.
My son, Yazin, received a medical referral for treatment abroad. He was suffering from malnutrition and was deteriorating day by day. He needed special food and medicine, which were unavailable because of the Israeli blockade. When the borders were shut...
Again, is there any proof or evidence that this Israeli blockade exists? I mean, do you think there's any other sources out there that aren't Israel or that aren't Palestine that are claiming that this obstruction exists?
It meant we lost every chance to save him. It ultimately led to my son's death.
Look at him reaching
Under
for
the
the mic.
ceasefire agreed in January, Israel committed to allowing the medical evacuation of 50 patients every day for treatment abroad. Yet the obligation remains unfulfilled, and since reimposing its total blockade in March, not a single patient has been allowed out of Gaza. The promise of evacuation has been reduced to a list.
We have many cases need diagnosis and intervention.
They're claiming that they're not being allowed to leave. Well, I hear a bunch of people who are pro-Israel that it's their fault for not leaving and they could leave if they wanted to, but they choose to stay. So do you think those, the people making that claim have thoroughly looked into it to verify that that's the case? I mean, do you think this is fake news again?
Either medical or surgical.
No one's trying to leave.
Intervention. These interventions are not found in Gaza, and the cases, we will lost due to delay of evacuation.
For many, hope has become a distant memory. Cancer patients without chemotherapy, children with shrapnel wounds and amputated limbs, victims whose only lifeline lies far beyond the surrounded strip, Others are barely holding into numbing their pain with prayer.
My son was already critically ill before the war. He was diagnosed with severe malnutrition, and recently he developed neurological complications. We used to take him to Al-Rantasi Children's Hospital for treatment, but that hospital now lies in ruins. And with the borders closed, his health is only deteriorating further.
The World Health Organization and UN agencies warn that by denying patients access to medical care, Israel is violating international humanitarian law. But those warnings do not seem to be enough to lift the blockade or save lives.
Here in Gaza, the war does not end if Israeli airstrikes stop. It continues in the hospital, waiting rooms, in the empty ambulances, and in the last breaths of people who might have survived if only borders were open. Tariq Abazoun,
Now, the Israeli army is seizing large areas of the Gaza Strip, expanding what it describes as buffer zones. That's according to Israel's Defense Minister, Israel Katz. He posted a video message from inside Gaza at the newly announced Marag corridor, which has split Gaza between the southern cities of Rafah and Khan Yunis. It follows Israeli media reporting that the Israel Defense Forces is planning to seize and keep the entire city of Rafah. It's estimated a land grab this large could consume around 1/5 of the Gaza Strip. Here's the Defense Minister.
Now, do you think BBC is lying?
Yeah.
We watched videos from Al Jazeera. Do you think BBC? I mean, they're a news media outlet, so clearly, yeah, they're automatically wrong by default.
Keep trying to show me all this lying Democrat media.
The population of Gaza is evacuating from the fighting zones, and large areas are being seized and added to Israel's security zones, leaving Gaza smaller and more isolated. We are working to advance the voluntary immigration plan for Gaza residents in accordance with the U.S. President's vision, which we are working to realize.
Meanwhile, an Israeli airstrike on a residential building east of Gaza City killed at least 29 Palestinians early on Tuesday. Those figures coming from the local hospital. Images reviewed by the BBC confirmed children were among those killed in the attack on the neighborhood. The Israeli military said it struck a senior Hamas terrorist whom it did not identify and said it was to minimize civilian harm. A man who lived in that home paused rescue efforts for a moment to give this message to a journalist.
So they bombed a hospital again for one Hamas militant.
The ends justify the means. Gene.
Well, hey, unfortunately, in war, there are civilian casualties.
Yeah, even if it's a dramatic amount.
I mean, it's one thing if there's, like, a platoon of troops, like, stowed away in, like, a building that's right next to the hospital or whatever. I still don't really agree with blowing up the entire block. But, like, hey, it's one Hamas, like, officials there, so therefore that justifies killing 100 people.
Do with it? Why would they hit them? What does it take to get these people from under the rubble? There are no resources, no tractors, no machines, there is nothing. What do we do? This guy is trapped under the ceiling and we cannot reach him.
Earlier I spoke to Miriam Larousi, emergency coordinator.
So Paradox said, dude gets it, one militant makes sense.
Dirt gets it.
Oh, Dirt gets it.
Doctors
Yeah.
Israel says that it has a new strategy in its war against Hamas to divide up Gaza and seize more territory there. There's been military strikes, but what does that mean and look like on the ground?
What it means on the ground is receiving a phone call from a colleague telling you I have to leave my place right now with all my family because the Israelis are going to target my building, and waiting to receive a phone call back to know if he's alive or not. It's also learning the same day that the whole family of one of your colleagues passed away after an Israeli shelling. It's also what happened exactly yesterday night, a shelling 300 meters away from our clinic in Al-Mawasi that caused the deaths of dozens of people, and we received about 7 wounded persons.
Oh, wait. Didn't we read, like, a quote from one of the world's top, like, military experts who stated that they're using certain munitions that, you know, they have a radius
Can be
of
used in this
100
context.
that have like 100 meters like of blast radius and so forth, and they could be using more precise sort of munitions that, you know, are less likely to reach areas of a farther radius. So do you think I don't know, this kind of relates to that? It's just 100.
I don't see what that has to do with it at all, Gene. I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you think that, you know, those other types of explosives that have a much smaller blast radius that are still capable of leveling a building, do you think that, maybe the fact that they chose the sort of much more deadly explosives with a wider radius. Do you think maybe they did that on purpose to reach these other areas that are within range?
You're crazy,
do you think there's some
Gene.
intent there, or do you think this is just a conspiracy?
You're crazy.
Yeah.
Can't believe you said that.
And 2 dead people, including a child, 2 years old. This is what we call the reality in Gaza. We're talking about that kind of level of violence. And this is just the last 24 hours. The shelling is day and night. It's all through Gaza. It also means evacuation notice for a large number of population that are being forcibly displaced from one minute to the other. How does it reduce? It means taking all your belongings, all your family, and you have to live to wherever you can, under a tent, and see what's going to happen. Maybe that place will be safer, maybe not. And the Gazans today having displaced like for 9 out of 10 of them more than 10 times. This is unprecedented. This is strongly illegal. Israel is not respecting the international humanitarian law. And his ally have to force them in a way or another to abide by the law.
And Miriam, what is the biggest need for your teams on the ground?
Look, it's been now 1 month that the blockade is ongoing when it comes to all humanitarian aid entering inside of Gaza, as well as all the commercial goods. It means that right now
They're obstructing all aid. Do you think that's necessary?
now there is a strong lack of food inside of all Gaza Strip. The food distribution are scarce, and this provokes already a lot of weight in our patients. When it comes to medical supplies, we're already lacking medical supply. We had to change courses of treatment and get to the point of having courses of treatment that are not the best for our patients because we don't have all the molecules that we would need. We have had a hard time treating non-communicable disease such as diabetes, as epilepsy due to lack of stock also.
Okay, so let me give an example of, cross-referencing information. So, BBC, they're mainstream media. Clearly, they're full of shit. Human Rights Watch states that since March 2nd, 2025, the Israeli government has, again, blocked all aid entering Gaza, including fuel and flagrant violation of international humanitarian law. Do you think Human Rights Watch is lying? They're spreading fake news? Hamas hacked into their website and is posting this fake news here? I don't know. Yeah.
It's the only logical.
But we just believe anything we read or any information we come across from any source out there. Sources can be wrong, therefore they are whenever they don't tell you what you like.
Human Rights Watch sounds like a libtard source to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We're lacking painkillers, so we have to do dressing to our patients without painkillers. So it's really also the scope. On the top of it, you know that Israel decided also on the 9th of March to cut the electricity coming from Israel to Gaza and therefore reducing very strongly the access to water inside of Gaza. So right now, hygiene is also an issue. There is no potable water, not enough to cover the need of all the population, which leads also, as the lack of water, to hygiene issues. We're seeing now more and more cases of scabies, and this goes increasing by the day because...
So, are you saying scabies? Okay.
There was no water, but also a lack of hygiene product on the market. So the border has
I was thinking if she said scurvy, that would make sense.
Open. And Israel is the occupant power in all this conflict, and they have right now to let the humanitarian aid and commercial good enter back into Gaza.
And Miriam, in terms of getting a ceasefire...
Now, also, water, you don't just need water to hydrate yourself, you also need water to do things like, wash your hands, bathe. So... And famine, when people are kind of confined within close quarters, that it's a war zone. There's a lot of debris everywhere, and people are likely to have open wounds, and because they're malnourished, their immune systems aren't really functioning as they should. Do you think that, additional sort of issue of not being able to adequately clean your wounds, adequately bathe, so you have less spread of disease? Do you think maybe that contributes to the issue? I don't know. It seems like... Do you think it makes sense they're obstructing water from getting through?
Water is for hippies.
negotiations back on track.
Water's for hippies. So you said. They just use it for their bong water. Fucking hippies.
Do you think this is fake news again when they're claiming that Israel bombed this, one of the last sources
They
of
fear
fresh
dying
water?
of thirst, but they got water right fucking there.
Yeah, what the fuck? This bullshit.
اعتبتي طلعوا لنا ميه وبنشرب ميه غير بعد مرات بنشرب ميه مالحه اقسم بالله ميه مالحه بنشرب بعد مرات.
Yeah, drinking salt water definitely not a good idea when you're dehydrated, but usually what happens when your body goes into, I don't know, dehydration mode is instincts kind of take over.
من الحمامات طبعا عزك السبب فيش مياه عندنا بتجينا هنا ميه حلوه اليهود قطفت
And that's another issue, like flushable plumbing. What happens when also they're confined in close quarters and they need to relieve themselves and human waste starts to pile up? It's also something else that might lead to the spread of disease, and then a lack of running water probably again interferes with them washing their hands, engaging in proper like sort of hygiene, and it's probably also adding to the rise in disease. So there seems to be a lot of parallels to this sort of medieval style siege tactics of starving out a city, a settlement. Disease, famine usually breaks out as a result. Do you think, I don't know, that all of the, when people claim that Israel's engaging in some kind of genocide? Fake news, I guess.
شحت علينا الميه بالنسبه للي بيجوا هذول يعبوا بسبب انه ضربوا ميه التحليه عشان هيك شحت علينا واحنا يحكي من بلد لبلد نطلع بنجيب الميه. ما احنا مش قادرين هي المعاناه صعبه بطلوا يجوا.
So isn't it like there's a few million people living in Palestine and 600,000? That's like over 1/6 of the population.
بروح استنى الميه بجيبش اولاد ميه ولا عيلتها ميه، اول ما بدنا نروح نجيب الميه الحلوه بنلحقها على الشارع، واللي بيلحق ميه بيلحق واللي بيلحقش بيروح تحت البنتين. ايام واحد بيكون قاعد بدبر حاله في الميه، بيكونش قاعد بيطلع ثاني يوم وهاليوم بنجيبش ميه نشرب. زي ما انت شايف ولا في مواتير ولا في اي حاجه هنا في المخيمات، بنعاني كثير. هذا بتجيش ميه هان الشعب بيموت من العطش. زبالات وهنا مكب.
Oh, there you go. Spreading due to poor hygiene.
زبالات الله يعزك وقرف وخمه وريحه. ايش بدي اقول لك اول ما اقول لك؟ هذا يا بصير جرثومه مع البني ادم، بتوفوا برد مع الارض، يا بصير حساسيه بحط في الجسم، يا بعرفش ينام في الليل من البعوضه.
Well, I mean, again, unfortunately, civilian casualties are just a byproduct of war. There's nothing Israel can do. They're doing everything they can to mitigate the civilian casualties. It is all 100% fake news.
بعد مرات شعوري بدها تجيني جلطه وانا جت ادخل الميه عندي في قلب الخيم، انا واولادي ومرتي، والله بصعوبه، والله بطلع على الشارع من فوق بستنى الميه اول ما تجي، بقعد استنى فيها ب3 ساعات و4 ساعات اول ما تجي، حرام يروح تحت رجليه، هذا عقاب شديد بالنسبه للميه، عقاب يعني جدا يعني، وبيقدر الانسان يستغني عن بعض حاجات الميه ما بيقدرش يستغني عنها طبعا، وهذا الشعور الصعب، والله بيشتهى مشترى بعد وكيف، بنجبر انه يعني نطلب مصاري من الناس، ان دين لو 10 شيكل 15 شيكل نشتري فيها الميه نقضي باقي يعني يومنا، وحتى بخجل كمان.
Desperate for answers, parents gather to find out when their children will receive the final dose of the polio vaccine. The fourth round of the emergency immunization program was supposed to take place across Gaza this week, targeting hundreds of thousands of young children. But more than 5 weeks of Israel's reimposed blockade has put the campaign in doubt.
Another thing, something that we take for granted, is that when we're younger, a lot of kids get a lot of vaccines right away if you live in a more developed part of the world, or at least a part of the globe that isn't being subjected to blockades. So do you think a lot of these vaccines that, children kind of need at a very young age, because something like polio, which really isn't an issue if you are vaccinated, do you think a lot of these kids aren't going to get really debilitating, disabling sort of diseases if there wasn't a blockade? And
Joe Rogan says
Doctors
that
Without
these
Borders.
kids will be fine as long as they're not pussies.
Oh wow.
Natural immunity.
Did Joe Rogan actually say that?
I know that he pushed a lot of anti-vaccine rhetoric,
God.
a lot of it revolving around natural immunity.
Oh yeah,
If you die from preventable diseases, that's just nature, stuff like that.
Yeah, because polio, you definitely want that to be festering, and you definitely are going to build a natural immunity to something like fucking polio.
Due to the current situation and the occupation's refusal to allow medicine to enter the Gaza Strip, these 600,000 children are
I don't think he really understands how epidemiology and germ theory works, or biology.
the vaccine that is supposed to protect them from polio. If the vaccines are not allowed in, the campaign will fail, which could lead to the renewed spread of the disease.
The virus was detected in Gaza's wastewater in July last year for the first time in decades, a result of the rapidly deteriorating humanitarian situation.
One of these videos that I watched regarding an outbreak of polio, there's somebody in the comments who does the rolling on the floor laughing emojis, and they're like, this is clearly fake news. Polio doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, there isn't a whole lot of emoji spam tonight in the chat.
Yeah.
And the collapse of health and sanitation systems. A month later, it was confirmed in a 10-month-old baby who's now paralyzed.
This used to be one of the vaccine centers the World Health Organization used during its polio immunization campaign in Gaza City. But without the drugs, hundreds of children have missed their scheduled doses, leaving them at risk of permanent paralysis and chronic disabilities if they catch the virus.
It's yet another worry for Palestinian families who struggle every day to find food and clean water and somewhere to shelter from the relentless Israeli bombardment.
Before the crossings were closed, we used to come to vaccinate our children, especially against polio. Now, they've told us there are no vaccines, and we are concerned about our children's safety.
Polio has still been detected in Gaza's wastewater this year, although no new cases have been reported. The first 3 rounds of the vaccination campaign were a success, but the fear now is that Israel's blockade could lead to more innocent lives being lost. Ibrahim Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
At least the kids got entertainment there.
We want to bring you some developing news in the last hour on a story we mentioned a little bit earlier. A U.S. immigration judge has ruled that the student, Mahmoud Khalil, who led pro-Palestinian protests at Columbia University in New York last year, can be deported. Mr. Khalil has been in custody since March 8th when he was told by U.S. immigration officers he was being deported for taking part in campus protests against the war in Gaza and the university's investment ties to Israel.
Now, people claim that he was spreading Hamas rhetoric. Do you think that's actually legit?
His legal team accused the US government of trying to silence people over speech it doesn't support. Here's Mr. Khalil's lawyer speaking late last month.
This is a case where the United States government has created a policy targeting Palestinian activists, and specifically Mahmoud Khalil, for arrest, detention, and potential removal because the United States government disagrees with his constitutionally protected right to dissent from U.S. foreign policy.
This all comes as universities are coming under increasing pressure by the Trump administration as it seeks to reshape the higher ed.
So in Specified saying, what's your opinion on RFK Jr. Gene? I've discussed him before. I think he's retarded. The fact that he's our head of medicine and then he supports the unscientific claim that vaccines cause autism. Maybe we shouldn't have a quack like that who has
he's trying to push for more research on it. If I remember
he has
right.
No fucking expertise or qualifications at all on the subject. Trump's clearly not an incompetent president when he's appointing somebody like that, the head of the department, that, I don't know, maybe you'd want somebody to have an education when it comes to fucking health and medicine.
education system. The latest developments on Thursday, the Wall Street Journal reported the Trump administration is looking into an arrangement that will put Columbia University under a consent decree, which would legally bind the school to follow federal guidelines on how it combats anti-Semitism. The university has already agreed to some of the Trump administration's demands for reforms after it pulled $400 million in federal grants and contracts over allegations of anti-Semitism.
So people keep saying anti-Semitism. I'm sure that there is a percentage of protesters who are being idiots and doing the in-group, out-group thing, and they are saying anti-Semitic sort of garbage, but do you think that's the majority of protesters? And I mean, there's plenty of pro-Israel protesters, so you don't think any of the pro-Israeli, like, counter-protesters, you don't think any of them probably say some fucked up things that are fairly bigoted, xenophobic, racist about Palestinians living in Gaza?
It's important to say that Columbia University isn't alone here. In March, the Trump administration sent letters to 60 higher education institutions. It said we're facing potential enforcement actions for what it described as a failure to protect Jewish students on campus. Earlier this week.
Okay, dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. I have an announcement that I want to make with all of you guys. Our brothers from the Tariffs.
Do you think these guys are anti-Semitic?
Community. We are talking about the
Jewish. I mean, look, they have like a cancel symbol in the middle of like an Israeli flag. And I mean, it's not like Israel's a country, it's a territory. No, clearly criticizing Israel automatically means you're anti-Semitic.
Community, the real Jewish for Palestine, the real Jewish in all around the world. They have made an announcement with me earlier.
Maybe these are people that are just cosplaying as Semitic Jews, and they're not really Jewish. They're just doing this as a way to mislead the public. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's a crisis actor. Everything is fake news.
They have been.
Hamas has infiltrated the United States, and clearly these are Hamas militants.
Yeah.
That are just cosplaying as Hasidic Jews.
They have been give up on Palestine a single time, a single day. Every single time there is a protest, they solve. Every single week there is a protest, they solve.
Okay, so what's with the pirate flag?
Who's there with the... Did you hear the slide whistle?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the pirate flag. I want to know what the story is behind that.
When we always say Judaism yes, Zionism no. The state of Israel must go. Judaism yes, Zionism no. The state of Israel must go. They wanna kind of apologize. Listen up, guys. They don't have to. But they made it very sure, very clear that we wanna apologize for the next 2 weeks that they won't be with us because of the holiday that they have. Takbir! They didn't have to make that statement because we respect their faith as citizens. They have a holiday like any of us, Muslims, Christians, anyone. When we have a holiday, I don't have to make an excuse to myself not being in a place that I want to be in. But they say, unfortunately, we won't be with you for the upcoming 2 weeks. However, we will make sure that we leave our signs. And there is.
I think he's covering his face. Here's my theory.
Percussion? What's your theory? He's Moss.
No.
He's ugly.
Probably doesn't want to risk being identified and then deported, because that seems to be something that the Trump administration is doing a lot recently. But do you think I'm being conspiratorial here?
There is a message. We'll be ready.
Yeah.
You will have a message. You will hear it from the Notary Gaza community, from our rabbis.
But here, tuck the chat. I gotta pee again.
Game over is the last level boss, dude. We just got the game over. Yeah, dude. Gene's pissing like a racehorse tonight, dude.
Yeah, Gene won't stop getting up and leaving the stream. What a dickhead, right?
Trying to run a business here, John.
Mm-hmm. Trying to run a business. You having a good day, Dirt? Huh?
Yeah, it's been a day. I'm just hanging in, you know, living. How's your day?
Oh fuck.
Oh. Hey, this gay guy's back.
Oh, hey, Zidane, good timing.
There we go.
No, we needed you. Things were getting so awkward.
Yeah, dude. Me and Shab can't hold a conversation. He was asking me how my day was.
Yeah.
Mind your
I didn't give a
business,
I didn't even give a shit about his day. I just didn't know what to say.
Small talk shit. Bro.
Speaking of minding your own business, what the fuck are you eating, Trubisky? What kind of chips are those?
It's very
fried
orange.
dick.
Orange dick.
Fried dick. No, it's just Doritos.
Fried.
Just little Doritos. I'm just taking them, going, huh? Like that, you know.
Foreskin crisps.
Yeah, foreskins, crisps, whatever.
Pork rinds.
Oh yeah. Oh damn. So, at the next Shab Fan meetup, we should do something like this, huh?
Yeah.
I could be the guy.
We should.
Great idea.
I think I'd look good in one of these outfits.
We're gonna do this at one of the next meetups. Yeah.
So
yeah, we're gonna get dressed up like this
while I was gone.
What Shab was eating?
Yeah, I don't know why they're worried about that. They're a bunch of dummies. Damn.
So they say Israel citizens come to America and get free healthcare, free education, and any kind of support for a business. Do you have the same? No. I don't know if that's true. I mean, again, don't like what Israel's doing whatsoever, but I don't think the United States is giving them free healthcare.
Okay, on behalf of Natari Casa, next week and the following week as well. So there won't be...
No, Gene, they get here and they get handed like a mansion and some car keys to a Ferrari.
Well, I mean,
they get $1 million loan for any business.
The Jewish population in America is fairly wealthy, so one of the reasons why, if they do come to the United States, they have a foot in the door when it comes to setting up starting a business and so forth, is connections. But I don't think the government is necessarily giving them free healthcare and helping them start a business. And you have asylum cities where they will give I guess gift cards and stuff with a lot of money on it, and they'll provide them with apartments and so forth. There's a lot of controversy there. That is one of the areas of immigration where I will agree that it does cause some problems, especially New York. I definitely think they need a better way of going about it. But I think that a lot of Israelis that come to the United States are not seeking asylum.
Physically, they won't be with us, but their spirit will be with us. Their spirit will be supporting us.
Okay, they said all we have to do is Google it. But, okay, so Google it, look it up.
I'm actually doing that.
And the following week, they have a holiday.
The boy Shab.
So that's why, on behalf of all of you, if you guys don't mind to allow me to speak on your behalf, we do wish you a happy holiday, and we wish you, all your community, all your families, all your siblings, all your kids, a happy holiday. And that doesn't mean you are not with us, because you will be with us with your spirit. And as inshallah, we are.
You know what? Canada needs to create a program where if Americans move to Canada, they give them housing, and they give them money, stimulus check, they help them start a business, and they need to help give Americans asylum in Canada.
We celebrated our holiday, which is great, and you guys were with us in that holiday. We will be celebrating with you as well in Palestine, inshallah, with your holiday as well, celebrating together.
Well, you're saying free healthcare. I mean, maybe, I don't know what the policies are. You're talking about food stamps and stuff. That is something that, depending on your state, it's a state-by-state basis. And if they do provide them with something like that, it might be temporary for like anyone who, like, to help with the transition when people immigrate to the United States. But that is something that definitely varies state by state, and I don't know exactly. Are you looking into it, Shab?
Yeah, babe.
A happy holiday, and inshallah we'll see you in 2 weeks, inshallah.
Well, you're saying they have their own ambulances, their own police. Well, then those are Jewish communities. So then those are like those sound like certain gated communities and stuff. So then they have their own sort of local governance.
So it's funny.
That is connections.
So it's funny they had me. They said Google it. So I went to Google, typed.
Okay, they're not being rude. So just don't be rude.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I just literally went to Google and searched that, and the first thing that comes up says it's AFP fact check. Experts refute claim that Israelis get free U.S. medical.
Yeah.
So it's the first link that pops up for Google.
Libtard source.
It's the source.
You get all your information from the first page of Google.
Well, you can cross-reference it. So go to Google Scholar that exclusively shows you peer-reviewed sources like academic papers.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when they mention that they have their own schools, their own hospitals, well, those are probably, and that's not just like Jewish communities. You have gated communities. You'll have like in those like towns and stuff, they'll have their own level of sort of governance because they fall within sort of their own sort of municipality. It's kind of like Amish communities and so forth. So if you establish those kind of like independent communities, then they do have a lot more freedom when it comes to legal policy. So that's a good example where they might have programs in those independent communities where if you're from Israel or if you're a Jewish citizen in another country and you travel to the United States and you move into those settlements, they might do that. And in fact, like that's something that a lot of independent communities will do, where they will for like a year, 2 years, 6 months, if you move in, they'll actually pay you because they want to build the population of that settlement. But that's like a localized thing. That's like that town, that neighborhood sort of government. That's not like something that's run by the state. So that's something where it's just anyone can open up, or if they have the resources, they can create their own independent settlement. And then they could do that where, hey, I'll pay people to move to my settlement. And there's a lot of old towns that are kind of dying off because younger people are moving away from like your more rural, smaller towns. And they will pay people to move there and live there for the first like year or two that they're there. And it's it's a strategy to help increase the population of the town. Well, what do you mean free education? Everyone in the United States gets free education. If you're talking about private schools, then it's like, again, when it comes to legality, it's if they're moving into like certain like gated communities, independent communities, then they'll have their own schools. But I don't think that that doesn't make them unique. 100% of people in America get some type of free education.
So all of us together. Judaism, yes. Zionism, no. The fate of Israel must go. Judaism, yes. Zionism, no. The fate of Israel must go. Judaism, yes. Zionism, no.
Oh, they're talking about in Brooklyn. Well, then that might be a is Brooklyn well, yeah, Brooklyn is like a asylum like city. So they're probably not just doing that with Israeli citizens. They might be doing that with like foreign citizens from across the globe.
The fate of Israel must go. Netanyahu, shame on you. You are Zionist, not a Jew. Netanyahu, shame
What do you think of this beat, Chad?
It's fucking fire, bro. Is this Eminem or what? Who is this? Oh, never mind. That's Eminem. Damn. He's spitting fire.
You've heard it. You've heard it now from me. You've heard it now on behalf of the organization.
Dude, and we got fireworks? Cool. We're having too much fun, guys. Back to the kids dying. What the fuck, Gene?
Here, we're watching too much Al Jazeera, so we're gonna look at what NBC is saying. But NBC is part of the mainstream media, so
Fake news.
They're totally lying.
Fake news. Wow.
So, what I think is kind of funny is that she, like, has that scar, that wound, like on her forehead and stuff, and it looks similar to the kind of wound that the one girl earlier had, who was microwaving the squishy toy.
Yeah.
And it's just in the United States, if somebody has a serious wound, it's probably because their kid was microwaving a toy compared to some sort of war wound. Okay. On to a different topic.
Let's start with, your situation as an athlete, and you have been playing against a transgender individual in women's sports. So
one of the things Trump's been doing is Maine. They refuse to follow through with the policy of banning the gay pride flag and so forth. And why do you think that's one of the top priorities of people who are on the right? They seem to really care about this. So whether you want to claim it's unscientific when it comes to trans, I guess when it comes to the science regarding transgender or those who are trans, why do you think out of all of the crap out there, our failing educational system, our shitty prison system with terrible prison reform, issues with police brutality, poor health care, how come the two things that they seem to care the most about is immigration and trans issues?
Because Republicans are full of shit about being the ones that are trying to actually get things done, and they're way too worried about social politics than worried about things that actually matter. Yep.
Start of my junior year, my father had said something to me he is somebody that looks at results like nobody I've ever met. So he is looking at results and he's looking at start lists, and he mentions to me that he notices this name from running. And
I mean, at least when it comes to the immigration issue, I mean, immigration can cause problems depending on what's going on, different countries deal with different types of immigration, and it's not the same everywhere you go. Even though if you do your homework, you'll find that the effect that immigration has on the economy is pretty minuscule. But it's at least immigration, I can understand why maybe it's up there in the top 10, 20, 30 things to discuss. Regarding accepting trans people and so forth, trans rights, it should probably be even if you fucking care, it should be number 218 on a list of problems out there that should be on your list of concerns. So the fact that this is so high on their list of priorities, it kind of shows that they really don't care about improving the country. They want to deport all the immigrants, and they want to get rid of all the gay acceptance. Why? Because different equals bad.
I hear about... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, all these tariffs, it's like we need to bring businesses back to America, where it's Americans working in these areas. We're sick of, like, you know, all these people from other countries coming in and establishing businesses. It seems like they kind of just want to have a country where it's a bunch of white people conforming to, like, a very, very narrow set of sort of cultural standards. Because it's almost like the science shows.
It looks like 1950s advertising.
Yeah, what's that one character, like, personality trait that is heavily associated with intelligence? Isn't it openness to new experience? Haven't they kind of shown that people who tend to have a wider range of interests, people who tend to be more curious, they're more eclectic, that has a strong association with being a fairly intelligent person? And doesn't the science kind of show that people who lack intelligence tend to be set in their ways? They hate new things. They tend to assume that their normal is everyone's normal. And they kind of want people to, they're more likely to appeal to tradition. Something that wasn't the norm in the decade they grew up in. And their, like, 20, 30-mile radius that they confine themselves to. That's clearly how it should be. So, do you think maybe that has something to do with it? When you look at statistics that show that, you know, states, the red states are the states that have the poorest level of education, academic attainment, some of the highest levels of literacy. Do you think that's a coincidence? That those two things align, or is it fake news?
I don't think McGusto is able to follow along in the chat. You're talking too fast for them, Gene.
What are they saying?
Read it, Gene.
A war that will last 30 minutes. What's the difference between Jews and Boy Scouts? The Boy Scouts come back from camp.
After that.
I never understood how your sexuality has to be the most important thing about a person instead of their character.
No, after that. Gene, you need to start from the...
That's the most... You said after that. That's the most
well,
recent
turn
thing.
it to live chat. You're on top chat or something.
No, it says live chat.
Oh, well... You said stuff.
Here we go. So I had to refresh it for some reason. So everyone in America or all Americans are white. That's fucking retarded. Americans are all race, not just white people. So that's not the point I was making. So yeah, you definitely maybe I was speaking too fast for him.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's the fact that there are people out there, a decent chunk of Americans, that tend to be fairly bigoted, and they kind of want things to be far more homogenous. So, a lot of them are more closeted racists. A lot of them probably, if they had their choice, they'd probably like to live in a more all-white community. But, in the end... we're talking more about immigration, and we're talking more about, like, transphobia, and we're talking about how people who tend to not really be very open to new experience, xenophobic, they hate any sort of culture or customs that fall outside of their sort of norm, they act like it's bad. So I never said everyone in America is white.
He had known that they were a transgender athlete. And so he came to me and he said, Cassidy, you'll be competing against a transgender athlete this year. And it's one of those moments where, like, you're like, oh, this only happens in the news. Like, haha, Dad, you know.
Okay, so I wanted to get your guys' opinion on something that's closer to the topic at hand. I'm not sure if this is just an anecdote of mine, but I feel like I hear, and this is considering the fact that I have plenty of friends who are trans, I feel like I hear about trans people more from, like, butthurt conservatives who are mad at trans people. And I hear more about these issues from those people than I do from trans people. Like, any of you guys kind of relate to that?
And it makes you think, like, how many people, like, in their day-to-day life outside the internet do they actually interact with who are trans? Like, how many of their coworkers are trans? How many of their neighbors are trans?
Well, it's just like I was saying earlier, Zidane. They're most right-leaning people are way too focused on social politics than they are fucking the real stuff that actually matters. They're way too worried about, like, dudes putting on dresses or whatever the fuck, or Starbucks saying Happy Holiday instead of Merry Christmas. All sorts of stuff that doesn't fucking matter at all.
Those
but
are
they're
the important
fucking
things, Chad.
they're really worried about it, and that's front row seat. That's what they're talking about every day, is shit like that for some reason, as if that's gonna help get us anywhere.
So I went to my first qualifier race, and sure enough, I was competing against a transgender athlete. I had lost to that race, but fast forward to the end of that season, I had
Loser.
The Christian Broadcasting Network, like, Christianity, they always seem to be on the right side of history.
She's such a victim.
Which,
yeah, I like how people try to associate religion, especially Christianity, with peace. It's like, that's hilarious.
is an accomplishment that few get to say they've done. And I was competing on this main team with this transgender athlete. The words, defeating. It's defeating. The only time I beat this athlete was at this competition, and I beat them in one race, which meant that I started ahead of them in the following race while I was on a hill, and sure enough, I'd seen a main uniform pass me and cross the finish line in front of me, and it was this athlete. And in that moment, it's one of those things where, like, it shouldn't be a goal I have. It shouldn't be a goal that I have to beat a biological male. I have my own competition. I have my own females in my own category. That is fair and an equal opportunity. It shouldn't be my goal to beat a biological male, but it was. And when I didn't, it was super defeating. And I shouldn't be defeated by that, and I was, and that was hurtful.
Do you go into races now with a different mindset? Because it's going to be tougher.
Now, they're not really showing numbers or statistics about how, like, prevalent this issue is. How often it is that a trans athlete is competing against non-trans athletes.
Yeah,
So,
they wouldn't care to show that.
This is something I think is kind of funny. So when you talk about journalistic media, a lot of these other sources that we pay attention to, they constantly show statistics and data to show just how pervasive certain issues are, how common it is. One of the things you notice with Fox News or the Central or the Christian Broadcasting Network is that they kind of will discuss these individual cases without providing numbers to show how frequent or prevalent it is. So, do you think that when people don't notice that they rarely provide numbers? And I mean, it's funny how, like, again, the research shows that people who are more left-leaning when it comes to their politics tend to give more credence to research and statistics, and people who are more right-leaning tend to rely more on anecdotes.
Yeah.
So, do you think that's a good example where they watch, like, these news networks that tend to rely more on anecdotal cases than all of the, like, just data, the data overall that shows what's going on abroad?
I feel like the same thing kind of is happening with this video. They're not really telling enough information, because I'm really curious. What?
providing enough information.
Providing enough information about this race, because she's like, okay, I don't know if I just didn't hear it right or something, but she didn't say something like, oh, they got first place and I got second place. I would have got first place if it wasn't for this trans athlete, whatever. But was it like what she complained about is her thinking while in the race, oh, I can't believe I have to compete against a trans athlete, a biological male. Huh?
She did mention that she was, this trans athlete was the one that outcompeted her.
She was, yeah, but she didn't say, like, oh, I'm in was there women that were beating the trans athlete? That's what I'm wondering
she
here.
She did say that she came in second place.
Oh, okay, I didn't catch that part then.
Do you go in feeling, well, if I get second or third place, I guess that's good enough? As a woman, I know where I stand in what I believe, and I know.
And plus,
in the kitchen.
It's like,
sorry,
we're talking about athletics and so forth. She doesn't look like she's in the best shape. So
she was so crushed by this defeat that she stopped exercising.
Started eating donuts.
And it's just like, what's going on here? Is this like some junior varsity? I mean, where did she compete? What particular, like, who is administering this event? Is this something that anybody can participate in? So it's just, I don't know. She came in second place. She doesn't look like she is in the best shape physically. So maybe that kind of shows that maybe them being trans wasn't really that much of a contributing factor.
No, at the end of that race that I
sounds like you're fat shaming her, John.
Oh yeah, because like obesity and stuff, or whether you're overweight, that has nothing to do with somebody's performance when it comes to like certain sports. Especially they're talking about track. So, you know, cardio and endurance and stuff, yeah, that definitely, being overweight doesn't play a role at all.
Your friends, you're not alone, right? No. And you have said that you believe this is not so much about you because you're going to go on to college and you're not planning to compete. You're going to focus on your pre-med and your other studies. Yeah. So you've said that this is not exactly about you, but about the girls coming up behind you. Yeah, so my plan next year is to go to college, and I'm not going to compete competitively anymore. So this fight isn't for me necessarily.
So again, this is like high school sports.
I fought this for 2
You
years
only
now.
won because you're a boy.
And I think this might be in Maine. So it's just like the school I went to had 1,100 students. So there would be a lot of kids trying out for these sports teams. So even if like the average kid isn't in the best shape, there's still, because it's such a large population, there's going to be enough of those kids who are in good shape where it's going to be really hard if you aren't like in good shape physically to make the teams. So I'm thinking maybe she went to a small school where there really isn't that much competition.
It's been hard, it's been a battle, but this is a fight I'm fighting for the next generation of girls and so on. You know, I want to see them be able to compete fairly the way that I have been able to for most of my career, and I'm not willing to back down for these girls. You know, I want to be that role model. I want to show them that, you know, not only do I want you to have a fair and equal opportunity, but that you don't back down from fights that you know are wrong. Like, this is wrong, and I want them to have that opportunity, and so I'm not going to back down, and I love to
if it's wrong, it's not that big of a problem or an injustice. I probably agree that it should probably be changed, but it's not that big. Like, it's not the end of the world.
This person named Jack in the chat, they said she's not fat, she's got a big head. She's got a notable double chin there. And she definitely looks kind of plump.
And I'm not okay with that. And I want them to be able to compete fairly and equally. It sounds like you have other fellow athletes on your ski team or in cross country or the other sports the transgender person is playing or competing in. Yes. A lot of your friends, or at least some of them, you've said, are afraid to speak out and are just kind of going with the flow on this. Tell me about that and how it's affected your peer group.
And they're not going to data, like, did the trans person in question, did they go through the operation? I mean, are they somebody who it's like they say they're trans, but yet it's like biologically they haven't, like, I don't know, gone through any of the transition process at all? So this is another example where they really don't go into any detail whatsoever. It is just anecdotal claims. And at least with the other news networks we watch, they'll do things where if they are making a claim, they'll actually show the person who's of, like, the opposing party or the those who are being discussed. So, I mean, again, you should always take what you hear from journalistic media with a grain of salt and apply skepticism, but we've kind of seen that when it comes to CBN and Fox News, there's definitely a lack of direct coverage of what's happening and a lack of hard data being presented compared to the other sources.
You know, a couple of them would say they thought this.
Wait, why are you saying cancel John, Skeptical Jesus?
You're fat shaming, Gene. Pay attention.
I thought they meant my, like, views on like those who are trans.
You know, it comes to a point where they've gone to a point where nobody's willing to listen. And now they're at stages in their life where they could truly lose opportunities for speaking up. And I don't think that's right, but at the same time, I can't judge them. And I don't blame that on them. I blame that on people, you know, even people that have, like, censored Representative Laura Libby. You know, I blame that on people like that because people are afraid to speak up for what's right.
Mash Jenkins, who's that?
Fear for what
Beats the hell out of me. Never heard the name.
The response to the team in your Nordic scheme. What has the response been? Do they interact with this person? Is this person an active part of the team? What's the environment with this?
And see, they're interviewing her about it again. They're not, like, showing any hard data. It's just all the other news networks that actually go to the school and interview them. If the other person doesn't want to give an interview on camera, they'll blur out their face. It's just they'll at least engage in some level of investigative, like, sort of journalism. Here, it's just nothing but an interview, and it's nothing but anecdotal claims. Did they even give the name of the school that she went to? Or what the exact, like, sports league is? Or...
You know, I've told so many people how frustrating this is because we show up to a meet, and, you know, we start, an interval starts. And when all the girls go, you know, there's the normal cheering for other teams, there's the this. And then when this person goes, it's like the crowd roars for this person. It's like we must over-support them to make sure that they know that we're not.
Oh, God.
Why?
They get more attention than me. The crowd goes, like, way more wild when they come up.
But plus,
that's really her complaint.
Look like she's in the best shape, so it's just if she's one of the top performing like athletes in this particular municipality in Maine, where, like, there's probably very few schools, a very small population. I don't think this is that much of a tragedy or an injustice.
Why do we feel like
do you not think that's stupid? She's complaining about the audience not clapping loud enough for her, or like, they clap louder for the trans people than me. It's messed up.
What a victim.
As a female, that's defeating. This is male competing in our category. Why are we not giving the roaring cheers to the females who have to compete against this person? It's beyond frustrating.
Do you find it just ironic that...
So, you said for real, though, it's not fair, or Jack said, no argument against it. I mean, no argument... What do you mean, no argument against it? Exactly. Are you talking about us not giving an argument against why it's not fair? I mean... Well, they're not... Well, here's the problem. I guess if that's the case, where it's just physically they're still biologically a male, they haven't gone through any operations, then I'd say, yeah, that's unfair. But there's also this dilemma of how often is it happening? And they don't go over whether or not they've transitioned. And then on top of all that, it's just they're not providing enough data to really get enough context here.
The argument could even be made that they're cheering for biological males in your sport.
Yeah, I think Representative Laura Libby said it best, that feminists, you know, from years ago would be rolling around in their graves knowing that this is happening. I have no words, for these people that look at this as, we're supporting women's rights, we're supporting this girl, but where do I come in?
And like I said before, whether you think that this is an issue, like people who they have that sort of physical advantage and they haven't transitioned and so forth, should that be allowed? And I mean, even before this, I do know that there are certain sports where they don't have a team for the opposite gender. So field hockey, I know that that's a sport where globally it's common for men and women to play it, but a lot of schools, they'll only have a field hockey team for girls. So a lot of times boys will actually try out for the field hockey team, and I think they do have to allow them to, since they don't provide a team for the opposite gender. And that's also something a lot of girls will try out for boy sports, and they make it. So it's also how much of a disadvantage is it exactly? Because it's just, this is kind of a scenario of, what about women that are just naturally stronger or that have genetic advantages compared to other women? What about men that have genetic advantages compared to other men? They're just naturally taller, so they're going to have an advantage when it comes to something like basketball. I mean, there's definitely, it's not going to be completely fair overall, where everyone has an equal foot in the door, if you're just talking about somebody's physiology and their, just genetics. So, and again, people on the right, they care so fucking much about this. And one of the reasons why it's okay, I don't really give a shit if it's unfair in a scenario like this, because there's so many other things that are of a more notable concern. And it seems like this is probably just some small bumfuck town in Maine where the amount of people competing here is probably pretty minuscule. So even in scenarios where you don't have trans athletes, so where there's just not enough, there's not really that many people trying out for these teams. So that is common where boys or girls will play on teams for the opposite gender, especially when it's hey, they don't have enough boys for an entire boys team of whatever the sport is. So they'll just let both of the kids play on the same team regardless of what their gender is, and it's just a small town, so who fucking cares?
Into play. Where does my rights, where's the fine line where you are now violating my rights and my opportunities and taking away future generations' opportunities? And for people that can look at us and say, oh, it's just a small amount. There's 2 athletes in Maine that we know that have made news currently that we know of, and those 2 athletes have impacted so many girls. Because when you think about it, that one athlete,
No, here's the problem. Let's say these 2 athletes, these 2 kids, completely and totally transition. What do you think the likelihood is of her still winning against them? Because again, they look like they're just in better shape overall compared to her, and I don't think their gender or their sex is really a contributing factor here when it comes to who's in better shape. So I think there's also some advantages that they have based on lifestyle choices as opposed to their anatomy. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's I think if they were the opposite sex physically, they probably would still beat her.
Made news currently that we know of, and those 2 athletes have impacted so many girls. Because when you think about it, that one athlete,
they have visible muscles, but still, that means that they're actually lifting weights and they're actually exercising. She again, she doesn't look like she's in the best shape, so it makes sense. And again, women can lift weights, women can build muscle. So that's another thing, that it's not only men are able to grow or are able to build muscle mass through like weightlifting or exercising.
But every athlete that falls behind them has now been bumped a place. So your 2 athletes are impacting a whole group of girls. So it's not just a small group. And for people that want to say this isn't an issue that is impacting a lot of people, or when I had an interview up in Aroostook County, they said we've never heard of this. That's because they want to tell you that it's not happening, but that's not true. And it's time that we have to speak up and we have to say this isn't right and this is violating my rights now.
Have you missed out on opportunities because of this?
I think it's a hard thing to know because I wouldn't truly know. I know, like when it comes.
And I mean, Google it, Dirt. Like, how common is it where, like, students will play on the team of the opposite, like, gender? Because even before there was the LGBT movement and there was really any notable discussion regarding this, I still think it wasn't really that rare for somebody of the opposite sex to try out for the boys team or the girls team, especially sports where they didn't have like a male or female variant of that particular sport.
To the main teams for skiing, there's only so many spots available for that. I didn't make it this year, but
Oh, somebody's claiming Zionist Jews created the trans movement, hold them accountable. Yeah, I hope you're a troll. That's some like nonsensical conspiratorial like Alex Jones bullshit.
That is premium schizoid content right there.
Yeah.
Had this individual competing against us, and for many girls, the opportunities. People didn't make that main team because a spot was taken. People lost a place on the podium because that spot was taken.
A lot of people have been supportive. But what's the message to the people who are just dismissing your concerns?
Think of all the women in your life, and if you can look at them and say, "I'm going to take an opportunity away from you," then sure, go ahead. But the reality of it is very few people will look at the women who have fought years and fought hard and look at them and say, I'm going to take an opportunity away from you. They can't say that. But right
I mean, is it really that much of an opportunity?
now they're doing it. And they're not thinking of the women. They're thinking
I
of
think
making sure
she's a sore fucking loser. That's what I think. Because I think, I don't know. I think, I agree to a point with this, but like, it's interesting because, like, if you look at, like, people playing basketball, for instance, a team of basketball players, there'll be a big variety of different sizes and strengths and within the teams. And so one of them could complain because they're shorter, like, oh yeah, everybody's bigger than me, so this is, going against my rights. I would have done a lot better at basketball if it wasn't for that. I don't know. She just sounds like a sore loser. That's all I hear.
A lot of people have been supportive. But what's the message to the people who are just dismissing your concerns?
think of all the women in your life. And if you can look at them and say, I'm going to take an opportunity away from you, and look at them and say, I'm going to take an opportunity away from you, they can't say that. But right now they're doing it. And they're not thinking of the women. They're thinking of making sure that two individuals feel included. And I'm not saying that this is a simple overnight issue. I'm not saying this is something that gets fixed one day. But it needs to change. And there needs to be change. And these people need to look at the women of their life and say, I'm going to fight for you.
Do you have anything to say to your trans people?
So Maine has, like I said, pretty sparsely populated state, population of 1.4 million.
Ever?
Gene.
I would say.
But
Papa Smurf in the chat said men are stronger and faster physically because of the millions of years of evolution we had to be.
I mean, that's true to some extent.
Hold on. We had to be great hunters. How much you? I don't know, Gene. What do you think the chances of it are that Papa Smurf is maybe like an overweight, pimply dude that sits around like in front of his computer?
Okay, whatever.
I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, do you think they're some sort of like athlete
I
themselves?
can understand when it comes to something like the Olympics, or maybe if it's a notable sort of varsity league where it interferes with whether or not somebody gets a scholarship and so forth. And I mean, I'm not acting like there isn't certain complications here when it comes to how do they organize this, but when it comes to, like, in a scenario like this, it seems like it's just some small fucking town in Maine. It's probably a municipality with, like, a very small population of teens and children. And like they said, it's affecting very few people. So why the fuck do they care so much about it? It just seems like it should be on the bottom list of their priorities. And then it also just seems like, you know what, the fact that she was second place in track and field, she would have been first place, and she's doesn't look like she's in the best shape. So it probably shows that there wasn't really a lot of fierce competition.
I want them to have the opportunity to compete as well. And I want them to also compete in a fair and equal category. But that's not my category. And that's not where I'm competing. And I love them because I'm a Christian, and I believe that we love everybody. And just because
I'm a Christian. Oh yeah, yeah, because that's true Christianity. Like the areas of Christianity where it's just they're homophobic, where the Bible condones things like rape and so forth, and slavery. It clearly, Christianity's all about peace because you say it. It's why, because, nothing after the because.
Yeah, and like, I hate people. Obviously, I hate everybody because I'm an atheist, because that's how it works. Christians love everybody. If you're not a Christian...
because it's not like you should use logic and reasoning to determine what's morally and ethically sound. You should use a book of fairy tales.
Yeah, I'm like a good person because, I'm Christian and all, obviously.
This doesn't mean that I don't love them, the same that I would love everyone
I love
else.
them, because I say I love them.
On the opposite of that,
the Bible told
seems to
me.
be gathering some steam lately, from 6th grade teachers to city mayors. Days after deciding Boise was going to keep its current city flag, Mayor Lauren McLean is taking another stand on a standard. For years, there's been a pride flag flying outside Boise City Hall, something that seemed to be kind of a thorn.
That's horrible.
So why the fuck do they care?
Who
This
knows?
is such a non-issue. It's one thing, like, taking issue with, okay, they're gonna allow trans people to play in a different sports league where when it comes to their biology, there might be some disadvantage there. Here, it's just a fucking flag. Who cares?
Yeah, like,
inside the State House, just 2 blocks away.
it'd be different if it was like a fucking swastika or something. It's just a fucking rainbow flag. Get over it.
Past legislative session, they decided to do something about it. They passed a flag ban, not just for what can be flown at schools, but any and all Idaho public.
Somebody says you can't change your DNA no matter how many hormones you borderline. Well, hey, CRISPR, you can change your DNA with genetic engineering or radiation. You can change your genetics that way.
Buildings and property. But for Boise, well, their attitude and their
That's where
approach so far
Superman came from.
Yeah, exactly.
The bill to limit what flags can be flown on government property began back in February.
I believe this bill is necessary for government to be neutral and unified. Government buildings should represent all Idahoans and not be used for political or social movements.
Oh, like who? Well, I mean, here's the thing. If they have certain signs that are posted that say shit like, oh, in God we trust and crap, I don't think they fucking care. I think, again,
How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet that chick that just said that she's a right-leaning?
Yeah. Do you think they'd...
And once
do you
again,
think they'd support if they wanted to introduce Bibles into public school and have a little bit of Christian Bible study that's mandatory?
she'd probably be cool with
I have
that.
a feeling they probably support that. And I have a feeling that, yeah, their worldview is kind of slanted.
State, county, city, or school from flying any flag not listed here. From the U.S. flag to the state flag to the official school flag.
And without clear guidance, some government entities may display flags that promote specific causes or ideologies or political viewpoints.
Oh, and what about the Pledge of Allegiance? Or burning the U.S. flag? A lot of these people probably would care about that. If somebody was burning Bibles, they'd probably freak the fuck out. But they wouldn't give a fuck if somebody burned the gay pride flag.
This bill will prevent that.
Yet it hasn't, and that hasn't gone unnoticed.
Even Representative Heather Scott, the sponsor of House Bill 96, pointed out the law went into effect immediately with the governor's signature, saying someone may want to let the city of Boise know. Well, several have, and that didn't seem...
And I thought it was people on the left that are supposed to be the big fucking snowflakes.
...the matter. According to the mayor's office, that pride flag outside City Hall will continue to fly. Maybe because the law's guidance may be clear, but the enforcement of it is not. No part of the law lays out what happens if a city doesn't follow it. And we asked the governor's office...
Somebody says the 10 Commandments should be the law in school. Well, I'm sure you're somebody that has a lot of, you have very adept critical thinking skills. I'm sure you're not somebody where you just pander to the Bible because that happens to be the religion that your mommy and daddy spoon-fed you when you were kids.
County Sheriff and Boise PD. Nobody had an answer, but Representative Scott had one. In a text message, she told us most government employees shouldn't be actively breaking the law, even if they don't agree with it, especially elected officials. As for who is supposed to enforce it, she said they should self-enforce. We can always look at adding a penalty for bad actors if we need to. At least for now, it seems Boise is sticking by their standards. Well, during debate of that bill, it was mentioned how it was oddly focused on just one Idaho city because the only examples they showed of someone flying a flag not on that list were pictures of pride flags flown in Boise. But we were surprised to find, after reviewing all the committee hearings and chamber debates, nobody seemed to mention the bill's lack of enforcement. And to clarify what I said about nobody having an answer about that enforcement, the governor's office referred us to either the Ada County Sheriff's Office or Boise PD.
God, this is such an important issue.
And ACSO told us today, this is the first they're...
Somebody's saying, stop assuming, make an ass out of you. I mean, I'm not assuming, I'm guessing. I mean... I'm willing to acknowledge that that's not guaranteed to be the case, but if I could put my poker chips on it, I'd say that most likely that you would see that inconsistency.
You're hearing of this law, but since City Hall is on Boise City property, enforcement is up to Boise Police, and we have yet to hear back from BPD, nor have we heard back from the Attorney General's office. So no enforcement mechanism in the law, but...
Oh, they're saying the 10 Commandments is not a religion. It's part of a religion. Part of the fucking Bible. I mean, it's also in the Old Testament, so it's also part of Judaism, but what, are you Jewish? So am I wrong about you being Christian?
It did have an emergency clause, meaning it went...
And you do know that the Bible is not dichotic and mutually dependent on morality. You can use other sources to build a set of ethics. So that sort of logic shows that you think in a very linear, very one-dimensional manner. And then on top of all that, what about all the shit in the Bible that condones things like slavery? Like rape. You can beat
slavery, murder, abortion. Yeah. Abortion is condoned in the Bible. There's a passage where it's described as a method of punishment for a woman who conceives a child out of wedlock. That's there in the Bible,
but it's just, hey, you need to have a religion in order to have ethics. Why? Because nothing after the cuts. It's like, you need to, I don't know, be 8 feet tall to have ethics, because I just said that these two things go together. If you just make a declarative statement, it automatically becomes pure, unequivocal, dogmatic truth. But on top of all that, it's just, when people sit there and they appeal the possibility that, oh, maybe all the, there's a bunch of stuff that was lost, a lot of pieces of the Bible that aren't there. So if that stuff was there, then it would explain the fucked up stuff. Oh, it was written a long time ago, so it wasn't translated properly. Well, it's figurative. It depends on how your heart wants to interpret it, even though if you ask them to explain what figurative language is, it's like, is it a parable? Is it hyperbole? Is it a metaphor? It's just, no, they know that figurative means that it doesn't necessarily have a complete literal translation or interpretation, so that means you can just interpret it however you want. And it's like, you know what, if you interpret it however you fucking want, and all the stuff you don't agree with, you just make assumptions that it's mistranslated or it's supposed to be figurative, then you're essentially interpreting it however you please. So it might as well just be a book of blank pages. It's the cult of the blank page. And at that point, it's just, I don't think you're a real principled or ethical person when you just believe whatever you want to believe when it's convenient for you. That's like the exact opposite of being a principled person. It's having no principles. And that's typically what you see of people that follow the Bible in a very tongue-in-cheek manner. They love contradicting themselves and just turning their brain off and engaging in confirmation bias.
Into effect with Governor Little's signature instead of the usual July 1st effective date. Maybe wondering why that is. Could it have anything to do with the fact Pride Month happens in June? Maybe. Oh, by the way, the city of Bonners Ferry is considered a border town, and this was brought up during debate.
Yes, I've read the Bible. I read the Skeptics Annotated Bible. And when it comes to a lot of people that argue for Christianity, they can't tell you that they read the entirety of the Bible. Every time I talk to people who claim that want to advocate for the Bible, every time you ask them if they read it, it's always, oh, I read bits and pieces of it.
For years, they have flown a Canadian flag outside City Hall to welcome our neighbors from the north when they visit Idaho. Well, we called today, and that flag still flies outside Bonners Ferry City Hall. Official flags of other countries are allowed under this law, but as the law says, that's only to commemorate special occasions. So I wonder what's so special about a flag flying 24/7.
Somebody says that's the entire left. Yeah, because the right totally doesn't do the same thing. It's the entirety of the other side that engages in confirmation bias. You don't see people on your side doing it. And what's your argument for why you're more likely to see a person engage in that kind of mental gymnastics on the left than people on the right? It's just because you said so. You're making assumptions. I mean, and you know what? I'm pretty sure if you look at the research, it shows that there's a correlation with illiteracy and church attendance in the United States. But I guess it's fake news, and you're going to prove that you're not guilty of the kind of thought mentality I'm talking about in regards to confirmation bias by basically poo-pooing it instead of actually doing your homework and fact-checking what I'm saying. It's not like there's a correlation between higher academic attainment and being more agnostic or atheist when it comes to your beliefs. It's almost like the overwhelming majority of scientists are atheists. But hey, you don't like that statistic, so let's just basically discount it. Even though you could do your homework to verify how accurate it is. But no, just believe what you want to believe. Make assumptions that the information that you don't like is wrong without ever doing anything to actually justify the belief is true or false.
For the removal of that flag, I guess we'll just have to wait and see with that one.
In 2005, Maine voted to protect civil rights for anyone by adding gender identity to the Maine...
What assumptions am I making? So you're like, oh, and you've made no assumptions whatsoever. Well, present an assumption, because an assumption means that you're just jumping to conclusions and acting as if it's true. I've made guesses where, like, regarding the last, video or the 2 videos ago, where I'm guessing that maybe it's this or that, but I'm willing to acknowledge that what I'm predicting isn't guaranteed to be the case. That's not an assumption. An assumption is acting like, yeah, it's clearly this without doing anything to justify believing why it's that.
Maine Human Rights Act for justice.
Man, the audio's low.
Yeah, it's a quiet video.
Association now cites that law to allow...
Here, next vid.
We're now hearing from Maine Attorney General Aaron Fry after earlier today a federal judge in Maine ordered the U.S. Department of Agriculture to unfreeze roughly $3 million it pulled from Maine schools over the state's policy of allowing...
Oh, so somebody says there's also statistical evidence that shows atheists commit suicide at higher rates and experience depression at higher rates versus religious people of any belief. Well, here's the thing, though. There's also statistics that show that you're less likely to commit homicide and a lot of other, like, crimes if you're atheist. Plus, there's a correlation between having higher intelligence and having be more prone to things like depression and things like suicide. So it's almost like ignorance is bliss. So there is a correlation between, being more intelligent and you're more likely to have, like, an existential crisis. You're more likely to question how things work, and you're more likely to realize how meaningless things are. So maybe one of the reasons why there's a correlation between being atheists and having a higher rate of depression is the same reason why there's a correlation between having a higher level of intelligence and being more likely to deal with depression. I mean, maybe, what do you know, that old saying, our stupid minds are full of pride, our intelligent minds are full of doubt. Ignorance is bliss. Maybe there's some truth to that.
Not only that, if you are convinced that there's a, you know, an afterlife or whatever, you know, pretty much every religion tells you if you kill yourself, you go to hell. So, you know, why would you risk that biscuit, dude? Eternal paradise sounds pretty nice, but I guess if you're absolutely convinced such a thing doesn't exist, well,
oh god,
what care you?
They're like sources. So here's the thing. This is a live stream where it's improvised. So if you're going to come in and talk shit and then I present data to you, you do know that I know you're in front of a computer. So you can cross-reference what I'm saying to determine whether it's legit. So when you need somebody to hold your hand for you, don't you think that shows that you're kind of limited? So I'm sorry, but I love it when people are like, hey, you need to provide a source here. Like I brought up the Dunning-Kruger effect to somebody, so I'm literally giving them the name of the scientific theory. And they could just Google the Dunning-Kruger effect, but they choose not to because if you don't provide the link to them, then checkmate, atheist. It's just maybe you're a dumb fuck when it's too hard for you to, you know, do a little bit of research on your own.
Now,
and I think that's mental gymnastics. It's some kind of like learned helplessness where if you make it so they need to provide the link to you, if they don't, especially when they're also like running a live stream, then you can tell yourself that it's not legit.
The move by the U.S. District Judge John Woodcock is part of a lawsuit Maine is filing against the Trump administration over those frozen funds.
The state says the money pulled by the federal government was used to feed school children, and the action causes Maine irreparable harm. The Trump administration argues the money was not specifically earmarked for school meals. As part of his order, Judge Woodcock, for the time being, is barring the USDA from freezing future funds over alleged violations to Title IX. Attorney General Aaron Fry released a statement this afternoon, seemingly considering the development a victory against the Trump administration. He says, quote, "This temporary restraining order confirms the Trump administration did not follow the rule of law when it cut program funds that go to feed school children and vulnerable adults. No one in our constitutional republic is above the law, and we will continue to fight to hold this administration to account."
Now, Judge Woodcock did not weigh in on whether Maine is in violation of Title IX. But new tonight, Maine Senator Susan Collins is weighing in on the matter. The Republican senator posted to social media earlier this evening saying while she will continue to advocate for funding for the state and believes people who are transgender should be treated with respect and dignity.
But here, talk to the chat, Dirt. Where the fuck is Shab? Where's Zidane?
Yeah, they both disappeared.
I'm here. What do you mean? Oh,
Talk to the chat.
That's right. I never did. I've been battling with my camera.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, Jack. It's not just you John is responding to when we have these conversations with chat. You have been respectful. Thank you, Jack. We appreciate that. The truth is, we've also got several other people who come in and they don't necessarily have that same level of respect that you do, Jack. So you're right. Terrible to generalize people, but you know sometimes we have 100+ people watching this thing at a time. So yeah, we kind of you'll just hear it. Sorry, but that being said, yeah, whatever. We are capable of respectful debate. It's happened on this fucking. We had what, a 2.5 hour conversation, disagreement with somebody over Israel Palestine. That ended amicably, right? But whatever. Doesn't matter.
Reached out to Wallingford Public School Superintendent Danielle Belizzi, and she got back to us about 45 minutes ago saying, quote, "The school administration is well aware of the situation that occurred off school grounds over the weekend and continues to follow all district policies and protocols for investigating and responding to such incidents."
The deadline for TikTok's Chinese parent company to sell the social media app has been extended. Again, President Trump says he's signing an executive order to keep TikTok running in the U.S. for another 75 days. This is the second time Trump has extended the sale deadline, allowing more time to find an American owner and keep it running. Amazon reportedly made a bid this week, and now sources tell ABC News that Walmart is interested as well. Congress passed a law last year requiring the app to be sold or it will be banned in the U.S. due to NAP.
Do you think we need to ban TikTok? Do you think China programmed it as some kind of saboteur program to subject kids to brain rot?
If it's brain rot, if that was the issue, then it's too late. I mean, they've let the genie out of the bottle. Every app wants to be TikTok. It's the short form content, 10 seconds of blah, 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 and then scroll for more.
Yeah, I was going to say, what about YouTube Shorts and like
YouTube Shorts,
crap?
Instagram Reels, Facebook Reels, whatever the fuck. It's all done. It's all brain rot. A lot of the core.
National security concerns.
A freshly cooked meal, the new normal for schools across Mexico, a country with one of the worst childhood obesity epidemics in the world. On today's menu at this primary school in a poor district of Mexico City, rice, chicken, and greens, and to drink, plain water. A new law banning junk food from Mexican schools went into effect this week. Schools across the country now have to offer healthy options such as fruits, vegetables, and traditional Mexican dishes. It's certainly an adjustment for a system that has for generations normalized junk food being sold in school shops, including ultra-processed snacks, candies, potato chips, and artificial fruit drinks.
Currently, 4 out of every 10 Mexican children and adolescents are overweight or obese. Recent projections tell us that if we don't act quickly, by 2035, 56% of kids will be overweight or obese.
A total ban might seem radical to some, but according to UNICEF, Mexico's children consume more junk food than anywhere else in Latin America.
Now, here's one thing people ignore. I know I've discussed this before. People who are anti-drugs, but yet they don't have any issues with people gorging themselves on highly processed food, or the kind of addictive properties
soda pop.
Yeah, that highly processed foods have. So I think it's kind of funny how it's just they don't really think about what even makes something a drug. It's like, well, they're chemicals you put in your body and they have adverse health effects and they're addictive. It's like, look at fast food and highly processed food. It kind of hits all those marks on that checklist there. So.
America. However, in Mexico City, one of the world's biggest cities, where both parents often have to work long hours to make ends meet, changing eating habits can be easier said than done.
Some mothers manage to cook some of the time, but others give their kids the first thing they can find, an instant soup or a soda. That's a challenge for us, re-educating parents on the importance of finding ways, with whatever resources they have, to buy differently.
The challenge school officials here face is what happens when kids leave school. This is a perfect example. They're leaving school right now to go home, and standing right outside the door are several stands offering anything ranging from cotton candy to pizza to chips and soda. Still, school officials are hopeful that by turning the attention to the importance of a healthier lifestyle, they can get the message through to both the children and their families. Ahead of the new law taking effect, nurses visited schools to weigh the children and teach them self-hygiene practices. It's all part of a bold attempt by the Mexican government to reverse the trend of obesity in the country by starting with the youngest. And it's a program that other nations around the world will watch with interest as they too look for effective strategies to combat the global obesity epidemic. Julia Galliano, Al Jazeera, Mexico City.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
I remember being very scared and very confused because I just didn't really understand what was happening.
When I met Mayra, she was a young woman who happened to be living in a nursing home.
After a seizure, Mayra Miles lost her ability to walk.
Here I am in the hospital bed.
She doesn't know exactly what caused her legs to fail, but Miles spent more than a year living in a nursing home. She's 27.
You're just very left in the dark and not really sure where to turn.
Because even after she learned how to walk again, she says she forgot how to make friends. So Miles turned to Hamilton County's Developmental Disability Services.
Loneliness and isolation is not just an issue for people with developmental disabilities, it affects everyone.
They connected Miles with the county's Pig Abilities Group, weekly meetups for people of all skill levels training for a version of the flying pig.
Because it's about more than just running and walking.
It's about that connection.
Connections that helped Miles feel like herself again.
She's just a wonderful advocate for others who have developmental disabilities.
Now, Miles is an ambassador for the group, sharing her story to try to help others.
You just have to push through the hard days. It doesn't rain forever.
Because while she couldn't take one step a few years ago, now she lives on her own.
Did you see how high our electric bill was? Most people would complain about that, but I just love being independent and just saying I have an electric bill.
Something that once seemed out of reach.
Come on, Callie.
In Springfield Township, Keith Birigolic, WCPO 9 News.
20-year-old Owen Gerard has changed.
I was on the steps of the Florida State Capitol, advocating for climate activism, the Green New Deal, all that stuff.
A lot. And then now?
And I'm a staunch conservative.
A conservative voter and a conservative Christian. What changed?
Well, really, it was the faith journey that really fundamentally transformed my political views.
Oh, yeah. So, Zoomers have shown to, have poor literacy, poor education overall, compared to some older generations. And what do you know? There's been this downward trend when it comes to religious attainment with an uphill trend in academic attainment. Now that academic attainment is starting to decline again, we're starting to see this uptake in or uptick in like religiosity and religious commitments. So don't you think that's quite the convenience?
For the first time in modern American history, more young men than women are claiming religious affiliation, a gender gap of 7%, while men under 30 who lean Republican have also outpaced Democrats for the first time in more than a decade.
You get aligned with other men that are like, hey, I actually have the same views as you, and it's like, it's okay to have that view.
Here at the Faith Forward Pastor Summit...
Oh, yeah. Jack's saying that there's plenty of, what is it? Back to religion as well. There are many instances in the Bible that prove God's existence, such as translating modern translations unknown to the time it was written. Names mentioned in lineage of Jesus. That's not true at all. And I provided some sources for you, so why don't you provide some sources that actually back up that claim?
It's in the Bible. That is the source. It is the word. It is the law. What do you mean? That is the source.
Well, guess what? I wrote down on a piece of paper that 2 + 2 = yellow. So I guess 2 + 2 = yellow. Because if something's put on a piece of paper, that magically makes it unequivocal dogmatic truth.
If you were a prophet or an apostle, then those words might carry some weight, John.
Could you back it up like 10 seconds? Back to, this guy in the hat. What he says.
More than a decade.
You get aligned with other men that are like, hey, I actually have the same views as you, and it's like, it's okay to.
Oh, so what do you know? It's the conservatives that are more religious, and then the data shows that red states have lower levels of literacy and poor academic attainment compared to blue states. So, there's another correlation with piss poor education and religion.
Well, and along with that, that's a line of reasoning that I hear pretty often. The non-reasoning where it's more just about your freedom to believe it than like actual argumentation. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, yeah, you're free to be any kind of idiot that you want to be, but do you really want to be an idiot?
Yeah, I posted the links in the chat, Jack. So. Do you not see the links I posted? Are they not there?
Yeah,
Here at the Faith Forward Pastor Summit in Gainesville, Georgia, hosted by an arm of the conservative activist group Turning Point USA, the call for young conservative men.
We're called to be biblical and we're called to be political.
Is finding a bigger audience than ever before.
I had a burning desire in my heart, a heavenly desire that.
They're asking me what my IQ is, so I like how they'll ask you what your IQ is, and then you tell them. And then you're an arrogant asshole. So, Dirt, remember seeing that one membership card to that one, organization that I showed you?
Oh, yeah.
What's the name of that organization that I have a membership card to?
God, John, you're just setting me up for so many terrible jokes, but
What's the name of it?
Yeah, I know. I wanted to say it.
Begins with
the Ku Klux Klan.
Okay, but really, give the.
Nobody knows what these people. John, they don't know what Mensa is, John.
You're so
they don't know. They don't know
what
Mensa is.
No, I know
John.
what it.
Not...
Oh, I thought you were talking about NAMBLA.
I already said that as a joke.
Oh shit! Oh. Because we all know you're part of that.
Of this world.
Are you seeing more young men, NZ?
Gene doesn't even know what that is.
But anyway, it's 1:46.
I just want to say this before you start to wrap it up, John.
But I'm arrogant.
This guy, preacher man on TV, said we were called to be biblical and political. Well, it's the First Amendment of our Constitution that we have the separation of church and state. But for some reason, these people who value our Constitution, or at least they claim to so much, they forget that, and they want to rule through doctrine in our politics and our laws. I think that's wrong. I think that's not cool. I think that is the opposite of religious freedom, and I don't think that's something you should fight for. Just saying. First Amendment. You put a lot of weight in this thing, the Constitution. Then why are you in direct in direct opposition of what that teaches.
Now, Jack says, I could be in Mensa as well, but I'd rather not pay for validation. How do you know that you could be in Mensa? Have you attempted to take the tests that they have to try to verify your IQ, or have you had your IQ tested from legitimate professions? Because I had my IQ tested at Johns Hopkins when I had a neuropsych evaluation. And, I mean, if you haven't actually been tested, how do you know that you'd actually be accepted into Mensa?
Into the church?
Yeah, we are.
For Shane Winnings, who leads the National Men's Ministry group Promise Keepers.
What kind of man are you?
I'm not insulting your intelligence. I'm just saying that you're just making an assumption that it's like, yeah, I'd be accepted into the Olympics if I actually tried.
It's all part of a bigger strategy.
I think it's very intentional. And I think the messaging from the administration was very intentional.
The Trump administration?
Yeah, it was to win those kind of people.
Who?
And, the young people, the men who want to be men.
If you fear culture, then you don't fear God.
Men who want to, or can be convinced to, return to what he calls traditional values.
But we're seeing in this erosion where now anyone can be a family. 2 men can be a family, and they can adopt kids.
Oh, no.
2 women can be a family, they can adopt kids. Marriage doesn't mean anything anymore.
What threat is that to you, if those 2 men love each other?
Because you can point statistically to our society being eroded from within because 2 men automatically create an unstable household, because that is not
do it point to it.
Absolutely.
Which extends to policy issues that he believes are fundamentally against God.
When we talk about the intertwining of faith and politics, a lot of the messaging here is about eradicating wokeness.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, I think wokeness, is really anything that comes against God's design. It's this progressive mentality.
Yeah, it's just a bad no-no term I can put on anything I don't like. Yeah, that's real smart. It's real useful.
It's kind of ironic that Christianity,
honest description.
Yeah, has a strong association with anti-wokeness.
Wokeness is like DEI. Wokeness is
anything that's against God.
Yes, 100%.
How so?
Well, I mean, it is everything it claims to be against. DEI is discriminatory. It is racist. DEI says, what's your skin color and who do you sleep with? You're getting to the front of the line.
Can I push back on that?
Please.
My interpretation of DEI and affirmative action is essentially saying, not that you must promote me because I'm black, but you are not allowed to discriminate against me.
But that's already a part of our Constitution, already a part of our laws. DEI has been used to push people to the front of the line who don't belong there.
If someone calls some point and says that's a DEI hire,
I think that's wrong too.
Do you think they're pointing at you or do you think they're pointing at me?
I don't know. I'll tell you what though, I think it's wrong to...
So, most countries have affirmative action, and it is because the science supports that people will make decisions based on subconscious bias, implicit bias, that if you're a white male, you're more likely to hire people who are white men. If you're a black woman, you're more likely to hire people who are black women. People just kind of naturally are more likely to hire people that fall within their demographics. So DEI, or equal opportunity employment, affirmative action, that has done a decent job at curbing those sort of biases and helping to improve diversity in the workplace. So it's been shown to be effective when it comes to bringing certain communities out of poverty, helping improve the welfare of different demographics by opening a door for them to provide them with work. So overall, the ends kind of justify the means. But seems like for some reason they take issue with it. I don't know why. Do you think, again, there's some correlations with bigotry and people who watch Fox News and the Christian Broadcasting Network?
To make a snap judgment. Like that
You're
is
lying,
not
because it assumes that the only people who can't have good things are straight white men.
Exactly. And that's the problem.
I'm excited. You have your Bible?
So at Promise Keepers, we are pushing biblical truth.
You have your
which
Bible
teaches
ready?
people to look at the character. Listen what people are saying.
Are the young men who support LGBTQ rights or believe in DEI, are they welcome here?
They're welcome. They might not want to come back.
A sentiment that's echoed in recent polling. 67% of the country says homosexuality should be accepted, but less than half of young Christian men agree, creating a dramatic split with their Christian female peers, one that experts say could have an impact for decades to come.
So what you actually see is that young men are moving to the right when it comes to sexuality and gender, while young women are moving further and further to the left.
Oh, look at those kids.
So what
I know you shouldn't judge a book by its cover
when it comes to sexuality and gender.
But do you think we got some nude bros here?
Well, look at their stupid shirts, dude. Jesus Christ.
I mean, these are clearly the kind of kids that if you have like a debate or discussion with them, they clearly are going to rely on logic and reasoning, and they're not just going to engage in dude bro sort of rhetoric.
While young women are moving further and further to the left than any generation prior to them, the gender divide is going to get larger and larger.
A generational shift among men who say the political right is right for them.
And Morgan Radford is joining us now.
Next vid.
The numbers keep pouring in, showing a concerning trend in South Korea where more and more young people are just resting, meaning opting not to get a job without a specific reason. The total number of South Koreans aged 15 to 29 who were jobless or opted to remain economically inactive surpassed 1.2 million last month, according to recently released official data. That's up 70,000 from last year, but among them, more than ever chose to be part of the so-called resting population. Their number came to 504,000, which is the highest level since Statistics Korea began compiling relevant data in 2003. And this has also spread.
They're all working on their YouTube careers. God.
This is a significant problem in Japan, the hikikomori, where they deal with shame for not, I guess, achieving enough success at a certain point in their life, so they just kind of become completely reclusive. They'll become shut-ins, and they won't even leave their room. And seems like South Korea is starting to deal with a similar issue.
30s, with close to 5% or nearly 1 in 20 of them also resting. The specific trend among 30-somethings has been rising at an unprecedented rate every month since last September. Analysts are pointing to familiar factors: lack of quality jobs, weak domestic demand, a slump in the manufacturing and construction industries that have traditionally generated a large number of positions, and more companies prioritizing experienced hires due to economic uncertainties. The number of those younger people who are unemployed but are actually seeking jobs has also risen for the first time in 4 years, although 1 in 4 youth workers had to settle for short-term employment with short working hours. It's obviously concerning when younger people face these difficulties at a time when the overall youth population has been falling, in theory reducing competition.
Oh yeah, South Korea, like Japan, is also having a notable aging population, which does have significant effects on the economy.
These resting young people are actually preparing to compete for jobs, such as by boosting their job specs at local academies. The government has vowed to expand employment services to help young adults find jobs, according to Acting President Chae Sang-mok Wednesday, including setting up hotlines with 6 major economic and business organizations to discuss difficulties in creating new jobs.
Do you think, I don't know, what are some countries they border? North Korea? Do you think maybe North Korea has a lot of job opportunity?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Go,
actually.
the North Korea Trail.
Yeah. Well,
going up north to find work.
I do think
of wrath.
they have a giant wall built on the Korean border. So, see, that's proof. It does a good job keeping people out.
Walls work, damn it.
They also have minefields and tiger moats and sentry turrets, so there's also a bunch of other stuff besides walls that are keeping people out.
We should go there.
In other news across Texas tonight, the Social Security Administration is facing criticism for listing thousands of migrants as deceased. According to CBS News, the department recently renamed its Death Master File to the Ineligible Master File. This means people lose access to jobs, federal programs, banks, and benefits. More than 6,000 immigrants who entered the U.S. through a Biden-era parole program were impacted.
This afternoon, we're working to learn.
They didn't really go into a lot of detail there.
More after reports that the Social Security Administration started listing thousands of immigrants with temporary legal status as deceased. Jalissa Garza has more on that.
Well, this automatically invalidates their Social Security numbers, which means no access to financial institutions like banks, jobs, federal programs, and benefits.
CBS News reports that the Social Security Administration recently...
Now, the Trump administration, they've been laying off a lot of federal employees that work in, a lot of social sectors associated with things like, health, regulating, food and drug corporations, Social Security and so forth. They don't really, but they also want to invest more in providing a greater budget to organizations like ICE or like our border patrol and so forth. So it seems kind of weird that it's all the agencies associated with arresting people and, you know, locking people up and so forth.
The cryptocurrency enforcement department.
They don't really care about organizations that are supposed to, or federal agencies that are supposed to regulate big commercial enterprises. They don't really seem to care about, I don't know, organizations that are supposed to make sure that people have their basic needs met. Why do you think that is? Do you think their principles are kind of in the right place?
Recently renamed its death master file to what's now called the ineligible master file. That file is meant to track deceased individuals to prevent them from receiving benefits, but being added to it can cut off access to financial institutions and benefits. In March, the SSA said a false death report can immediately stop benefits, cause serious financial hardship, and be long and difficult to reverse. The first group affected includes more than 6,000 immigrants who entered the country through a Biden-era parole program. Some were reportedly flagged.
Well, it's their fault for coming here illegally. Wait. Didn't they come here through some legal means?
Yep.
Fake news.
For possible criminal or security concerns, but those details haven't been confirmed. White House spokesperson Elizabeth Houston says President Trump promised mass deportations, and by removing the monetary incentive for illegal aliens to come and stay, we will encourage them to self-deport. He is delivering on his promise he made to the American people. But concern is growing that other immigrants...
Well, one thing if we're talking about illegal immigration, but there does seem to be this trend of legal immigrants being deported. So I think that goes against what Trump claimed. And I also think it's technically illegal.
Social security numbers like those who have...
Yeah, I imagine that...
next. Senate Finance...
I imagine you guys already covered that college professor who got wrongfully deported.
Yeah.
I figured I just wasn't here for that.
Finance Committee ranking member Ron Wyden of Oregon said the action raises the prospect of the Trump administration.
Oh, so somebody's like basic needs met, what we Marxist boys? Yeah, because it's that simple. If you support any level of social institution, then you're automatically a communist. It's not like that's a sign of being retarded when you think in such black and white extremes where there's no nuance. It's, you are aware that every fucking country has a social sector? I mean, your fire department, your police department, you know, the president and their cabinet, that all falls within the realm of the social sector.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're aware of this.
Is having a military socialism too?
Yes.
I mean, it technically is by the way we define it.
What about public schools? I mean, is that socialism? And plus, socialism and Marxism and communism are not all of the same thing. So, I guess Marxism's technically a variation of communism, but socialism is not the same thing as communism.
Administration stealing legally earned Social Security benefits from American citizens. He went on to say,
don't get triggered. Emotions are for women. We're disagreeing with you. So disagreeing with you equals being triggered. Okay.
A further proof that Trump's promise to protect Social Security is a lie.
This move comes right after the latest immigration crackdown, a deal that allows ICE to request information from the IRS. Reporting in the newsroom, Jalissa Garza, KHOU 11 News.
Okay, the audio here is terrible.
Comes after a Maryland judge set a 5 p.m. deadline today on Garcia's location. Fox 5's Nana Sainto-Bonsu with the latest. Nana.
Hey, Julie, good evening. So,
was it Gadfield? Or he says public school is child abuse. Can kind of agree with that to some extent, depending on the public school and how it's run. Definitely, currently, it's the United States, I'd say. It's, a lot of public schools are poorly administered, and they have a very antiquated way of going about doing things and what standards they hold the kids to, but would you prefer having no public education?
So there's a lot developing in this last hour on this Kilmar Abrego Garcia case. But the latest information, according to the Trump administration, is that 29-year-old Kilmar Abrego Garcia is, quote, alive and secure in a terrorism confinement center in El Salvador. And this is all from a source at the United States Embassy in San Salvador. Now, let's catch you up to speed on this case. Almost a month ago.
Oh, my God. So, see, he's wearing sort of like a cap and stuff. And a lot of gangsters and stuff wear caps, so clearly
he's a known gang member.
Coincidence? Yeah.
Abrego Garcia was detained and deported by immigration agents to El Salvador, but the government later admitted that it was an administrative error. Since then, attorneys for
there seem to be a lot of administrative errors going on recently.
Garcia and his wife have been fighting to get him back to the United States. The Supreme Court got involved in this back and forth between the Department of Justice and a Maryland district judge for the return of Garcia. The Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the DOJ must facilitate the return of Garcia. Now, District Judge Paula Zenis is requesting daily updates from the DOJ on the following. Where is Garcia? What has the government done so far to bring him back? And what is the government planning to do to carry out the court's order to take steps to bring Garcia back to the United States? Fox 5 spoke with an international attorney on the judge's specific daily order.
The judge is requiring this daily update exactly to put pressure on the government, because the hope from the judge, at least, is that the government is going to ultimately say, okay, we actually do have to comply with this order and we are going to have to do something about this. So the judge is putting pressure on the government, requiring a daily appearance by the government lawyers before this judge. And
okay, next vid.
Well, tonight we've learned President Trump will meet with El Salvador's president on Monday, although he is yet to comply with the Supreme Court's order to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia home. 7 News' Liana Golden has reaction from Garcia's legal team and explains how we got here.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia is the Beltsville husband and father who the Trump administration admits was deported last month by mistake. He's the subject of a federal status update filed just after 5 p.m. Saturday by a senior official with the State Department. It reads, quote, "It is my understanding, based on official reporting from our embassy in San Salvador, that Abrego Garcia is..."
So, why are these mistakes, why are they so much more prevalent under the Trump administration? I don't know. I mean, haven't there been a lot of notable airline collisions, aerial collisions and everything? Once we transition to the Trump administration.
Yeah, but that was because the DEI hires. Remember, Trump already explained that one.
Oh yeah, that's
they're gonna stop now because he stopped DEI.
Yeah, that's why prior to Trump taking office, we weren't seeing any airline collisions, and now it's happening constantly.
Is currently being held in the Terrorism Confinement Center in El Salvador. He is alive and secure in that facility. He is detained pursuant to the sovereign domestic authority of El Salvador. This is the first status report ordered by a federal judge in Maryland requesting daily updates on his whereabouts, though there is no mention of the steps being taken to facilitate Garcia's return to the United States, which the Supreme Court voted for in a 9-0 ruling.
He should be here in the United States. It's a 5-hour flight.
That's Garcia's lawyer speaking outside the U.S. District Court in Greenbelt on Friday, where a group gathered in support of Garcia's return.
We shall not be moved.
Attorney Simon Sandoval-Moschenberg stood with Abrego Garcia's wife, who was a U.S. citizen, at his side, saying this...
Now, it's a bunch of left-wing news and stuff, so do you think it's fake news that she's a U.S. citizen?
She don't look like no citizen to me.
She don't got the skin color of a U.S. citizen, if you get what I mean.
Yep.
That turned this into a national issue. It was the government who appealed the judge's original, very reasonable and modest order all the way up to the United States Supreme Court. And now it's the government who is coming into court saying, yes, Judge, we blew off your first deadline.
President Trump announced a new military move on the U.S. southern border as his administration confronts multiple challenges around the globe. Bradley Blackburn is tracking the latest.
Elaine Jenna, the president, is back in Florida this morning, but for the White House, the focus is firmly on events around the globe. This move on the U.S. southern border is a different approach that would give more power to the military to defend hundreds of miles of border territory that stretches.
Jack says, how do illegal immigrants pay taxes? There's a thing known as sales tax. So they pay taxes there, and they tend to make less than minimum wage. So when you look at it, the amount of money they actually give back to, like, the government in terms of, taxes in terms of, if they rent, there's renter's tax and so forth, and then there's sales tax. So there you go.
Across 3 states.
President Trump flew south to Palm Beach late Friday as the White House announced plans in the U.S. Southwest. In an executive order, he gave the Pentagon.
Well, it's nothing compared to what they should be paying, but the problem is most of the jobs they work, U.S. citizens don't want to work. And they're working those jobs for a pretty measly amount of money. So the fact that, again, you look at the amount of money that they actually put back into the economy, it's a lot greater than the amount of money that the economy loses from them not paying employment taxes. So this is a scenario where whether you support illegal immigration or not, it's not having that much of a negative effect on the country. So it definitely is something that should be on much lower on the list of people's priorities. So it kind of just shows that the fact that people are so stuck on this and they hyper focus so much on it shows that they don't really care about the data. They don't really care about, based on the numbers, what's having more of a negative effect on, I guess, the natural born citizens. It seems like they just care more about people being different and these brown people who have accents or don't speak English, them living within your own set of borders. It seems like that's more of the reason why they find it to be a problem. I think it's horseshit that they actually care at all about any sort of logistical issues that it's causing.
Pentagon control of federal lands on the southern border, effectively turning them into a military installation. The order says it would enable activities like barrier construction and enforcing security.
Well, you're saying youth that aren't capable of working real jobs. Well, what percentage of them are youth? So that's the issue. And even if that's the case, that it's happening to some extent, there's a lot of parents in America that force their kids to work. So it's not like that's just an issue with our illegal migrant population. There's a lot of issues in certain states and certain areas where their legality associated with child labor is very piss poor and parents do exploit it. I mean, look at Amish communities. They have their kids work in agriculture and so forth. And it's like you could argue that, hey, that goes against child labor laws. So this is another area where it's just, hey, these illegal immigrants, they commit crimes. If they weren't here, that crime would have been broken. But it's just, well, legal citizens commit crimes. Legal immigrants commit crimes. Then you look at the statistics and it shows that legal citizens or legal immigrants commit more crimes on average than illegal immigrants, and then natural-born citizens commit more crimes on average than people who migrate here legally. So it's just, when you have a population of millions of people, in any demographic, you're going to find a percentage of people who commit crimes. That's just guaranteed. It's just, hey, if we outlawed left-handed people from living in the country and we banished all children who are left-handed, guess what? This left-handed person who committed a crime, that crime never would have happened. So it's just, hey, here's some bad thing that's happening, but how prevalent is it? So again, nuance, numbers.
Yeah, and
security. It includes
any of the people in the chat
Roosevelt
that are Trump people that are saying that, or they have a big problem with people being here illegally because, well, they're breaking the law. Trump pardoned thousands of people who were lawbreakers and people who attacked cops and attacked government buildings. That's fine though, right? Because Trump said it's okay.
Wait, somebody said, what about when an illegal immigrant gets injured on the job? So you're saying government programs. How is it government programs that take care of them? So do you have any, like I provided you with some links earlier, so can you show some links that support what you're saying? And I do know that it is true that in asylum cities, they will provide like certain subsidies and so forth. And it is something where if you're going to discuss immigration in areas where immigration can be problematic, that is an area where there's a case there. But in terms of the largest percentage of America's illegal immigration population, a lot of it is on the border and all the different border states and so forth. And pretty much most of the jobs that they're working are jobs that nobody wants to work. And in those areas, do you think, what are the like subsidized programs that are providing them with free healthcare? And plus, even if that's the case, the data shows overall that it has more of a positive effect on the economy than a negative effect when it comes to illegal immigration in general. So it's just, do you know what selection bias is? When you don't look at all the data overall and you just tunnel vision and hyper-focus on individual examples instead of comparing those specific examples to all examples, all cases in general, to look at what the overall outcome is. What happens when you add all the negatives and positives together and then overall it comes out positive? Well, that doesn't matter because let's just exclude the positives and hyper-focus on the negatives.
Reservation, a narrow strip of land that passes through California, Arizona, and New Mexico. One of the Trump administration's moves on immigration was challenged.
And they're talking about taxes, and what about our population of billionaires? What about all the tax loopholes that they exploit to pay little to no taxes whatsoever? So I like how they never talk about that or care about that. And what about our homeless population? How it would cost the taxpayers less if you actually provided them with some kind of like subsidized residential care, as opposed to just letting them be homeless because they always get sick, find themselves in the hospital, or they end up like doing something illegal, they end up getting arrested. And you know what? That's a notable drain on the taxpayers. So if you care so fucking much about like taxes and people paying their fair share, well, I mean, that's a scenario where it would definitely benefit our economy when it comes to not wasting taxpayer money. And then look at our prison system. Holding people in prison is fucking expensive. And we have in America something like 4% of the world's overall population, but 25% of the world's prisoners. And in America, we have these very draconian sort of policies where everyone gets a life sentence, where we throw people in prison much longer, or we give much longer sentences compared to other countries, especially other developed countries. And that's a notable drain on the economy, so why don't you talk about that? But no, let's hyper-focus on the, like, illegal immigrants when the research shows that that has much more of an, or much less of an impact on our economy, especially when it comes to not wasting taxpayer money compared to all these other issues which they don't really seem to care about. I wonder why.
Challenged at the U.S. Supreme Court this week, with the court ordering the White House to work to return a Maryland man who was mistakenly deported to a Salvadoran prison. Aboard Air Force One, the president said he would comply.
Somebody said, did Trump make housing unaffordable. Well,
he's not making it affordable.
Yeah,
he's not doing the opposite of that. That's for fucking sure.
And he's president.
If he does it, I'll eat this empty like a goat. I will eat a aluminum fucking tin can if the price of housing considerably drops in the next 4 years.
And plus, the housing market has been like unaffordable for a while, and it's been notably like increasing in terms of how unaffordable it is. So this is a scenario where this trend's been going on through multiple presidential campaigns of conservative and liberal presidents. But no, it's clearly only the like party that I don't support. That's clearly it's those candidates or those presidents overall that are solely to blame for the rising cost of housing. All of the red presidents that have been in office, nah, they have nothing to do with it. And again, I'm sure you've done your homework to verify that it's one party over the other.
Well versed as to the specific case.
And the economy is plummeting under Trump currently. So this is like where it kind of shows how rates of illiteracy are declining. And it's in red states where you have the highest rate of illiteracy and lower levels of academic attainment. And it's just kind of funny how they seem to ignore the fact that during the Biden administration or during Biden's presidency, the economy was improving. Now, I don't think it's because of Biden that it was improving, but it was improving globally. So once the pandemic was over, you saw this gradual rise in like the global economy, and you saw this gradual decline in inflation and unemployment. So if you look at the beginning of Biden's presidency and the end of Biden's presidency, inflation was declining. Now that Trump's in office, we're seeing the exact opposite trajectory or the exact opposite pattern when it comes to like this sort of economic data. So, I mean, I don't know if you're going to talk about Trump, if you're going to talk about benefiting the economy, Trump's definitely not doing a good job there.
If they said to bring him back, I would tell them to bring him back.
Meanwhile, in the global terror.
Okay, so they said both sides are the problem. Trump's not the main issue, but they rage bait us into thinking everything is Trump's fault. Maybe big government is the problem and Trump is helping to reshape it. So I agree with most of what you're saying. I think both parties suck. Like I said, I don't think Biden was a great president. And a lot of stuff is incidental happenstance where most likely anyone who was in like office at the time, you would have seen the same pattern that was happening globally. But I don't think Trump's going to help by reshaping it. And if you look at the way he's been reshaping it, it's been fucking terrible. And he definitely is not anti-big government. He is anti-regulating the rich. Doge and everything, all of that revolves around deregulating big corporations. You look at the areas where they've been laying off most of the federal workers. And it's in areas like the Department of Education, the Food and Drug Administration. And then we look at where he's drastically increasing the funding. It's things like ICE. When I've already outlined how illegal immigration is not having much of a negative effect on the U.S. economy. And there's so many other things that are having much more of an impact on our economy. And when it comes to the part of our federal government that's in charge of addressing those particular areas that are negatively affecting the economy more, Trump has been laying off employees and has been cutting funding to those particular departments. So I don't think Trump's doing a good job at reshaping the government.
Tariff battle. China's 125% tariff on U.S. goods goes into effect Saturday.
So you're saying useless federal employees. Do you think that the IRS, you think that that's a useless federal agency. I'm pretty sure, like, the IRS, isn't that an agency that kind of makes sure that people are paying their fair share in taxes? And when it comes to, like, the IRS, and when it comes to people laundering money and not really paying the appropriate amount of taxes, isn't that something that falls more in the realm of, like, white-collar crimes that you see certain very wealthy corporations engage in? I think the IRS is necessary, and the Food and Drug Administration, I think, testing our, like, food and drugs that are on the store shelves or and so forth, making sure that there aren't contaminants and so forth. I think that's pretty important. I mean, our educational system, making sure that, policies like IEPs and the kids with disabilities or special needs being provided with appropriate accommodations, I think that's important. So your argument is they're useless employees just because they're useless employees. Why? Because nothing after the because. And didn't he lay off a lot of people that what's that agency that's supposed to regulate, like, commercial airlines and stuff like that, air traffic and so forth? Isn't the FAA? And what's been happening since Trump's laid off a lot of employees there? Haven't there been more, like, aerial collisions and so forth, and incidents surrounding that? I don't know. I think that's pretty important, making it so airplanes don't fucking crash and fall out of the sky.
After President Trump raised his tariff to 145% and excluded China from a 90-day pause.
All right, John. I got to go help Danny.
Okay. See you in the near future.
Pasta La Pizza, good luck. See you on the flip.
And this weekend, the White House is starting new nuclear negotiations with Iran.
I want Iran to be a wonderful, great, happy country, but they can't have a nuclear weapon.
The talks are being held in Oman.
Now, whether or not you think they should be allowed to have nukes, and I'd say based on their head of state, it wouldn't surprise me if he was trying to build nuclear weapons. But this is an example where Trump isn't the only one who takes issue with Iran and their nuclear programs, nuclear energy, and so forth. So Obama and Biden, they definitely didn't want to support Iran either in this area. So you can't just single Trump out here. And in fact, Obama, his administration, they were behind the Stuxnet virus. That was some kind of saboteur sleeper program that was pretty much designed to, the pylons and their nuclear generators. It was pretty much designed to spread as much as it could until the program got to where it needed. And then once it got to the servers in their nuclear research facilities, what it did is it caused the pylons in the generators and stuff to constantly abruptly stop, shifting back and forth and so forth, which caused it to completely destruct and everything. So Obama programmed some sort of saboteur program to cripple their nuclear energy program or their nuclear research program.
On Saturday.
During his first term, President Trump scrapped an Obama-era nuclear agreement with Iran. In this push, the president says he wants a diplomatic solution, but has said Iran could face, quote, great danger.
And again, Trump tried using tariffs in his first term, and it did not have any positive effects. He laid off, or it's something like the big example is he applied tariffs on importing steel, created 1,000 jobs, but it ended up destroying tens of thousands of jobs. So the fact that he's doing the same thing again, expecting different results, kind of shows that, he's not the most pragmatic president. And it's just, tariffs are antiquated. There's a reason why they haven't really been utilized much in since the 20th century, because we live in the modern industrial age. We don't even live in an industrial age anymore. We live in an information-based age with digital sort of silicon-based technology being a prominent element when it comes to our society's infrastructure. And when it comes to silicon-based technology, it is much more complex with far more microcomponents compared to industrial technology, which is also fairly complex when it comes to things like generators, motors, vehicles, and so forth. There are a lot of various different components that come together to build these particular items, these apparatuses, and there's a thing known as compounded tariffs, where it's not like it's just tariffs on a car or an engine, and that's it. The engine's made up of a shit ton of other parts that usually are not all made in one country. The way the modern age works, we have a global economy. Pretty much every country is going to have, even like North fucking Korea to some extent, they're going to have certain resources that are imported abroad because it's just not feasible to produce everything within your own set of borders. So tariffs were a thing that you saw in the Renaissance. You saw in like when the particular products or items that were being imported and deported were things like tobacco, where tobacco is a crop. There aren't multiple components that go into producing tobacco or tea. So if you're trying to produce tea and distribute it, well, it makes sense. Tariffs are more efficient, where I'm going to apply a tariff to the Spanish colonies or Portugal and their territories. So that way, when it comes to importing tea, it's going to be affected. In the modern age, it's not as simple as just tea being imported and deported. It's as complex as all these semiconductors that all come together to build a processor, where it's not just the processor, but it's the hard drive, the motherboard, the iron oxide within the like platters of the hard drive and so forth. And you look at all these components that come together to build something as simple as a smartphone. Yeah, there's going to be tariffs on dozens and dozens of different items. That is going to fuck up the economy. And it is going to drastically raise the price of various different items. And anybody that supports this has no fucking understanding of economics. They have not done any fucking research on this topic.
If talks don't make progress. Elaine?
Right, Bradley, thank you.
Tonight, lawyers for Mahmoud Halil vowing to fight his possible deportation. An immigration judge today finding the Trump administration can remove the Columbia grad student using a rarely invoked provision of...
Okay, we already covered this.
What a fucked up name that guy's got.
That's fucking stupid. Fucking, probably a stupid atheist. Wow.
European stock markets have opened slightly higher in the past hour. The main indexes in the UK, Germany, Spain and France all gained between 0.3 and 0.7%. On Thursday, they registered their steepest one-day percentage gain since 2022. The news wasn't so positive across Asia. Uncertainty about President Trump's tariffs again affecting markets there. Japan's Nikkei closed nearly 3% lower. Many investors are turning to gold, considered a safe investment. Its price hit a record high on Friday there. The trade war...
Okay, so Goody, you're saying Trump exemption on tariffs from phones, computers, and chips. That's something that he did very recently because he was getting backlash from companies like Apple. So he clearly did not think about that beforehand. And there's exemptions to certain types of like silicon-based technology or circuit-based technology, but not all. So there's still going to be a lot of problems there. Plus, it's like even industrial sort of technology still is made up of countless different components, so the compounded tariffs are going to be a significant problem.
Between the world's two largest economies, the US and China, has intensified, with Washington confirming taxes of up to 145% on Beijing, which has responded with 84% tariffs of its own. Mr. Trump told...
And the other thing is that tariffs don't really affect the opposing country. They affect the consumers. All it does, or for the most part what it does, is it raises the price of products. Inflation is going to get even worse, and then merchandise and goods are going to just become more unaffordable for the average consumer.
With his cabinet on Thursday that a period of difficult transition was inevitable, but insisted investors were happy.
We had a big day yesterday. There'll always be transition difficulty.
And regarding immigration, I mean, I've gone over this before. It's just whether you're pro or anti illegal immigration, a lot of the economies on the border states are heavily reliant on illegal immigration. So there's a thing known as pragmatism, exercising the appropriate sort of cadence when it comes to abolishing that if you think it needs to be abolished. If you just abruptly outlaw illegal immigration or start deporting everybody in those like industries, those economies will collapse. So it's just, in the end, there's a smart way of doing things. Just abruptly deporting everyone, that's going to crash a lot of the economies in those states. The tariffs are going to just make inflation worse and are going to fuck with the economy. Businesses are going to go down under, and then there's going to be notable unemployment there. Then by laying off countless federal employees, a lot of the people that are working in the social sector are now going to have to work in the private sector, which is going to make the job market even fucking worse. So there's a lot of things Trump's doing that definitely aren't good for the economy at all. And we already see that the stock market is plummeting, and the economy overall is there's this downward sort of trend. So I guess that's all incidental. I guess that's just a coincidence. And what happens when things really, like when shit really hits the fan? Because economists are predicting that it's going to lead us into another recession that is similar to the 2008 Great Recession. And when that happens, what? Is that the fault of the Democrats? It's the fault of the libs?
But we had in history, it was the biggest day in history, the markets. So we're very, very happy with the way the country's running. We think we're in very good shape. We think we're doing very well. Again, there'll be a transition cost and transition problems, but in the end, it's going to be a beautiful thing.
Well, our correspondent Stephen McDonough explained how the government in Beijing was reacting to the tariffs.
Well, you know, Donald Trump has now said that actually the tariff on Chinese goods is at 145%. The reason we're not going to get much of a response from the Chinese government to this is that at this point it doesn't matter. You know, once you go past 100% tariffs on Chinese goods, it could be 200%, it could be 300%. It's all the same because you're past 100% and it's already prohibitively high in terms of China selling goods into the US. So what this is seeing...
And the thing is that this probably won't just collapse the US economy. This could potentially collapse the global economy. So, I mean, if Trump is the one... And this is stuff that all of these policies... This isn't a scenario where how much of it is Trump, how much of it is just the president's one person in the government, and how much of it is just them being a cog in the machine and where it's more incidental or it's other branches you should blame. This is a scenario where, like, all of these policies, they're Trump. And it's showing, the numbers are showing that the economy is definitely suffering from it. So imagine Trump crashing the entire global economy. I don't know, don't you think he definitely should be put up there in one of the spots of, like, the worst presidents in U.S. history if he actually crashes the global economy?
He's a billionaire.
Yep.
How could he be?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's a self-made billionaire like Musk.
Bluster from Donald Trump. No, he's stamping his feet because
America
Xi
is
Jinping
just
won't
a
talk
business.
to him. Well, guess what? Xi Jinping...
One big business.
The globe does depend on the U.S. to some extent. I mean, the United States has the largest economy on the planet. There are a lot of, like, that's why much of the world's countries really do care who the president of the United States is. China and India. Other notable, powers when it comes to, or economic powers and countries that have very high populations have notable effects on the global economy. And when it comes to the world's centralized currency, it's the US dollar that the world's GDP or the world's economy is based around. So when the price of the dollar goes down, that definitely drastically affects the global economy.
Is doing while he's ignoring Donald Trump.
And plus these tariff wars, it's not just the US that's trying to exercise these tariffs, it's other countries as well. So he's starting this giant fucking tariff war, which also may crash the global economy.
Today, he sat down with the Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez. Next week, he travels to Malaysia, Cambodia, and Vietnam. These are all countries hit hard by Donald Trump's tariffs.
I agree. The global economy can exist without America, but the way things are currently structured, the global economy, like the United States, compared to most other countries on the planet, has a very, very significant effect on the global economy, far more than most other countries. You can argue that maybe China has more of a notable impact, but overall, if the United States and its policies are definitely much more capable of causing a global economic collapse. And the United States definitely, our economy is much more entrenched in the global economy compared to other countries.
You've got China's Commerce Minister speaking to their opposite numbers in South Africa and Saudi Arabia.
And again, maybe you could do your own research and look into what kind of effects or how much the global economy is affected by the United States, its policies, or the U.S. economy.
We've got the Indian ambassador speaking to Vice Premier here, also talking about China-India relations. And on top of this, China and the EU are apparently in talks to remove tariffs on Chinese cars going into Europe and replacing this with a sort of base price instead. What this all shows you is that China has options. And really, Donald Trump has misled his followers by saying, all I got to do is whack these tariffs on China. And
Dear Shab, I got to pee again. Have conversations with the chat. Argue with them about the economy.
Guys, you don't know anything. And I know everything. What do you think about that, Zidane?
I look at the chat and the first thing I see is, I'm not Jesus, retard.
Wait,
so
wait, you're not?
The chat's having productive conversations tonight.
Stop calling me a retard, guys. Your name says otherwise, retard. Damn, everybody's being meanies in the chat. What's up with that, guys? If you're gonna be mean in the chat, prove that you're an alpha by using StreamLabs to tell off other people.
Exactly.
That's how
pay
you
money
really
to
prove it.
make your shit talk appear on screen.
Yes. All the cool guys are doing it. Here, all the people that are talking shit. Here's the link in the chat for you.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Click it. Click it or tick it. Yeah, Golden Coin. See, Golden Coin likes my idea.
Who's this Shabisky bastard fucking spamming in the chat?
Never heard of him. Sounds dumb. That's a dumb name. Oh, dang. Alright. So yeah, I won the debate, Gene.
Oh, yeah. Like G-Man.
Never gonna have to debate
between
again.
me and the chat.
Beijing will cave in a heartbeat. Well, I think the Chinese government has shown that is not going to happen.
And some breaking news coming in from Beijing now, where Stephen McDonald was speaking to us from, which is that the government is to raise additional tariffs on US goods to 125%. So initially, it had talks of tariffs of 84%. The update now from the Chinese government is that it's going to raise tariffs on US goods to 125%. Well, we can now bring in our Asia business correspondent, Mariko Oy. Mariko, what's your reaction to that news from Beijing?
Called winning.
We begin with breaking news. China has just raised its tariffs against the US from 84% to 125% starting on Saturday. Beijing says it will ignore any further tariff hikes from Washington. Now, the news said European stocks plummeting, and these are live pictures from the
There you go, European stocks plummeting.
Frankfurt Stock Exchange of Germany's DAX.
Yeah, but hey, clearly, U.S. economy, decisions made by the U.S. government when it comes to international policy, clearly has no effect on the global economy whatsoever. I guess this is just a coincidence.
DAX stock index. The day had started optimistically for investors before Beijing's announcement, and the United Nations Trade Agency has said the tariffs will have a catastrophic impact on developing nations. China says the US should bear full responsibility for the global economic turbulence. All right, well, here in the studio with me is Stephen Beardsley from DW Business. Stephen, I wasn't sure I was going to ski again on my shift.
Next vid.
China is digging in. Americans are waking up to a whole new escalation in the global trade war. Beijing is hiking its retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods today from 84% to 125%. And for the first time since this all started, we're actually hearing from the Chinese president Xi Jinping himself. Xi saying that his nation is, quote unquote, not afraid.
So Xi Jinping was the first Chinese president to run for a third term. And he changed the policy that allowed him to run for a third term. Prime Minister Modi in India changed their constitution to allow him to run for a third term. Trump claims he would like to run for a third term, and he's engaging in talks about, amending the constitution to allow a president to run indefinitely or to extend the term limits. So what do you think of the parallels there between Prime Minister Modi, who is clearly not a dictator but a prime minister, and President Xi Jinping, who's clearly not a dictator but a president? Do you think, I'm being a bit conspiratorial or a bit paranoid when it comes to drawing these comparisons?
This all just sounds like Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah, you're weird.
And also warning, quote, there are no winners in a trade war, and going against the world will only lead to self-isolation. This after President Trump raised tariffs on Chinese goods even higher, 145% now, as we're all trying to keep track. The White House says they're waiting for China to...
Has their sub count gone up at all, Shab, this stream?
Pick up the phone.
A little.
China says essentially the same thing about the United States. This very clearly showing what a tit for tat looks like, sending markets tumbling Thursday. But President Trump still optimistic when meeting with his cabinet.
We think we're in very good shape. We think we're doing very well. Again, there'll be a transition cost. And
we could do another
transition
stream tomorrow,
problems, but in the end, it's going to be
Yeah, a transition cost. So, how much or how long is this transition period going to be? So what happens when this transition period really fucks the economy up? And what happens if it extends throughout his entire presidency? And we really don't see any improvements whatsoever for quite a while. Are people going to defend Trump then? When the economy starts improving, maybe halfway through the second term of whoever the next president is? Is that because of Trump's grand plan? We just have to wait like a decade to see the positive yields?
Yeah, it's going to be a beautiful thing.
But what were you saying, Shab?
I said we need to do another stream tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. Are you getting tired, Shab? We've covered all the subjects in the title. We've been going for over 5 hours, 30 minutes. So, yeah, we're going to try to start doing 2 streams a week. I wanted to start streaming Saturday and Sunday. So, Shab, next week it's Saturday. Remember that, because Dirt and I talked to you about it. And you were AFK yesterday because you don't pay attention because you need to take your ADD medication.
I did stuff. I was busy doing stuff, Gene. I fixed a motorcycle, and it works. I started it up today. It worked. Isn't that cool?
Yep.
Yeah, vroom vroom.
And again, Goody, we don't really support Biden either. We think he was an inept president. So we had people coming in here accusing us of being right-leaning because when Biden was in office, we had nothing but criticism. But are you ready to end the stream, Shad?
Hit the subscribe button because you love us. And peace out, guys.